Okay, we're live in the studio. Let's go ahead and open up with our 108 session recaps. Today is 109, of course. Let me take a sippy and find out who's the last person to post. Apparently it was Gronk. Nope, wait. 108, first one to post is Andrews. Before I read these, who am I assigning this large lad to?
Alec. Yeah.
I said I would do it if no one else.
Because I was doing it.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
I said
The thumbs up on the reaction. You saying yourself up.
I wasn't sure if we agreed that
You're
we'd roll the
doing-
dice for it, or we. Because I said I would do it if we were, so we didn't fight
it.
over it.
I don't know. I'm feeling strongly we should come to a four-way intersection.
Do it.
defeats the point
Alec,
of it,
yeah,
yeah.
you got it.
Alec.
You got it, Alec. It's all you, bro.
Okay. I have the character sheet open, and we will see what happens.
Yeah, I think you can open that one in a browser. Click it.
I've got yours, and I've got Adam's open, so we're good.
Well, the whole point of that one is to circle.
I've got both. I got
Yeah.
both.
Both is good.
All.
To speed it up,
instances
refer to the
of
one
con-
I made.
Yeah.
You read it left to right.
Cool. We have technology, though. We can.
Alec has 4 different monitors. Each one has a
I'm
different
in.
stat sheet.
I have to find a sheet of paper. I'm literally gonna have a sheet of paper just so I can keep his HP, if it even
It's
matters.
310, I think, the default.
Yeah. So we're gonna take this random ass piece of stuff.
That's not even gonna go down. He's soon fine.
Now, are legendary actions on the creature's turn, or are they on?
It says it can do them. Only one legendary action can be used at a time, and only at the end of another creature's turn.
Another creature's turn.
Another creature's turn, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what he said.
It regains spent at the start of its turn. So if it used them, throughout the rest of the round, then it gets
Alright.
back in the next one.
And to clarify, it says because the language says 4 attacks and a spell, or is it?
Yeah.
As an
So you
action,
can
or
do
is it-
four Kopesh attacks and a spell that casts 1 action, or a radiant
Okay,
burst,
so it's not one or the other.
or a radiant burst. So the radiant burst replaces the Kopesh and spell attacks.
Let me just check this because it says. Just want to make sure. Because I thought the Radiance Burst, I thought it said once a day, and I think didn't use it when it came.
No,
It's
radiant
gone.
burst is it can just do that. The once a day is the things in the abilities or of the fortress, which has already been used.
Okay.
So
That's been used.
yeah. So it lasts for 5 minutes. We've already been given the HP, which is 62 temp HP, and below I've put in bullet points what players within that 60 feet of this target get.
Is it
That
just
should
me,
work.
or is the Hulk in this GIF that Henry posted really short?
Is that the one where he's like Dr. Banner, Hulk, Dr. Hulk?
Is that what it is?
Maybe it's the perspective.
Because he's the same
camera's
height as
low.
Thor. That doesn't
Maybe
seem
he's like
right.
aimed down, running like that.
He's like
maybe?
on. You know when people want to, they just fucking running on their knees and makes them look like a midget.
How fast is he? If he's running on his knees, that's impressive.
All right. Recap 108. Deus Ex Machina. There you go. That says proper pronunciation of it.
Butchered that.
The League dug in their heels to ensure Laszlo can catch some serious Z's. Giant vampire bat attack. AI kill steal dicks. The pause in there, I don't think. It still makes me sound like I said AI kill steal dicks. We disappear good, the civvies. The Sultan decides he wants to be king of fucking nothing and turn the largest contingent of warriors other than his guards away. Squids put aside their differences with us and decide literal undeath is the most immediate problem. The next one is me, hosting the Avatar of Horus. I get a d6 too now. Next one is Mr. Dan, 108. Lazar brings a whole new meaning to sleeping on the job, and has made a nice, acronym, or is it alliteration? Whatever. F for faith in the temple flooring. A quick nap is had during the siege. U for under duress. Laszlo pep talked civilians into his portal plan. G, the first one, greatly successful in the teleportation. Laszlo then took the reins of the wagon and broke more rules. Another G, going at Mach 10. Alright, calm down there, bucko. Laszlo managed to get the League, the priests, the chests to the barracks. I, in a flash, squids throw their inky tendrils into the proverbial ring. N, now with a big glowing mascot, the League and priests hold down the fort outside of the fort. And all of that spells fuggin'. The following SpongeBob-related collage, I mean. Kitchen's on fire, trying to blow it out. To-do list, fix everything. And the... what's it called? Hillbilly-style hitchhiking image that says Laszlo racing to the barracks like spoons rattling. Okay.
We got the spoons in the back.
Let me see. Next one is Alec. In the form of this, what is this series called? The Avengers or something? Yeah, it's
The marvelous hero folks who...
the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or something. Civilians were rescued. Naps were had. And a couple undead flying creatures became permanently flightless. The session ended like this. That's,
Someone's running on their knees.
that's,
Maybe.
that's Thor, some kind of... it's Groot, Vin Diesel himself, and a raccoon coming in, and then everyone is going to run while screaming at the opposite side, in the form of some guys full of testosterone. Next one is Henry's. 108, loved playing Adam's character from Fallout, referring to my drug and alcoholic-based melee character, I'm assuming. Was it a good idea to send civilians to an expensive research facility? Yeah, I don't know. They're probably safer there, honestly.
You would have said something.
And then the priest was like, this is from Shrek 2?
I don't know. Is this Shrek 3?
No, I think this is
that's
Shrek 2.
Shrek 2.
This is Shrek 2.
I don't know. My Shrek law. I'm sorry. This isn't Do the Raw. This is
No,
this is from Shrek 2 when
when he becomes a
the
human.
fairy
right?
godmother is like, hey, you wanna stop being a fucking
Oh
ugly piece of
yeah,
shit?
yeah.
And then he's like handsome Squidward and shit.
Oh no, he's hot.
And then the last one is Dan again, but that's just him posting the Avatar of Horus stat sheet. I think this is the old one because
That was
there's some-
actually me
was
posting
it?
as Dan.
Wow. How'd you get that profile? image?
Patwin is
But yeah, I think this one that you posted is an old one because it's missing the fortress. So
No,
I
it's
think
not.
it's I'm not.
Or of the
Oh, you
fortress.
shoved it in the corner. Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, sorted.
Uh,
You gotta say the quote. Say the quote.
There's a lot of quotes. Which one?
Are you squidding me right now, fellas?
Where does it say that? Oh,
in the
in
bottom
fucking
left there.
thing. You know, I thought that was just part of the.
That's his
No,
like
no.
quip when he lands.
Yeah, he's totally gonna say that right now. It's fucking.
Are you squidding me right now,
Yeah,
fellas?
it's as simple as that. There you go.
Oh, love it.
Fucking oceanic wildlife puns. Alright, I think that's everyone who posted, at least. Gronk didn't post anything, so he's missing out.
In session.
Well, he's muted himself because he's supposed to be getting my needles back.
For Demon, what he did a boo boo.
He's 5 needles, and those mosquitoes take out 40% of your health with one attack, so
Are these giant mosquitoes?
they're the size of a dog.
So yeah, giant. Technically giant.
Pretty big.
Anyways, let's go ahead and jump in. So, last session was the Temple of Horus fight. as opposed to the Temple of Ra before that. Eventually, at each session, just going to be a different temple. That's some sort of old school Legend of Zelda game where they actually had temples. Fuck you, Nintendo. Come get okay.
Jeez.
Anyways. We're 2 temples out of the way. We're now at a, not quite a fortress. It is a guard barrack over here in the temple, city of Anupolis. You guys took all of your party after defeating more of the Necromancer's minions, having realized that, 1, they're starting to blow holes. I need a thing of Captain Jack Sparrow screaming, "Stop blowing holes in my ship." But that happens to the Temple of Horus. Since these flaming skull things can cast a fireball, I might as well turn them into suicide bombers, because it's funny. The Horus Temple full of holes, you guys decide to retreat to another fortified location, which turns out to be here. Not only is it a fortified location, but it has the head of the guard captains of the city of Anupolis and the Sultan himself. Albeit, you guys don't really have particularly high of a opinion of the Sultan. In one of your words, I believe you called him some sort of puppet of the Morjamoth family. And how true that is, you haven't talked to the guy, so you don't really gotten a chance to know him.
He's got like a Mordramath #1 hat on there.
The foam
They're
finger.
number 1.
Woo! Go, I love dragons!
But your prejudice aside,
Bugging humans.
you guys have decided to make your way over to this fortress. You were denied entry because it's scary out there, more or less, according to the Loxodon head captain guardman, who saw that you have a box which is essentially the main key component that the Necromancer is trying to attain. He gave you 2 options, one of which was to take the box and get out of the city to help reduce any further damage. Considering the Necromancer wants that box and basically everything else is just a obstacle in the way that needs to be torn down, his first option that he gave you is probably the safest for the city's overall health. And then the next one, which was given off as a mildly sarcastic remark, was to pray for the gods for help. Thankfully, you guys had 2 priests of 2 different respective gods, but of the similar Sandstrider religion, to literally pray the pain away. The first one failed, which was the god of Ra, or a priest of Ra. I think I got like a 60-something on that. And then the other one got a 9 on his divine intervention roll, which means that if you roll equal to or lower than your cleric level, you get to ask for a divine favor. And this apparated in the form of an avatar of Horus. A large beaked individual holding a khopesh and brandishing all sorts of magical prowess that formed in the around you and as a temp HP shield. He has an impressive aura that radiates for 5 minutes in a 60-foot radius, so 60 feet is 12 units, so if you want the aura, make sure you stay within the giant lighthouse of a man. Whether or not you guys believe this is actually an avatar of Horus, or just a squid in disguise with a Horus cosplay, essentially, you're not entirely sure, but if you care or not, who knows, maybe the enemy of my enemy sort of thing. Or maybe it's just because some other factor. In either case, the undead army is approaching your location. The Necromancer is painfully aware of where the chest is, containing the book that he's so sought after. And with all of that in mind, you prepare for battle outside of the gates of the barracks. Hopefully with this avatar of Horus, it can really turn the tide in your favor. The sheer number of undead is enough to engulf the city in a sea of burgeoning flesh and undead moans. But this thing has a really cool cleave attack. And a bunch of other things.
A cup holder on its belt.
But let's go ahead and not jump into battle just yet, because the undead army is still shambling over it. They're not quite here just yet. You're gonna have to give them a minute. But as soon as the avatar of Horus is summoned, the avatar is up, but unfortunately the head priest is down. He has apparently become very sleepy, denoting by his chest still rising. He does draw breath, and maybe something about summoning an avatar of his deity, either, pearl clutch moment, or he's just like, kind of.
He's just really odd. He's
Folks, I gotta take a sleep.
He's
I gotta take a
fanboying a
nap.
little bit.
Alright,
like,
this is
oh my God,
semi-important.
oh my God, I'm
Does
my
he
biggest
just, like-
fan.
Does he just pass out on his feet?
No, he's on the floor, like on his back.
Well, no, what I mean is, like, did this happen and then he just fucking ragdolled? Or...
Yeah.
Alright, then I would go, like, prop him up in a corner.
Well, he's in the wagon, right?
We can
No,
throw
he's
him
on the
back.
floor. He's right
Okay.
there. He's right there on the floor.
Yeah, I go and just kind of pick him up and put him someplace safe.
Can I prep an action, DM? So when the like fighting starts, I would like to have prepped a protection from good and evil on myself, and I want to use that when we roll initiative. I want to have that prepared, ready to go.
Well, you can hold an action for, technically speaking, when used in combat, 1 round, and if there's a
Okay.
trigger, then you lose it, so just keep that in mind.
Well, 6 seconds before we see them, I will like to do that.
Is the chest in the wagon, or is it where it is as modeled?
You attempted to bring it into the fortress, having the creature known as Krios holding it. You were denied entry, so he's kind of standing there with his Halloween candy bucket, with no one to give him candy.
Alright, my vote is chest, head priest's, wagon, in case we need to beat one more hasty retreat. Unless we have a...
Alright, then with Krios' help, I will do that. Well, at least the unconscious head priest. The one who's conscious doesn't have to... No, you're getting in the wagon, bucko.
Are we able to sort of move ourselves?
Well, the other
within,
head
like,
priest, the thing is with him is he's kind of just tapped the way I think the way we've been looking over at him, and technically, realistically, when you really think about it, it hasn't been that long since these last 3 sessions haven't covered that much amount of like literal time, so it's like, yeah.
He can swing a weapon. He's about as tapped as I am.
Let's use this wizard guy as the Temple of Ra priest.
School wizard. Dang, a school wizard. Oh shit. Who's that?
Although, actually, he could probably beat a hasty retreat if we could get.
Adam, I'm still in the waiting town.
I'm fine. I'm chilling. He's
I'm
having
in
a
a
little
different
drink.
world right now.
Having a drink at the pub is no problem.
Remember when the running gag was, yeah, going to Sanctus is just a vacation for Zen? He's not really...
he's still like, yeah, this is really bad review on my hotel. Would not go again.
He's knocking a whole star off his review.
Seeing giant
Because-
obelisks, fucking nearly dying, fire,
Oh, this is a new map.
Undead arm.
big risk for my beard being set aflame. Gained bees, bees first holiday.
Bees just want to have fun.
You guys drag over the chest and the unconscious priest into the back of the wagon. While not in the safe walls of the barracks behind you, it's the next best thing. It's a mobile place where you can, in theory, if everything hits the fan and is proverbially made of shit, you can potentially at least flee, as per the Loxodon captain's first initiative. In either case, as you smell the stink of undead permeating your nostrils, it is putrid, fetid, and kind of moist. Some people don't like that word moist for some reason.
Moist.
Moist.
Moist. Moist.
It's the chant you hear.
They just walk over. Moist.
Imagine
Moist.
that zombie
Moist.
army coming at you and just saying...
Clicking their fingers.
They're not even saying like brains or anything. They're just like
I'm
perpetually not even
Dang,
dripping wet.
they even have moist voices.
They spit
That's
when they
even a
talk.
Do they even have vocal cords? Could they even talk if they
They're
wanted to?
undead.
I mean, depending on decomposition, probably.
Let's take a look at where the zombies are coming from. The answer is basically everywhere except for that gate behind you. So let's plop in some boys. Of course, when we do the zombie initiative, they'll all be in one chunk, so I don't have them scattered throughout the whole combat, and I need to look for zombie number 1 through 7.
Give it up for zombie 1 through 7.
Give it up for number 69.
Woo!
Woo!
He will be the zombie that does have the Subaru
Yeah,
head plate,
exactly.
like
Yep.
the spoiler. He's very fast. It's Tokyo drifting around the corner. Dang, dude, I'm watching some old guy like fight a bush in his garden. Whoa! What's he got there? What tool is he wielding? It looks like he's just punching the bush. Oh no, he's got a weapon.
Why is he getting close to my window?
He looks very much like Mr. Burns.
You
Like
tell him
very
that?
whoa. I have not. I mean,
DM question for you: is the Loxodon still in front of the gate as modeled?
I don't have a Loxodon, so I had
Yeah,
to use a
you have-
Minotaur, unfortunately, but he is kind of standing there after asking you guys to either leave or pray, and the pray thing worked. He's kind of just like standing there flabbergasted.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look over and say, so hey, does that big axe? Do you just keep it as a decoration, or do you actually swing it? Are you gonna come outside, or are you just gonna stay in there?
1 second. 1 second.
Oh,
I think
oh,
I need to get Varys'
He's
favorite
going-
zombie.
Oh,
Um,
I
at least
Calling this man out.
hey Carlos,
bitch
check
ass
this out,
nigga.
and I
Yer,
whoa, whoa.
yer.
Good thing I was speaking when that was going on.
Alright, I joined Kalos at the gates, heckling the Sultan.
I'll show Zen then instead. Zen, check this, and my rapier turns into a whip.
Oh,
Alright, you don't have to let us in, and you don't have to come out, but if you have any archers, you take some pot shots.
You do have to eat these eggs.
It would
Stop
be much
being
appreciated.
pussies and come out.
The Sultan from the window closes the shutters as soon as he sees the zombies starting to flood in from the distant mists. They turn the corners and are engulfed in a black, almost radioactive mist that gives them an unearthly strength. In either case, as the Sultan closes the shutters and he cowers behind the walls, you can see the Loxodon captain turns his back towards the well, he looks back towards the actual fortification itself, gives a toot with his trunk. It sounds more like a horn, and you can see a series of guards begin to pour out onto the ramparts. Many of them are much well dressed, more than so than regular human man. I had a fucking brain
Are
fart
they
there.
adorned well? Is that? That's
Yes,
kit.
Mr. Krabs, do you how do? Let's see. Where are the elite guys?
Cows, what are you doing? He's freaking out. That's a little exclamation mark above your head. Oh,
Down.
he's down. No!
I'm down, guys.
Born out for the boys. This truly is a dark time.
Someone say Dark Tide.
No.
I'm
No,
shaking
no.
in my boots, guys. I'm shaking.
You need to piss
I
your
had
pants,
boots.
shit a little, maybe come.
That's Donald's phrase, right? A little bit of cum.
Alright, let's use these bugbear guys, they look cool. The Sultan's head men come to the ramparts. Their crossbows are heavy, their armor just as much so, and you can't really see the fire in their eyes because they have thick helmets that obscure their vision. But the intent is there, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to shoot you guys.
Get him! Evil!
Did he just call my boss a pussy? I'm just gonna shoot him
I'm
right
just
now.
we just look a little bit old. We're not actually zombies.
Oh,
Well,
beggars
come on,
can't
then.
be choosers.
And the Sultan's going to disappear, and I can't get him inside this house because there's no doors.
Super
Sultan
looking
of being
twat.
a bitch.
Too much. Well, like bitching here. Hmm?
So, let's see. Let me place my guards in a place where they can actually stand. Up, damn it.
I'm
Puppies.
A piece is drunk.
Evil.
Puppy whoopy 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 whoopy. I need to put a fan on. Jesus, this room getting warm. Wearing Duck Dynasty gear is really
Roasty
cumbersome.
my toast.
So
just gonna open the
let's
door.
go ahead and see about getting our really fucking long initiatives taken care of.
Oh,
So
do
Adam,
I get
well-
to do my protection versus evil and good?
Why is my computer not working?
What is the casting time, and
One
do you have
action.
the material components?
I do have the material components. I also have a spell focus, and I have some holy water and powdered silver. So
Alright,
yes,
did I do? Alright, who asked?
You asked, buddy. But yeah, I will do that.
So a little late to the party because I feel like we were dumb for not thinking of this, but like one of the ideas we thought of over the week was if we're ever in a situation similar to this one where there's a bunch of NPCs on our side, maybe like I don't know if it would it probably wouldn't make things much faster, but if we wanted to like divide the NPCs up between us rather than I don't know if that would probably
So
wouldn't
there's
help.
like help you out, and there's like so then it doesn't mean that for like long tithes of time people are just waiting about.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Bucko, because there's a neat thing that other DMs use when they have a lot of numbers on the field.
Sure.
It's basically you just take the law of averages and essentially calculate damage based off of the comparison of the capability average or bonus to hit of your group and compare it to the AC of the monster, and then basically just say, alright, well, these shitty zombies have an AC of 10, and my bonus to all my attacks is a +7, so then I need to roll a 2 or below, so that's a 90% hit rate.
Sure. Okay.
Alright.
It was just a suggestion.
It was just based on what we were doing last session. It was just a idea that popped.
If you got it.
It also
we'll do
applies to the Zombozos as well, so technically speaking, they have a plus so-and-so to attack versus, well, it's not going to be applied as much because they'll typically be attacking either what are classified as hero characters or player characters, and you don't do that versus player characters unless they are swarmed on all sides, at which point I still would only roll 4 characters to hit, because technically I could hit from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Underground
8.
and above. Yeah.
I can technically hit from 8 because diagonals.
Yeah.
But if you're swarmed that much, I would just use a average of hit percentage versus what your estimated AC is, not accounting for any other bullshit you guys have in pocket, such as the shield spell or the really cool thing that Krios can do where he just is like, no.
Oh, by the way, I did read more into that, and it's only no once.
Oh,
Yeah.
Once per reaction, I
after-
guess.
Yeah, after the last session, I just dug into it, and it's just no.
Was it
once.
per one combat or?
No,
It's
no,
per
per
one
one hit.
So it is
Okay.
basically just the
It's just the
shield.
shield.
It's once a turn, but it's only for one attack.
Yeah.
It's basically.
It's like a well, not shit shield, but like a one-time use shield for the round.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Get down, Mr. President, but then he kind of just like, I'm falling.
I can
can't
only
get back
account
up.
for one bullet.
I've
okay?
fallen. I can't get- I'm one guy, Mr.
Yeah, I'm
President.
just one big pat, alright? Okay.
Alright, we're rolling initiative? Right?
Yes, so I'm going to need many initiatives because there's a lot of dudes on the field. However, some of them will be clustered together, so not to worry, fine gentlemen. This is going to be a quick siege, surely.
Alright, I'm gonna roll the big guy on the board for everyone to see. Let's see what happens, because he's got, what, +5?
Should be on the sheet.
Yep, it's on the sheet.
Get the sheet.
17 for Avatar of Horus.
The big man is starting with a big number. Horus. Avatar.
Walrus. Avatar of Walrus.
Can we use our
You-
D6 with our initiative?
You can use it on anything except for...
Damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Technically speaking...
That's a pretty good idea, Andrew. I might do that as well.
Technically speaking, initiative is actually just a dexterity check.
Yeah, just because I don't know if we're going to do much talking. So.
We left the talking back at the other two temples.
We could also do it on save. We can do it on saves.
Alright, so let's see. Why don't I start with player characters first? I already have the Horus man on. I'm looking at the battlefield and let me go left to right, followed by, or starting with, Zen and Bees.
Okay, me first, as usual. I have rolled a dirty 20.
20, and how about
Oh, wait, wrong, 19.
19? And for the Bees?
They have also rolled a 19.
Wow, it's like the illusion of choice. Let's go next with, well, Krios doesn't need to roll his own initiative, because he shares initiative with Kalos, but the Bees don't for some reason.
And all of my dices will be rolled by my niece, so she rolled pretty big. So, not 18 total.
Okay, no
Big
tie.
rolls, big rolls.
Big
Nice.
rolls from the niece, big rolls.
Hell yeah.
Let's get the next person in line. That's a player character. Is a tie between. That's nope. That's not a player character. That's Dauntless.
Blends in. Stealth.
And
Okay.
Stealthy boy.
Alright, what you get?
Wow. So I'm glad I put my d6 in there, because I rolled a 2 on the d20, I have -2 on dex, and then I rolled a 3 on the d6, so 3.
Alright. Next person in line is Varys? Yeah, it's Varys.
Guess what? I also rolled a 19.
You guys are all on the same initiative. Player characters can choose amongst themselves. Avatar of Horus is already on the board, so let me go ahead and add first the zombie horde. Good
Hello,
news.
lads.
Oh, did I? I can't find. Where the hell are you?
I'm hiding behind a tree.
Why the fuck are you over there?
Is there room for one more? I also got a 19.
Are you guys collaborating with one another?
One big dice for all of us.
We thought
Zombie.
we'd get in on this new mechanic. We feel.
We don't know if you
we're,
know this, Adam, but we picked up the new rules.
Yeah, you don't know about them. Secret rules.
Wow, I'm glad we're doing this collaborative thing where you guys can just shove rules in.
Adam, we all level up.
Adam,
Right
yeah, we
now.
leveled up like 5 times,
Oh, yeah,
and we
you
got
level
spells
up-
back.
You level up
Yeah.
backwards. How about that?
We got
Benjamin
spells
Button.
back. Dan is about to use the wish spell. It's all gonna be great. Don't
Or
worry.
the opening of every Metroid game where you lose all your powers.
Ooh.
Zombie has been added. Unfortunately, they have not rolled low enough that they have, they're going dead last. That's still Dauntless, who has dead in his name. So,
Yeah, I'll
there's...
take it, because if someone dies, I can revive them, and it'll be good for their next turn.
We'll be adding the priests in their own initiative order. They're at 14. That's the Horus priests. The priest of Ra is going to have his own initiative because he is technically an elite unit, and he rolled a natural 20. So he's going to be rolling at the same... Actually, no one else is at 20, actually, so...
Alright, is this a bottle?
Just Dauntless finding a bottle opener in the front of this thing.
Oh,
Like, hell yeah.
also, Adam, did you read the wording for the Azure?
No, 1 second, hold on.
What is this? Your wep? Your wep?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something with Adam before this thing starts. Before this thing pops off.
They all die. It's so powerful.
Let's see. When the weapon has 5 charges stored, they are immediately consumed and gain 1 charge. The second part is charges decay when not in combat. It does say when not in combat. The next use of an Arcane Jolt deals an additional 2d8.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, we already have the decay in combat thing. That was already in the wording of it. But if you're worried about the next use of Arcane Jolt, it does need to be in combat. So like the first one that you pop right now, technically doesn't have charges from the axe, so it needs to charge up.
Okay, so gotcha.
But once you get it flowing, you can just, razzmatazz, etc. Wow, this is a long list of initiative. Am I missing anyone? The camel.
archers in the compound?
No, the camel is not gonna play.
Camel's vehicle, right?
It's not even it's an elk, and it's spectral. No, it's not spectral. Holy.
No, it's a spectral camel, but his name is Elk.
Man, I think spectral
Yeah.
means it's like
But
a.
it's Fey, but for
yeah.
combat purposes, I'm not going to have him just start kicking zombies.
You could mount it and ride it around.
Save that for greater
Great
steed.
fight, yeah. You get fucking awesome shit in that. Ride a bug.
I summon a Pegasus, and it's pretty, and it's amazing.
I like the idea of the bug, though. Elk.
Got him.
bug.
I got him. One word, bug, and he's sold. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. You should look into it.
Giant bug.
Wow. There's a scroll bar now on it.
I mean,
Wow, is that first time? First time scroll bar.
Yeah, it's mostly because the zombies.
Turns on bozos.
Alright, so the guard captain actually beat everyone else on initiative. He's standing at the front gate. His eyes are mostly on, at one point, it was the avatar of Horus, but now it's turning attention to the thing that is going to be fighting the avatar of Horus, as the zombies begin to pour in from different alleyways and miscellaneous thingamajigs from around the city. It's at this point he realizes that although he's been hiding inside of this fortress, things need to eventually, he needs to hike up his boots and
Call him a pussy.
He needs
word.
to earn his
Tuck in
paycheck.
his trunk and get the fuck out.
He needs to stop being a pussy.
Alright, a little toxic here, by the way.
Oh,
We're
I
gonna use
could
the
be way
we're gonna
more
use
toxic.
the P word on him if he stays in there for too much longer, or B word.
I don't know what British slang you're gonna whip out.
I think we've all used it.
Uh,
And a
Bing
certain
bong.
Sphinx. Yeah, you bing bong, get out of here.
okay.
Paradise punch.
You should say he's minging.
Minging, you're minging, mate.
Alright. So, let's begin this. I hope everyone is ready for combat, because we're gonna be here for a long time. And you don't get to
Yeah.
go to the bathroom.
Dang him.
Wait, I'm not ready yet, Adam. Wait.
Need to
What?
BRB.
I need to get my DoorDash.
Hey, I need to
or
go get my
something.
air fryer. Hold on.
The
Have it on your
guard
lap.
captain is going to use one of his unique permanent special abilities to bolster his allies. That includes his elite guard. So all of these guys, I will mark them with a red buff, like in some sort of MOBA. You ever realize?
And they get to pick between blue juice, green juice, and red juice.
You ever realize how dumb the acronym MOBA is actually?
Multiplayer
Massive
Battle
online,
Arena,
big
yeah,
ass.
It's word fucking salad.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
every game you could really consider a multiplayer.
Shouldn't it be online multiplayer battle arena? I'm just saying, shouldn't it be on
Just
Omba?
go back just to
Amba.
calling them Dota clones.
Yeah, there you
But-
go.
OMG, online massive game.
So his action is going to be to bolster his allies. Their buff, you don't need to worry about what it does because I'm controlling them. He's going to then use his movement to activate
Stealth.
the portcullis and step out into the field of combat.
Hello there.
He nearly went back in, he double guessed that, he's like... Hold on a minute.
Human spellcaster. This is the raw priest. I used a lot of his spells.
Everyone's quite bunched up there.
Um,
I'm kind of scared.
That's why it's good we're going before the zombies.
Yeah. How about disperse?
Everyone's just really weak in this one fucking.
I need no bell.
Well, Andrew was able to target the like flaming skulls, so you might be able to just like anti-air that fucking thing. More power. This is how like if they attack me here, what if this?
Well, no, I'm trying to like I'm just trying to.
I mean, I'm trying to look here. Like while Adam's sorting that, we've got some avenues. We've got some stuff on the right. We've got some stuff on the left. We've got stuff in front.
I'm
Probably
just
have,
gonna
like,
have the priest hold an action for a cantrip of Sacred Flame. Range on that one is 60 feet. So the first zombie that gets within 60 feet, or 12 tiles, is going to be...
Blasted.
which is this range from him. So, the first up is Zen.
Is it?
Yes. You have all the 19s clustered together of Zen, Bees, Varus, and Laszlo, but you're first on the list, so I clicked you first.
Ra's range was 60 squares?
Horus?
Yeah,
60
for this aura, yeah. For horse.
It was 60.
60 feet radius, yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty much on. Wait, at a math. No.
12.
Oh.
Pretty big area.
I.
I just want to see. I don't need this.
Oh, I can move one more. I think I'm still out of range.
There it goes. That's not bad. That's not bad. There's no water around here.
I found 35.
Does this discriminate? No, it's like 10 foot.
You turn them around.
Yeah, he's got reach on that.
Yeah, they were all
compression
facing the wrong way. Where
Uh,
were we going again?
I'll feel like taking out. I'll try. I'll take the disadvantage on the aggravated twin.
Alright, so shooting out of the first range increment. You can still hit, but are rolling at disadvantage.
Fine.
So, are you shooting at,
The closest one.
Okay, this one in the dress.
My lowest roll was a 9. Okay, that hits. 9 plus 11.
Yes. Okay,
Oh.
go ahead and roll damage.
What was it again? Oh yeah, 1d8 monk attack. Oh, max roll 8. 15 damage.
Alright, good amount of damage on a crossbow bolt, even though it did have disadvantage. A hit is still a hit. The zombie shambling forward looks to be dressed in some of the attire of the locals. It seems that some of them have fallen victim to the zombies, however the curse is spread of undeath, be it by summoning of the necromancer or a contagious disease. Like,
The lower of
COVID.
the second attacks was a 17.
that still hits. See if you can't finish off this zombie before it gets close.
12 damage on that attack.
This zombie is down. If you're wondering, I am not going to be checking Undead Fortitude because there's a lot of these things. This at least like 10.
I think with the offhand attack, since don't have the feat, I don't add the bonus of the damage, right?
You do not add your proficiency to the attack roll, and you do not add your dexterity bonus to the damage.
Plus.
It's like trying to write with your left hand if you're a righty.
And a 7 does 11 hit.
11 does hit. I'm assuming...
Actually, no, it's higher. It's higher than that, actually.
Which target are you targeting? The one that's Varus's favorite? Or the one on
What is Varys' favorite?
this green one over here?
Best friend.
I'm going for him.
Okay.
I have rolled 8 damage.
Alright. 8 damage. Something under the zombie's breath groans, natural one.
It's gonna happen again.
3, 4, 5, 6, and please follow me.
Alright. Pass it over to Varys, who's going to notice that the zombie horde is coming around from several corners.
A natural 1 drifts on the wind.
Oh, don't. No. Curse a man like that.
Burst him.
Just want to get a sense of how far I got to go. About right. Right. We're gonna go. All right, over here. Go this way. Let's see. I'm assuming they're within the range. All right. Nothing has really happened that I can think of that would break concentration. So as soon as I confirm this. Alright, perfect. I'm gonna attach Hunter's Mark to the closest zombie.
Kind of hard to see because the green fog, but there it is. Maybe I'll use a different color, actually. Let's use purple. No, magenta. I know my colors.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is... Let's see. Oh, I should get the damage. Yeah, screw it. Doesn't matter. I'll do that next round. But I'm gonna start shooting. I'm gonna attack one zombie each, though, so I can get the third attack. And as I'm doing it, I am gonna teleport. Let's see, another 6. So basically, through teleportation, I end up about here, but I attack 3 zombies. Just for the point of, we'll make the first attack the marked one, and then the next ones will be the regular ones. So attack 1. It's a hit. That is 16 damage on Zombozo number 1. Say. Hit. 17 damage on number 2.
Rolled on that one. Okay, cool.
And let's make the attack roll first. And yep, that's another hit. So can I just pick this up again? Yes, I can. Ooh. That'll be 10 damage on that one.
Alright. The first couple zombies turning the corner, you loose as many arrows as your bow hand can quickly loose. Everything around you is becoming full of holes, but they're not going down just yet. Multiple battlefronts are being placed, one at Zen's end on the west. Varys is shooting down towards the south, and means Laszlo is relegated
this side.
to the east side.
I'm
side,
concentrating.
Beast
Tortilla
side. What?
Boys, right? That's the group.
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah,
more
the-
east. Yeah, I'm even more east. 2, 3.
Actually, if you think about it, we were just really, really far west. Because guess what? The Earth is a circular thing.
Oh my lord.
You didn't think about that, did you?
I didn't. No, I am concentrating on protection from good and evil, so I don't know what color you want to deploy.
Yellow.
On mines.
Hard to see.
Sure.
Actually, honestly, I might just take the bob
Purple,
off.
since purple
So-
is the color of evil.
Evil. So I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed, and the undead now have disadvantage on attack rolls against me. In minutes. I am gonna bonus action Blade Song.
Take off the fog, Adam.
I did, just so you guys can see the color of the bases.
And the tiles, yeah, good job, man, thanks.
It's supposed to be dark and spooky, but realistically speaking, you know, it's just this is good enough.
We can imagine. We have.
You guys ever been in a Halloween funhouse? There you go.
Okay,
Fog
so I'm
machine.
gonna
I'm gonna
bonus
jump scare
action,
you guys.
bonus action Blade Song, and then I'm also going to hold an
My
action
hand.
to whip a zombie that comes within 10 feet of me with a booming blade.
Die, monster.
And that will be my turn.
Fighting vampires.
Yeah, I can actually move and shit. Okay. So,
Daimon.
Yeah, but Dracula's house is filled with like literally everything.
Oh, I can move 2 squares forward. Actually, I'd like. Could you swing me 2 more? Thank you very much. And aim me forward. Yeah.
hold on, guys. I'm getting my dice roller. Give me 1 second. Yes, roll these guys.
Roll.
Okay. This.
No,
See,
slow
Henry's
it.
got expedited rolls here. He's got.
I'm shooting firebolts. Give me 1 second.
I need at least 2d8s.
Wait, multiple.
These kids better be getting paid, Henry.
Child. Yeah. Now
So
add
use
all of that up,
1d10 because.
You're making them add 2, Henry? You're a
Fuck
cruel
yeah.
taskmaster.
Do
I don't
the
know how
work.
old this kid is to begin even.
18 plus 11, 29 to hit.
Yes.
Okay.
Like it's 29.
Hold on, guys. She's counting.
Make sure she's not using her fingers.
Feel like-
That's what I hold on.
feel like whipping
So
noises
15,
No, okay.
20,
Okay.
22 points of fire damage to this
Nice.
one zombie.
Alright, it's
Hell
incredibly
yeah,
low.
Henry's relative.
And Krios will actually move.
Does Krios have range capabilities?
Steel Defender's not really, no.
Does he want a crossbow?
No, he can't. Oh,
He can't,
he can technically shoot it because any I think it's just no. Actually, hold on. Let me look into it, but I don't think so. End my turn.
He doesn't have any weapon proficiencies.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Because I don't need my crossbow anymore now that I can firebolt.
Alright, so this is my elite guards up on the top. Let me check the range on who can I even attack. Also check line of sight. Well, if I was shooting at you guys, I could shoot you guys, but...
Already an undead on the inside.
Just check from vision from here. No? Are you sure about that? There we are. Gotta stand them on top of the ramparts. Alright, I'm just gonna go heading on the east side with this guy. These guys with the buffs. Attack twice.
Team Lairs, let's go.
I have 4 of these guys. They have a plus with the bonuses from the captain. They have a 95% hit rate, so I need to roll a natural 1 to miss on any of these. So what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4 zombies here. Let me move the other guys into position first. Some of these are not going to be on the same side. And this guy is down on the lower portion. There's a tree in the way. This guy doesn't actually have line of sight, so I can't do it on this guy. So that's a total of 6 attacks with 90% hit rating. So what I'm gonna do is roll a D100 for a percentage dice. 72. Okay, so all of them hit. Total of 6 attacks. I do need to roll damage differently though. That one can't be averaged as easily. Well, it can be actually. This can be per person, so 2d10s per crossbow bolt. Averaged out to 7 plus, that's going to be averaging out to plus their dex. And the bonus from the captain. 7, 5, that's a 13 damage across the board. Six attacks, so it's 25, that's 4. This guy does not have line of sight. 2 more to this, so this zombie's dead, and this zombie's dead. Alright, that's all the captains. Avatar of Horus.
Okay, cool. Let's see. I'm gonna move him about here. Let's see. I just want to confirm. Now, question. Dumb question, but like, he has flight and movement speed. Is that if hypothetically if I were to cast fly, would that
The
be
movement
separate?
speed is his walking speed, the fly speed is if he's flying.
But like, if I use all my movement speed, do I then have all my flight speed if I cast that spell, or is it I used all my movement? It's like, is it like
If you're using the
weird...
fly spell, that's different than his actual natural fly speed, so...
Oh, so he can fly.
He can fly naturally. He can also cast fly.
Oh. Okay. And you
He's
said
got
he can
wings,
take...
dude.
All right. So.
Just be aware, Laszlo is not in your radius anymore.
Do I lose the temp HP?
No, the temp HP doesn't go away just because you lose it, but everything else from the Aura Fortress is going to be not available unless you're in the Aura.
He can fly, but...
Hey, fly now?
But the movement, like, his natural movement is, like, proportional. It's not like, oh, 50 feet of movement and then X amount of flying speed, right?
No, you probably want to pick between the higher of the two, I'd probably imagine.
Yeah.
But...
For the... Alright. He's gonna lean down, tap Kalos on the shoulder, cast fly on him. So yeah, Kalos can fly now, as long as I'm still concentrating.
I look at the big guy, give him a nod.
And then I am going to
Squiddy's
hold... So he can attack, and it's a spell, so I'm gonna hold...
You can do 4 attacks now, yeah.
Well, no one's in range for melee attacks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold one of the sweeping attacks for that, and that'll be... Yep, that'll be the Avatar's turn.
Is that... How do they pronounce it? Ong? In the fucking M. Night Shyamalan one?
Oh.
Alright, so, average for my soldiers. They have a +7 to hit.
I'm going to run to the bathroom before.
So then I need to roll a 2 or below, so that's a 90% hit rate. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So percentage dice. Actually, no, wait, not that. Ignore this. You know what? We can just do this. Just roll 16 of these fuckers. See how many of them are 2 or below. None of them. Wow, I hit on every single one of them, and no crits. All right. Well, I'm DM, so I can't crit. So these guys can't crit either. But let's see all the zombies that are within range. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. The only thing I will average is their damage. Because it's easier that way. Terrible roll. 6 plus... No, they're not buffed by the captain. These are different guys. So this is only 10 each. So 10 to this guy, so I can just go down the line. So that was all of those. How many dice did I roll again? Eight instances of damage. So, 10 each. So this guy's actually still alive. On the first two, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Zen already weakened this guy, so it's 7, 8. Okay, so all of those guys are dead. And we pass it over to the zombies. Hello, zombies.
Back just in time.
They advance. Slowly. But there's a lot of them. Varys, I'm just gonna put you into a pile there so that you're squared away. 9, 10. 1, 2. As I'm moving all these zombies, now is probably the best time for me to tell you about our sponsor today.
Jeff?
Some funeral home.
This great combat is brought to you by the great necromancer of whatever his name is.
It's Nagash.
Nigel Gash. Funeral services.
Brought to you by the Tomb Kangs.
Burning soon.
We're back. Returning at an undisclosed time.
Alright, I'm trying to figure out how to do a cone here. Like, what's the... Actually, let me double check the measurement of this.
First one.
15-foot cone. Melee attack. Melee range.
All cones are 45 degrees.
Okay, cool. Just minimize that. Oop. Okay, let's reset
I think you
that.
can scroll wheel with it, Alec, to increase the value.
I'm just resetting it. Alright.
And once you've determined the distance, yeah, if you scroll wheel, I think it increases it.
45 degrees.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, it's a 15-foot cone, so... But yeah, then it's... Alright, I'll make the one attack roll against this zombie. And that is a... 2 plus... sorry, I'm making sure I don't get this math wrong. Oh, 17 to hit. Alright. And 66 plus 10. Okay. You know, I'm gonna roll the avatars on the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of bonuses on it.
That is a hit.
My zombie.
Alright.
We got him, boys.
Let's see.
Is it a creature? It's
34 damage on that one zombie in the.
He had 3 HP left.
Fuck that guy.
He doesn't even have to make the con save or be stunned. He's just fucking dead.
Vaporized.
The avatar raises its great Kopesh that is probably about 9 meters long and swings down on this creature, cleaving it so hard in half that it shatters some of the rubble and stone flooring beneath it.
9 meters?
Sorry, not 9 meters. 9 feet or 3 meters.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's like...
I was trying to be metric, but then my imperial brain...
Your dumb brain. Yeah. Nah, I kid.
We measure things in proportion to this one dead guy's feet.
Wow.
And I think inches is based off of one of the segments of your fingers. I'm not even joking.
Wait.
Oh, Bear's kind of surrounded there. I just realized. Oh shit.
Don't worry, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm fine. Yeah, you got to teleport anyway.
Nightcrawler, remember?
I'm the night.
You mean
The cloak.
Oh,
The cloak is what you are. You're the
Dusk.
cloak.
Dusk.
Dusk dude. Hey,
Alright,
guys.
that's 5. Can I move this diagonal for 6 or no?
you cannot move diagonals for it's only
Okay.
for reach.
Alright.
I do wish they had like an octagon setting like they had in Tailspire.
Think how that would.
It would ruin building.
Yeah, all the bull. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't really. We only used it for like half. Like at the end, we stopped using it. I think if I.
But guys, don't you want to be surrounded on 8 sides?
No.
No.
Adam.
Stop it, Adam.
It also
No
makes
gift.
it so that the pincer formation needs to be a bit more precise, though.
You already got a TPK. Stop it.
I don't know what you're
Was
talking
the big
about.
worm
What was
not
that?
enough?
It was a TPK, the
I'm
TP
gonna
canal.
attempt to firebolt that purple one.
Alright. Well, make your
Racist
attempt.
firebolt.
And you succeed.
Flying man.
16.
Hits.
Get him.
I need you to roll damage. And if you can defeat it, well, that's
Good.
one
job.
zombie down.
We did it. We won the battle.
That's the zombie.
We did it.
Or take the zombies in Dead Rising, the one that has the fucking bee in its head.
10
Oh.
damage.
Sorry, how much?
Yeah, I deal 10 damage.
Alright, well, that's lethal. So Zeris has a way out. That's walking, not teleporting, I guess.
And I end my turn.
We're back to the guard captain. His large Loxodon body begins to emerge, and he's going to find a location to fight. There's many fronts to be seen, but most likely he's going to want to be next to the giant avatar, so let's move him up. Did need to sprint here, but that was all 12 squares that I can go up. No bonus actions available, unfortunately, and I'm gonna go with the human spellcaster next. Did anyone get in his fucking range for the stupid-ass divine magic shit? Hold on, let me check.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, I could have fucking flared this zombie. Hold on. I can flare this one zombie.
Do it.
Oh, dude, look at the end of the circle. It's like
This-
flaring. It's like waving a little bit.
The zombies succeeded.
Oh no!
Dude, this
You-
priest
He's
just
got the Varus
doesn't have the gods.
He's got to fucking
favor.
retire after
Well,
this.
it's his
He's,
actual turn now, so that was his held action because that zombie walked into range of his sacred flame. But now he can do it again on his turn. The zombie needs to make a saving throw, and it didn't succeed this time. So sacred flame at his level is 3d8s. Take this, zombie. You don't belong in this world. A hefty amount of damage goes towards that zombie. It engulfs in a bright whitish yellow flame. Not dead yet, but to Zen's eyes, that is basically a walking meat puppet that can be easily dispatched with a single blow of his mighty whatever he chooses to hit it with, because it's his turn now.
His beard.
We've
Beard,
already
that
discussed
motherfucker.
that his beard has the same properties as Mage Hand, so cannot make attack rolls.
Oh.
His beard is an artifact, okay? Yeah.
Okay, fine. You know what?
Tier of power is an artifact level. My D6! No!
When you get,
I
that's a
was
level.
muted.
That's his capstone. That's his level 20.
I
He gets
rolled
a
15 to hit that one
Yes, that hits. I
with
require.
8 damage.
Unfortunately, you left it with 1 HP.
Oh!
I'm doing the math here, and I'm
Pat,
pretty sure 9 minus 1 is 8.
Follow-up attack is a 12.
That hits. I don't think you need to roll damage.
I
Do
did
it.
anyway,
Okay.
but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just that.
Is anything in range?
These guys are facing the wrong way again. Hold on.
40. I could walk forward a bit. 1, 2, 3. I think that's in range now, right? Yes, it is. Attack that one. This is my offhand attack.
No disadvantage.
Yep, 19.
Hits.
And then the damage was a 5.
Damage is damage,
I
even
move
if it
forward
doesn't kill.
3, and I'm going to move back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
More hit-and-run tactics from the old man Zen. He runs forward, shoots a couple of zombies, then ducks back towards the Horus Avatar.
5.
The bees are taking the vanguard?
Yes.
Amazing.
Because
Varys.
with this temp... Do the bees get the temp HP?
They were in it when...
Okay,
It
so
started,
they have
so-
more than their base HP now.
Hey man.
Temp HB,
Alright.
if you will.
HB, yep.
I know what I'm gonna do. I just have to figure out the order. Do it.
There's a zombie in front of you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go out on a lot. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, can I get my guy? From here, I lose line of sight on some of these zombies that are closer to the building.
Well, let's place you there and right-click. You lose line of sight on everyone directly beneath this balcony.
Alright, so what I would have done then, judging by that, I would have... Alright.
And somehow also these guys.
I would have used my armor's ability to basically fly up. Well, before that, I would use my bonus action on this dwarf zombie, I think. I think I still got sight on him. To kind of do some extra damage on him. I'm going to fly upwards and teleport at the same time, so I end up on this ledge. Attack. That is a hit. Let me pick the right dice. So that is not a terrible roll. 25 force damage on that zombie.
He's dead.
Okay. Cool. I have line on sight on zombies. Period. Right from this angle, it's not.
The only ones you don't have line of sight are the ones directly underneath you. So the green one and that lady zombie.
Oh, the green one.
Oddly
okay.
enough, you also don't have line of sight on this whole row of zombies here for some reason.
Those.
Yeah.
That's weird. All right. So I'm gonna let loose on.
I think it's
So
the
next-
banisters breaking line of sight somehow.
Yeah. Okay. So my next arrow is gonna go for this zombie with the sword and shield that's closest to Kalos. So that attack's gonna hit him. And as I do that,
If you guys want to, you can use the attack thingy to designate who you want to attack. Look, use the little magic missile thing.
Oh, that's cool. I'll remember that. All right. So yeah, attack on him. Let me find the dice. That hits. That'll be math 12 damage.
These slightly armored zombies have a bit more oomph to them and can take a decent hit.
Okay.
They are kind of dressed like some of the city guards, as if they have fallen to the undead horde.
Let me just make sure. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay. Good. All right, and I will target. Do I have? Other than those guys under the banister, are there any particular zombies I don't have line of sight on?
The ones on the southeast side of the building, you cannot see from there.
How about? How do you do that? You right click. This guy. Can I see this guy?
From there, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. One more attack roll. Oop.
It's gonna put a yellow underneath your base for your Hunter's Mark concentration.
Yeah. So
This
that
guy does not
hits.
have marked though, so.
Yeah. 16 damage on that guy.
Okay. These are the regular civvy zombies, not as tough, but still
nice.
standing.
And I'll use my teleportation. I'll end up here, and I'm gonna go to about here. And that'll be my turn. Actually, that's fine.
There's clips around the area, shooting zombies with a fervent frenzy, until eventually he lands on top of this nice building here. Passing it over to Laszlo, who jumps directly into the fray of zombies. Balls deep.
So that's 10 squares. Is that reach? So I got a whip now. Am I able to hit that one, or do I need to move one more?
Oh wait, this zombie's not centered, hold on. You need one more.
Okay, I do that. I'm gonna whip a bitch.
Alright.
Okay.
Just because it's a
Wait.
female zombie, alright.
Yeah. With a booming blade. So I'll just do the damage for that. So the normal damage for the whip first. So 9 damage, and then the booming blade 2d8. Oh, hold on, I need to refresh the thing. It didn't. My plugin broke.
We'll plug it back in.
And then so 16 extra damage. 16. So 16 total, and then I'm going to hit it again with a whip.
It explodes with booming blade energy. That was already weakened by one of the guards.
Okay, I'm going to move 5 feet so that I can hit this other one, and I'm just going to whip at one. 13 to hit.
It's
2 damage. 8 points of damage, and then I'm going to move back squares, and that is my turn.
Laszlo's whipping zombies on the east side. Talos and everyone else in his proximity. The zombies are beginning to pour in.
Seeing how I'm able to fly now, and my engines are rolling over here, and I'm going to whop them. Hold on. What's that number? Tell them what that number is.
20.
Okay, I got a natural 20.
Wow, you just had to have the kids say that, huh?
She's got a sheet, let's say 20.
You gotta roll 2 of those.
Say the line, Bart.
Okay,
I
so
knew it.
8 plus 8 is what?
16.
Tell them.
Did you whisper the answer?
16.
I heard
No. So he takes 16 points of damage, the first guy.
Okay, he's not dead. Despite the crit going through.
Wait, hold on. I didn't add my bonuses. Fuck, my bad. 16.
Too busy trying to do math.
Yeah.
Taking the time to
math.
You know, I know the best part. Taking time
16.
to teach math, but no qualms about cursing right in front of the kid too.
Yeah,
so.
fuck yeah, I don't go fuck. 29 points of damage for that guy, actually.
Alright, jeez, man, calm down.
He said it like 5 times in a rapid succession in response to Alex.
Bitch, shit, fuck, tits.
Oh my lord, my
I'm still
ears.
able to swing one more, so I'll move in front. Hey, I need you again.
I need you.
Can I just play Call of Duty?
No, you gotta. No team deathmatch unless you get another net 20. Henry's farming them.
Every nat 20 is a game of Call of Duty you can play.
Yeah. Dude, that's payment.
Hopefully just
That's
never roll
annoying.
that 20.
What's that?
Ooh, corrected. Because there's a little dot on the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to her. So to hit, that's going to be
I'm gonna take the kid's side on this one.
24 to hit.
Yeah, it's a zombie.
Okay, and then 17 damage.
Not dead.
Okay. Creos, I think is
Those green ones are built different. I'm just saying.
You got something going on. You got some of that Hulk milk.
Oh, yeah, right there.
That horrible thing that Andrew showed us.
I'll bonus action tell him to dash and come to me. So yeah, I'm good.
Protein powder names are like RGBs for gamer shit. It's just kind of
Exactly.
like
Just give it the most heinous name possible.
we name things retarded and then we stick fucking glowing lights all over everything.
Didn't know GPU started getting those names too, right?
Are you fucking serious?
The
Yeah,
XT Jimmy John.
Let me see if I can find the Gamers Nexus video.
Pat, have you bought the Hulk's milk?
No, I have not
GPU?
bought
Like-
Hulk milk. I bought
I need my 4060 to say like Ultra Murderer on it.
Killer
And
of
have
Peep.
Fucking green lights.
Yeah.
I can't just buy a graphics card
What?
because it makes things
It's in
look
there.
pretty.
How else will they know you're a gamer, Andrew?
Any ones in here? No ones.
Give it up for number 1.
No ones. There's a 20 in there, but can't crit on NPCs because I'm the dim. So let's see. All of those hit. Let me average out the damage. Pretty good. That's 17 points per. So let me go down the line. I'm gonna start with these zombies here. 17, so it needs 2 out of the 4 to kill this guy. This one's fresh, so another 2 to kill this one. Alright, Avatar of Horus.
Okay. I think I asked this, but just so I'll actually remember it this time. Radiant Burst replaces all actions,
Yes.
Yes.
but it is once. I can do it once per turn. It's not
Yep.
like one. and
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's enough enemies clustered around you, it can theoretically out DPS 5 Kopesh attacks.
I am
Full
gonna.
Kopesh, yeah.
I do have enough movement to move here, and yeah. Let me just double check the stats on that.
Let me just double check how much I fucked them up.
Creature's immune.
Radiant Burst.
But yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna use my toy. I think it's just these 4 immediate zombies. I'll double check.
Let's check the 20-foot radius. Kronk's playing a gotcha game.
That is. Wait, 4. So yeah, those 4.
Yep. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those need to make a saving throw. They're not particularly good.
Generate radiant field. It doesn't say anything about a saving throw. Let me double check Dan's version.
Maybe on the
too.
other one.
Radiant burst. Avatar of Horus bursts outwards, 20-foot radius, deals 8 allied. No, it doesn't mention.
Oh wait,
a
no,
saving
yeah, no.
throw.
This is one of those things that's just, hey, fuck you. There's no saving throw.
8d10. Let's just do it.
Oh damn, dude.
49 damage.
Dead. Dead, 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 dead.
Found a video of my son.
You know what I'm gonna do when I end the not on one of my turns, or I'm not. I'm just gonna leave this up unless I need the tool. So this will be 60 feet, right?
12 squares.
Yeah, I'm just gonna measure that exactly. Oop, nope. Let me click it. All right, that's the radius for his aura, for reference until I need to start planning my turn. So.
Good idea.
Okey-dokey. Who's next? It's my NPCs. I have 8 of them.
A lot.
So let me roll 16 d20s and look for any ones. Because that's what I need. Law of probability says that none of these miss. Wow.
Dude, that volley is just like holy shit.
It's like it's what the Persians did when they like fired against the 300.
So none of them miss. Let me roll average damage.
Block out the sun.
Damn, that's a good roll.
Move it up.
Average damage per person is going to be, what was that, 18 plus 6 is 24.
Give it up for the hours in the day.
Unfortunately, the zombies have 25 HP, so I need to use 2 hits per zombie.
Oh,
So
you
that's
whittle out some, right?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, they died around me. Hell yeah.
5, 6.
There is one underneath, but with a little hat on.
He's hiding.
The hat made him look like a floor tile.
5, 6, and this is gonna be 7. And this one is left with 1 HP exactly. Alright. Skip
Oh,
through
well,
my
there's one
NPCs.
on the right, on the corner.
I have marked it in front of Kalos.
Ah, okay.
Okay, now it's all the zombies' turn. Oh boy. Some of them are getting dangerously close to attacking someone. Kinda.
Technically.
What does the big radiant orb do?
That's
That's the aura of the fortress. So if you check the link that I put of the image reference, it gives you.
I think the
when
last
you-
text
yeah.
box on the right.
The last far, yeah, it will say when you're within it is what you have. So if you haven't done already, you get 62 HP temp when it appeared. But you also have all that stuff. Advantage on magical effects, non-magical resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. Death save advantage. Yeah, you get some good stuff. I think you're immune to fear already, so.
Yeah. So, since I was in his radius when he spawned, I get the 60 HP even if
You
I
get
move
62,
out of it.
yeah, 62 HP once it
Okay.
appeared. So I'm out of it, I still have it, so.
Alright, I'm probably going to stick with all our guardsmen here just because my aura can really help them not fucking die on us.
Zombies.
Actually, I'm trying to think, the most ideal spot for me.
I mean, you've got to weigh it up as well. Like, is the avatar a better aura than your aura? Does that free you up to do other stuff?
Oh no, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, like, in the event that something happens, like,
Yeah. Or if
These-
or it goes more forward, yeah, I get it.
yeah, because these guys are like 8 attacks.
Yeah.
We have options. It's still very early.
So Andrew,
Mhm.
there weren't that many. So, for example, there was one GPU called the Midnight Kaleidoscope,
Oh my fucking.
I thought it was gonna be called the Midnight Comb or something.
and then another one called the Night Baron.
Love it. That's kind of bad. That's a really bad. I don't know.
I
Yeah.
believe I've moved all my zombies, so the ones that are able to attack, let me see. 2 of them can attack Kalos. I know you're surrounded by more than 2, but they had to sprint to get there. So only 2 of them against Kalos. The first one is going to be using the disadvantage from your shield defender guy,
Yes.
and then the rest of them are straight.
Yes.
The ones that are attacking don't have pincer, because they're the ones at your immediate front and diagonal, so those are not pincered. So, first one at disadvantage. 15 and 11, so 11 plus 5 is 16 to hit.
Wait, shit, Kalos is in that spot.
That's a miss.
I'm sorry, that's a miss. I'm sorry, I'm pushed to talk right now.
The next one is a 14 plus. That is 19 to hit.
Miss.
Miss.
The other zombie that could go is all these around.
There's 2 around me
Laszlo.
as well. Yeah.
No, well, one of them had to sprint, so it's only going to be 1.
Okay. They roll at disadvantage, and it's 21 AC to hit.
15 and a 2, so that's 1 miss. And I do have a couple that can attack the Horus Avatar.
Get
ready,
away from
Alan.
him!
Oh boy.
I'm gonna attack.
okay.
24
no, I was
AC.
gonna-
Yeah.
24 AC. He's
Yeah.
immune. Do they have magical bludgeoning damage, or are they just mundane bludgeoning
They're
damage?
regular bludgeoning damage.
Let's roll. I want to. We can roll. Anyway. Roll
I
anyway. I want to see how
just
many
want
of
to
hit.
see the numbers. So, the first one to hit is a 9 plus 5 for 14 to hit. The second one is a 16 plus 5 for 21 to
He's
hit.
getting close.
Still misses.
I'm
He's
getting
getting
close.
close.
I'm creeping up. I think I
I
do
th-
need
I-
a nat 20, I think.
Yeah.
Even then, he has immunity to.
He has immunity to these
immune to
regular
it, yeah.
attacks.
I'm gonna,
so-
it's
Shut
the
up,
emotion-
shut up,
it's-
Dan. I wanted to see
it's
the numbers.
It's
Dan,
the
I'm
emotional damage, all right.
The image of him, he looks disgusted. Like he's like, "Oh, you're trying to attack me!" Like,
How dare you?
yeah, he's like recoiling in disgust.
And last but not least is Dauntless.
Oh,
'Cause you're
okay.
Dead
Kalos is being-
last in turn order.
My niece is like, can they hurry up so I can roll the dice again?
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm just,
Ooh,
I'm
cool
not
down.
saying
cool
anything.
down,
I'm just
Andrew.
She
letting
can
you
roll
guys
the
know.
dice without even needing to be her turn though. And it's her
Alright.
turn now. It's not even Henry's turn. It's her turn. You lost all your privileges.
Alright, Kalos is being punched.
Henry, you're just a mouthpiece now, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Snowball Swarm.
Is that from the ice cycle?
Yep. Trying to get as many zombies as I can. That hits all 4 of them. Now, the last time I cast something from this wand, this says Dex saving throw. I assume that the last time we looked this up, it did not list on the wand itself what the spell save is. So the spell save DC is 16.
Rolling dice on the board. I got 1 success in there.
Okay. Let me just check the spell real quick. All right. Half as much on that success. So they take 3d6s. Let me roll 3d6s.
No. Let Henry's niece do it.
Just roll everything. I'm gonna have
Hold
painful
on,
hands.
guys. I'll just tell her to roll it.
I think if you genuinely
All right.
enforce that, Andrew would like twitch a little bit. 'cause he has
Nice
all
and
his dice.
easy. 12 damage. So 2 of them receive 12, 1 of them receives 6. And it's cold damage. Let me see if there's anything else.
19 on this one.
Is it a concentration or is it just like a one time?
5,
Nope, just a one-off.
12, so 13. Wait, that's
So
the
one
wrong
of
guy.
Or I'm sorry, one of those takes 6. The other 3 take 12.
19, that's 12, so that one's dead.
Hey.
This one is at 6. No, wait. It's 7. This one is fresh, so he's at 13.
Precious.
Well, you're, refrigerating him. Alright. That's the end of round 2. So much has happened already, but we're not done. Before we go to the next combat initiative, this is the beginning of round 3. At the beginning of round 3, you can see something descending. It is a series of flaming skulls that are coming to blow shit up. I have found a neat way of deploying them, and I'm going to essentially split this area into quadrants using the boxes.
Deploy the skulls.
So I'm going to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these things. So that's 5 skulls come down. And how many per quadrant? Multiple on quadrant 6 and 2 and 5.
Quadrant 6, not like
What the hell's that mean?
We're all gonna die.
Let's see. Quadrant 6 is
Give it up.
bombarded 3 times.
Where is that? Not the horse.
Oh no!
Well, if it's not necrotic damage, he'll get some HP back.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's just the Horus guy.
And
Oh,
it
it has a zombie in it.
Wait, if Furion has advantage and saving throws again, is this considered a spell?
It's considered Fireball.
Just, okay.
The spell.
Alright, so he does have advantage.
advantage on saving throws. Yeah.
So you need to make 3 of those. This zombie's not gonna live, period, so.
Zombie's fucked, guys.
Let's do it like this. Alright. Roll number 1. 18 on the first one.
That saves.
Okay.
There's 2 more.
Take these- Okay. Let's just remove these. Okay. Uh, 19 on the second one.
That's another.
Okay. Now I can't pick these back up and roll. I gotta remove them. Okay, that's fine. And then 17 on this one.
All 3 saves, so he takes half damage from this. It is fire damage from a fireball spell.
He's not immune to that, but it's half. Okay.
So if it's from 3 different sources of fireball, that's 8d6 times 3, so that's 24 d6s.
Oh boy.
Click this a bunch. Deploy. 83 cut in half is going to be 42 points of fire damage.
So technically, if he doesn't get hit by necrotic, next round he'll have only
20.
done 12 damage total, so he's got 20 back.
Well, that was quadrant 6. Now I need quadrant 2 and 5.
It's 42, right?
Yeah, 42 fire damage.
Alright, let me do that math on my calculator because I don't want to do it. Minus.
Where's quadrant 2 and 5?
Quadrant 2 is here. That's Zen, the bees, 2 zombies, and the captain of the Horus.
He's like
priest.
chilling. Yeah.
He automatically fails because he's unconscious. And then quadrant 5 is going to be just above the Horus one, which is going to be here. I don't think anyone's actually in there.
What is happening? I just got back.
getting
Fireball.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you
from
got
the
the
sky?
dex thing because you're a monk. So
So let's see. I
The
need.
priest on the floor doesn't know,
Yeah,
Andrew.
he automatically fails. So let me
He's
get.
everywhere awake. He's like, oh, good for you, Zen. Good for you, weird
clapped.
old man.
you give it a thumbs up and a smile.
Alright, so this is the damage. I'll just put that out there so it's available. For the fails, it's 23, so I need the zombie, the bees, Zen, and the captain automatically fails. Oh, he's already damaged. Okay, well. He's down to 25 HP left.
I rolled a 19.
So you succeed and you mitigate all the damage because it is a dexterity saving throw. The bees need to also do that, and this one zombie as well. The zombie actually succeeded.
Wow.
So he only takes...
The bees have rolled a 10.
You take the full 23 on the bees, tapping into that temp HP, don't worry.
Root bear, root bear.
And that was Quadrant 2. No one's in Quadrant 5. Varus is technically close to it, but he's basically one tile out. So...
How much damage was it, Adam?
23 points on a failure. That was all of the flaming skulls, and the man of the hour himself has shown his face. On his flaming horse that shoots out skeletal burning heads, the necromancer is joining Smash Bros.
The N-word.
Oh, God.
He's got a big microphone and says it. It's like, whoa.
Attention, everyone.
What up?
Hard R.
He's like, whoa! Way to make an entrance, please.
Let me just find... I don't suppose they have a nightmare horse, but maybe they just have a regular horse.
I can't check.
I'll use this
they
fucking Barghest.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Enable flying. Raise him up. 20 tiles. 20.0. There we are. He's not here to join the initiative just yet, but he is here just to taunt you guys.
I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he's still working on that gum.
Alright, so the captain of the city guard is the Minotaur, so let's see what he can do. The Avatar of Horus is quite a commendable foe, well, if he was on the opposite end. But it looks like the regular guy probably needs more help. He's going to use one of his combat maneuvers. He's going to shout at Kalos. If you would like to, you may burn your reaction to move up to half of your movement speed in any direction, not taking any attacks of opportunity.
Hey, you get the let out.
Remember this?
There's the...
Don't, he's a
Dan.
Minotaur, he's a Minotaur.
Dan, you remember this?
It's good. Back in spirit.
Yes, I'm gonna do that. Can you just move me half of my movement speed?
Up to half of your movement speed, yeah.
So I'm just gonna go. If you can just put me next to him.
Oh, you got more because you got your reserve thing, right?
Yeah.
And your Necreos, so it's 20 feet more, so it's a lot of movement.
And then, yeah, if you could just turn me, and then I'm fabulous.
Alright, let's see. Human Spellcaster. Line of sight says I can attack this zombie, who's very weak, and if they don't succeed on this saving throw, they're going to burst radiantly. Haha! They failed, so that's 3d8s. "17 points of damage. Pretty good. This zombie is dead." That was his Sacred Flame. Now it's Zen's turn.
After I don't know how I dodged a fireball as an AoE, but I did.
I don't know. Don't question it, Pat. He's got this.
I believe I'm still in range.
When in doubt, just say monk shit.
Alright, my beard did it.
Yep.
My beard did it.
Actually, a
please.
little slightly. We're gonna move forward 3, and as always, start blasting. Because why get near them? First roll, 15.
15 hits on this guy
Dwarf
here.
is the closest.
He is not damaged yet, but he's going to be.
First roll was a 12 damage.
12 damage, alright.
Second attack was 18, which is higher.
Well, yep. That's a
And I
number.
rolled 10 damage.
He's low, but not dead.
And now the offhand attack, so less bonuses. And I rolled a 20.
Well, you don't have to put it on the same guy if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'll go to one behind him for a 20.
Dead
I'll just
damage.
roll double dice. 5 and a 5, so 10, 12 damage on that one.
Alright, this one was fresh and is now damaged.
Now the bees get to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, what's their bonus to hit? 7. I rolled 25.
Jesus, yes.
In between a rock and a zen place.
That's your challenge, Andrew. The recap will be B.
12 damage to him from the bees.
The bees have killed something. They've drawn blood.
Write that down, right?
Yet
Jot it
again.
down.
As the bees finish off a
These
zombie.
bees are the
I like to
scariest.
imagine instead of attacking, they just ram and shove the bolts further into its body.
Oh, I thought you meant they ram and like headbutt people.
They don't even sting them.
That's scary. What would be scarier though? If like bees stung you to death, or if bees like pummeled you to death?
Well, they do that thing where they just wrap themselves around and vibrate to generate enough heat to
They
fucking...
melt you, heat death, like, yeah.
Death.
That's true.
What was my question gonna be?
Pennsylvania.
That's the answer.
So we said the scaffolding messes with line of sight because of how it's. Let's move.
Yeah, it's the railing.
Oh, there.
It's like at your head level.
Yeah. So does that mess my line of sight with zombies around me?
A lot.
Okay. Are we making that a? Is that just we're writing that off as a quirk of the Tailspire, or is that a?
Hold on. Let's replace
It's not
this
a bug, it's a
scaffolding
feature.
with a piece of wood. Let me use this thing.
It's not a boulder, it's a rock.
Okay.
I wish
now
I had that right now.
Let's check line of sight now that you're standing on top of this railroad platform. Look, you can see everything now. Yeah, it's just a Tailspire thing, because it's, the fucking railing.
I am going to. Let's see. Since I have line of sight, 3 zombies on. So it'll basically be these 3. I'll do the magic missile thing, but I'm gonna attack 3 times. It'll be this guy. If that thing ever works. Well, basically, it's going to be. It's not going to work. Oh, yeah, that one, the one next to it, and the one immediately behind that third one. So I'm going to 3 arrows on them.
Let's check the height advantage. Three. Plus 3.
Okay. Are they still AC 10 though?
Yeah, you need a nat 1 to miss. Or, yeah.
All right. That's a hit.
As you say, it's a possibility.
Zombie number 1 takes what's it called? 11 damage. Basically, yeah, moving.
Okay, next.
Hit. Number 2 takes 13 damage. And the last one takes. That is a 3 plus bonuses. Let's see. No, wait, no. That's my roll. And my damage roll is another 13 on Zombozo number 3.
Alright, that one was exact lethal on that guy, so 1 zombie's dead. The other ones have 2 arrows in them, or 1 arrow respectively.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do. I will. Alright. Next level, I get the hide as a bonus action, but for now, I can't do that. I am gonna hold my position though. Is there anything in range in 90 feet that I could maybe... Here, sorry.
Always attack out of range, too.
Well, no, I've used all my attacks, but I have my bonus action still, so I'm trying to figure out if there's something I could just slap my hunter's mark onto. 90 divided by 5 is what? 7? 6? No.
90 divided by 5 is 18.
18. Well, oh, so I do have. Are there. Do I have line of sight on this? Let's see. I'll mark him. I'll use the magic missile. Do I have line of sight on this dude?
Yes.
All right.
That's a good little trick. I like that.
I will use my hunter's mark, and I'll mark him. But yeah, he's
pink.
He's pink, but I already used my attack, so yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Lasler.
Okay, so I've got one use left of my charge and my glove. So what I want to do is I want to do 2 booming blade whip attacks on the 2 targets closest to me, and depending on which one is still standing, I'd like to stab them and then move away. So that's what I'd like to try.
Well, you need to hit first, friend.
Okay.
There's always a chance that you...
I got a 15 and I got a nat 20 on the other one.
Oh.
So I'll do the nat 21. Can I just do max roll? Like max damage on that?
On a d4, sure.
Oh, no. I'll double it. So that doubles all dice, so if it's a booming blade, base damage is 2d8. So is that just 4 to 20 damage plus 6 on one of them. So that, yeah, one of them takes 26 damage, and I will roll the damage for the other one. So just do Is that one still kicking? Oh, it's gone. I will stab this one regularly with the 15, so that is just 10 damage on that one. And booming blade attack now. Need to roll again. Is a 22 to hit.
It's
So it's normal damage. 9 plus. I do my 2d8. So that's 20 damage total. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Oh no, yeah. This is where I'll end my turn.
You have backup, Kalos.
Okay, got backup. So, Creels will... Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, how's this zombie looking, DM?
Really pretty. Damaged though. Emotionally.
Damage? Okay. I will bonus action. You see Azure go ahead and spark up. I'll go ahead and cast Branding Smite on him. So if you can just change my thing to green because I'm concentrating.
We use yellow for concentration around here.
Hold on.
It'd be a shame if you were...
Is that our last podcast on the left shirt, Andrew?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude.
To hit, it's
I
going to
recognized
be 19 to hit this guy, this lady.
That hits.
Okay.
Lady.
Did you just assume? Jur's gender?
Fish they, fish them, man.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Where the hell did you see fish people? In
No, it's if you're a
Massachusetts.
fisherman. You can't call them fishermen anymore. You're a fisher person.
What?
I know.
Fucking link me the news article that says that shit.
Oh,
Fish for
alright.
them.
The pretty lady takes 19 damage.
Alright, you killed the pretty lady.
Now, pretty lady's dead. I'm gonna go ahead and
Later we can go to outside.
You going outside?
No, she's not allowed to go outside right now. She's my
You
dice
gotta roll
roller.
dice. You can't
No.
leave. So.
Five.
You're
Yes.
a rustle of
Are
a
you trying
chain.
to touch
but-
grass?
4.
Sorry, you gotta play video games inside.
27 to hit, so that definitely hits. Hold on.
The kid ran away with the dice.
Now
back.
I hear the whipping noises.
Okay, there you go, Adam, for you.
She's rolling really low.
Well, don't blame her.
Yeah, Henry, like, I'd be rolling 20s right now if you be honest. Like,
19.
Points of
Thank you.
damage.
thank you.
That one's dead. Tell her she's taking a life.
You say that's don't.
And then that is my action, bonus action, movement, and I will end my turn.
The bugmen.
Bug.
Bugga.
Help me, please.
I'm going to roll dice several times. I'm looking for a natty 1.
Get those two near me.
I got one natural
There
one.
is, there it is. Everywhere
So
else.
one misses. Average damage. I'm gonna have to cut one of these in half because the nat 1. Pretty good. So 18 on the average. So the guys on the ramparts. 1, 2, so it's 18. So 1, 2,
Buckle
kill.
my shoe.
3, 4, kill.
Yeah! These bugbears are getting around to drink some Leslie, I tell you what.
Kill. That's the half. Oh wait, that's 5, 6. And then I need 7 on 1. I guess the only target is the one next to Horus.
Free my boy, Horus.
7, 18. Alright. Bugs done. Avatar of Horus. Big AoE potential.
Alec, hour. Oh my god, Alec. Oh my.
Actually, let me see.
Literally,
Oh my god.
I can't
Alec.
see past all the undead. Look at that!
I
Like
know.
about to just
You got
go
sweeps.
thermonuclear.
I was gonna start
Go.
using the cope. I was gonna use the Kopesh, but
Okay,
considering
do what you want. Do what you want.
You,
No,
you
no,
can
no,
replace
no,
two
no,
of them with
I-
sweeps. You got so much shit to do. Like, oh my god.
actually, let's see one of the sweeps, what they would look like. The sweep is what, 15 feet?
So that's 3 tiles with a 45-degree radius.
But the radiant burst is 20 for radius.
But if you move it and then go to the and then it's radiant burst.
You guys ever play the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer?
I've never played Mass Effect.
I fucking love
I
Have
that.
you ever
played
played,
Mass
okay, have you ever played as a Vanguard?
Yes.
Have you fucking done a Nova build?
Yes.
That's
yes.
what I-
Yeah, this is exactly what that fucking shit is.
I died so much in multiplayer because you should not charge a Banshee.
But it's so worth though.
He has an insta-kill.
Is it like if it's cool though?
It was cool, only if I
Yeah.
could get the actual kill, but sometimes it would just spawn fresh. I was like, oh, Banshee charge! What do you mean it's not dead?
Alright.
Come on, come on.
So, what are you gonna do? You gonna fly up into the middle, burst, and then just...
Yeah, I'm gonna start. I'm
Do
gonna
that
fly,
wanky
burst.
motion.
You've
and
also
fly
got
somewhere.
some.
He's just
that's
gonna
crazy.
fly up, come down, burst, and fly away.
In fact, this
Just like
guaranteed
the
damage is just sick nasty. Like,
There is another creature that has something called an unerring strike. It doesn't even have the hit to hit, it just has the damage.
oh, nice. What, in this game or in Mass
It's
Effect?
a level something. It's a fucking robot. You know the Modrons?
Oh, yeah.
There's,
there's
a,
little, like,
Alright.
there's a
yeah.
super Modron.
It's 8d10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
You
8.
step on him. Jeez.
I'm gonna burst.
You've got
these-
earthquake, fire. You got so much cool shit. Have you looked what earthquake
Yeah,
is?
fire. I'm like these are one. I'm
Earthquake is
keeping
if like,
those-
hey, but which is the Sultan's
Things
favorite
are
house
bad.
that got destroyed as well because he was a dick. Like,
Whoops,
Last
sorry about
bastion
your
of hope.
house.
More like what bastion of
Oh,
hope?
my,
bitch?
my lovely house.
41 damage on all these zombos.
Amazing. I'm just gonna start deleting things because none of them have more than 30 health.
Oh,
All those zombozos are dead.
you know what the work's going to be like next week? Alec's going to be like, I'm not doing that because he's got all the ego of this Horus thing. It's like, I just walk and things die. Andrew, I'm not doing that. I will not give you a coffee.
Alright, I'm gonna fly over here. And
Redeploy the barrier.
I will redeploy the barrier so everyone can see. Just
Not
as a
that I'm in
reference.
it, but
Alright. I gotta inch it. The last. There we go. 12. Okay. Cool. I think that's all for now. Does Horus have any bonus actions?
I didn't
Oddly
put any on
enough,
there,
he
no.
is not very bonus action friendly.
That's what the legendary actions are for.
yeah.
Oh,
So
well.
you got 3 of those.
Each creature. Oh, no one's been close enough for that yet.
Yeah, you just melted them with the thing. Like.
Alright.
Or did you do your regeneration as well?
Oh, I did not. Thank you.
That's why I put them in these little 3 sections. You can like work through it.
Okay.
So 20 HP from. Or is this a next round on from that?
It
I think
starts
it's
at
started each turn as long as I didn't
Yeah.
take next. Go.
Okay, so yeah, he gets 20 back.
Okay. That'll be it.
Look at all those humans I gotta carry into battle. All of them have line of sight on these zombies, at least these 3 in front of Kalos. Let's roll a shit ton of dice. I need a 2 or below to miss. 2 of them miss. Average damage is 12. Alright, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, the other 2 missed. Okay, so those are dead. And last on the list is Dauntless, before we end this round. I think the
What's he
field
been
is
cooking up?
the field is pretty clear.
I'm seeing one green Zombozo in the corner just at the edge.
She's
Just at
looking
the
very
edge of
fabulous.
You know that like
No,
meme
no,
of that
it's the
guy
other-
hiding behind a tree, licking his lips, moving his hands? That, but that zombie.
Well, I'm near enough to the Horus avatar where he'll get a bonus to things. And I'll get a bonus from him. And I have line of sight on that zombie, so I'm going to firebolt it.
Where is your firebolt? Is it an item or a spell you have?
It's a cantrip.
I like to imagine it comes from your mouth.
Which
Just
one are you
10.
shooting?
The one over here. Oh, I can't. Does 10 hit?
10 hits.
That's their AC, yeah.
I still don't know which one you're talking about. Which one are you talking about?
I thought there's only one.
There's
Just
2.
two.
Oh,
Right click and
oh.
target.
Literally a
this one.
necromancer this guy.
Oh, that one. Do the magic missile thing, dude. It's very bright and easy to see.
Yeah, but then I waste my magic missiles.
No, just
No,
not
it's
the
a
the
bell.
targeting
Uh,
thing on Tailspire. See this?
Yeah,
this
you
this
right
thing.
click on the enemy, innit?
That thing.
Oh.
You can also do what's this, attack. Oh, you just headbutt him.
I deal 22 damage.
Alright, that one is incredibly low. It was not hit by the guards, unfortunately, so it still has got a sliver.
And I end my turn.
The guard captain, having yelled at Kalos in a friendly way, nothing's in melee range. But wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there we go. Range check. That's 40 feet, so I'm going to throw this hand axe at disadvantage. Natural 1. Hold on. That's a... Hold on.
I suppose he has the lucky feet, man.
No, he doesn't. But I do have to get out my fumble chart. I haven't used this in a
He's
while.
gonna fucking chop his trunk off or something.
Oh, no.
Or his hand. The
Both
curse.
of his trunks just fall off.
He has two trunks.
Both of his trunks.
Oh, I'm sorry, his
Oh,
two
the
tusks.
trunk in my wearing, guys.
His two tusks just fall off.
You drop to last in the initiative order, but do not act again this turn.
Oh.
Oh, well.
Dang, from
He
top
just-
to
I-
bottom.
he
Fucking
just
spam the.
collapses.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. Just swaps Andrew's not last anymore.
Oh, human spellcaster. I don't know. It's 60 feet for Sacred Flame. I'm going to hold an action for Sacred Flame. Yes.
He's that tapped.
Don't worry about how many spell slots I don't have left.
I understand why he missed his attacks now. The sun was in his eyes. Must have been.
Zen, your side is very
Empty.
clean.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gonna hang it over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, the bees will dash. 3,
They do the
4,
little
5,
like
6.
Looney Tunes.
Alright. Let me just disable this for a second. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
We have a zombie left.
Do I have... that is
I
close
want
enough.
every gun.
Do I have line of sight on my friend over there? Do I need to mark him just...
He's also that mini of a zombie.
It's poetic.
It is.
Mark Hamill, he's
you
going to
do
appear at
have
the
line of
end.
sight on him.
It's-
Alright,
Yeah, right,
he's
so-
in range.
You have
so
a +3 to hit, so you can only miss with a natural 1.
I'm
That'll never
I'm
happen.
Hunter's marking this guy.
Wow.
Wow, he's really going in on him.
Yeah, no.
Insult to injury.
Alright.
It's going to be...
He does
Yeah,
have
Mark Hamill
maximum
seems he's gonna do
HP.
Nice try, kid.
That is a hit.
AKA a 1. And then...
Let's see. 19 on the first hit.
Yes, it hits. And
Ah.
does damage.
Oh, no, 19 damage, sorry.
Oh, okay. No, that's I already calculated. He's got some health left. Can
That's so
you
sad.
overcome your arch nemesis?
This
This
is
guy.
Back. I rolled 17 plus bonuses again, and
Oh no.
that is 21 damage on that on the second.
He has been
Ah,
dispatched.
he's been put back in the timeout. He's going to come back.
All right, I'm gonna hold my position, and yeah, I'm gonna end my turn.
DM.
Kalos is coming next.
I've got my Simwell's Book of Insight. I know that you said that the Necromancer are they visible or are they not on the battle map yet, so they're not accessible
They
to
are
us?
in the background.
Okay, just a question on that before I do something else. Is there a range requirement on that, or is it just as long as I can see them, I can pull a page out as an action? What does it say on the-
You need to be essentially within a normal conversation range. So probably about 30 feet.
It didn't say on the...
Let's just go
on
with
the
30
spell.
feet.
Okay, don't smell any undead around here. I'm going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Actually, I'm going to just stay here, just so I've got a line on things. And I'm going to... What can I do? Not much. Yeah, I can't really do anything, so I'm just going to hold... I'm going to dodge. Take the dodge action.
Kalos, your zone
Actually-
is also clear.
I realized I forgot to roll a concentration check on Kalos's fly a little while ago. It was 24 damage, so let me just roll that real quick. That is straight, right? Because that's not magic damage. Because concentration checks aren't.
Concentration is not technically. Technically it's a Constitution saving throw.
It's charisma, so you get a fatty bonus.
Yeah. Constitution
Plus
is
50,
plus. He's got plus 10 to con saving throws. So.
Could always get.
Legitly
a natural
needs a 1 and a... Wait. Yeah. Needs a...
I need at least
anything
a 2, I think, because I took 24 damage. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, well, seeing how there isn't much to do, and I have to go feed my dice rolling machine. By that I mean my kids.
Henry!
I'm gonna have to step away for a little bit to go get them food. So I'm just gonna go and fly to the barracks over here,
And then hit /AFK.
and then hit /
Go over my side, go over
AFK.
my side. I might be able to save you if shit goes. Yeah. If you got the range, yeah. Or Laz will look after you. If you got the movement to get there, that is.
He's gonna hit /AFK, but bonus action, he will tell Krios to run over to Laszlo and help him out. So he's gonna dash. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
In the event of if we get attacked, what do you want?
In the event I get an attack, just message me on Discord what saving throw, and I'll give you the number. And if you don't mind rolling for me, Dan,
You guys get
What, yeah,
these.
and you just actually, if you just want to write down the saving throw amounts, or I'll just message them to you.
Just ping them, yeah.
Yeah, I'll ping them to you.
Like if you want to do firebolt and stuff like that. Like,
Oh well, no, he's just gonna hit /AFK over here.
are you
in
gonna do the
corner.
dodge action?
Yes, he's just
Yeah.
gonna do the dodge action. I'll
Okay.
throw him back, and then but Krios will be with. Will try to be with you, so he'll try to give you disadvantage. So
Cool.
you'll have
Okay.
control of him. All right, I'll be back in like 20 minutes, and hopefully no one is dead by the time.
Pick me up something from McDonald's.
Okay, what do you want?
Nuggies.
Chicken goo, John.
Alright, so all of the elites on the ramparts don't have any zombies in line of sight. So we're just gonna hold our shots. Avatar of Horus.
Oh, already? Okay.
There is one zombie and it's like back here.
Oh yeah, that's the one that you like fumbled the axe through. Is it worth bringing that all the way forward that, or it's just going to advance anyway?
No, I'm not. So what I think I'm gonna have Horus do. What do I have to do to fly vertically? Is that like?
Hold
Press and hold control.
Yeah. And then scroll, I think.
All right, I'm gonna fly up,
Slowly but surely, he's doing it.
and I think I have enough fly speed that I can stop myself about here. That's less than 8 tiles, right? Yep, just enough. All right. All right, let me do this here. I will set the thing. Let me just see if there's any actions that are worth holding at this moment. A sweep, I guess I'll hold. And yep.
Run
That-
through all the humies. All of them are gonna hold a bolt from their crossbows. Actually, let me just check line of sight. This one does have line of sight, so let me see if I can actually finish off
I'm just
this
out of
zombie.
range.
Three of my guys have line of sight on the zombie. None of them miss. Average damage. What? Ignore this is too many dice. Hold on. It's gonna be 6 plus 4 is 10. That's 3 hits, the zombie's dead. Alright, Daedalus, and then we need to skip the guy coming after him because that's from the fumble.
Them's the breaks, my dude. Are there any zombies left alive?
It's completely clear.
Well then. Let me see. How high up is the Horus dude? Or is he just
he's about-
hovering because it would just push everyone else aside?
He's like 20
No,
feet
he's
in the
fine.
air.
Okay. Ooh.
He also forgot to add his HP again, so I'm gonna do that.
Now, do we regenerate HP from him or just the temporary?
He does. He does. Only him. That temp HP is a one-time use, so once it's done, it's like you have that, and then that's your lot.
Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. I was there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You'd basically need to be right under him to give him the your boost.
No, I know, but I'm trying to get like player characters in this, so I may as well help Rios on the off chance some shit goes wrong. And then probably save that. Just in case. I'll end my turn. I can't. Or I'll take the dodge action. End my turn.
Okay, we're gonna skip over the Minotaur because he fumbled his thing. So I'm going to propose an idea. This is the beginning of the next round, and something is going to happen. Don't worry, there's gonna be enemies to fight. But do you want to take our break now so that we can kind of stall for Henry?
Sure.
Not opposed.
I'm not opposed to it.
That sounds good.
All right. 12:45
Sure. Yeah.
our
Yep.
time,
Yeah.
east
Yeah.
east side. All right.
Cool.
Nope.
We'll be back.
It's like, I have no idea. I feel like we would be a better world if everyone responded to answers like this. Like this.
What's the context?
Fucking, some guy asks, now this is a stupid question to be fair. What is the highest protein, lowest calorie fast food you can choose?
I think I know the answer to this one.
Well, what? No, you would think that, but then some guy responds, I don't know, I haven't begun cutting yet, so I haven't looked into it, sorry. I should really look into it, though.
Hulk milk.
Like, and then some guy responds, why did you even respond? You typed the whole captcha and everything.
It's just an air comment of just nothingness.
Some people have impulse control, so there's
Or lack of.
yeah.
I guess, but how many fucking pictures of stairs do you have to click on before you're like, wait a minute, I'm retarded and this is a waste of a post?
Are we live?
Yeah.
I hope that the audio is off. It
No,
may not be. Sometimes it hasn't been.
Now that I see the little bar going up.
Like, I don't know.
Andrew just got canceled.
He said the R word. Hard R.
I need to go grab my food in like a couple of minutes, but I'll be here for the top of the road. I need to do anything. Is Henry back?
His thing
He's
is
unmuted.
muted. Maybe he just turned his
Henry.
mic off.
If I drive
if it-
over to his house, that means his mic is open. Oh, he's at push to talk shit. I was just gonna say he can just yell in his window.
Wee wee wee. Well, if we're waiting for him anyway, I'm just gonna grab my food and then, if that's okay, unless you want me to stay.
It's not okay. Well, I can't
Well-
stop you. Physically, at least.
I was gonna say I'm right with you, Dan. I'm not in the sphere either. I moved it, but then accidentally, it is touching the very rim of my base.
Well, I'm out of it, so fine.
I don't know if that counts. I forget what our.
Oh, the corners. That's a corner in there. I don't know. It's Adam's cool.
What?
If Varys was within the Horus
Is Varys within the Horus?
Avatar's range of their aura of the fortress.
Man,
Yeah, it's
face
touching his base.
transplants are really cool, but I'm not sure how I feel about beard transplants.
But when you get more hairs on, like people want to have like bold recovery in Turkey.
Was that a fucking Fallout ghoul? Oh, no, hold on.
No, it's so this is like face transplants. This is for like people who attempt suicide, and then this is
Oh,
like,
like get acid attacked or like mauled by a
Yeah.
bear or something. Yeah.
But then I've seen lately, or I saw a couple of pictures recently where it's like some guy got a beard transplant because he felt like his not having a beard was affecting his life, and it's like I don't know how I feel about that. I feel
Some
like
people, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I know it's cosmetic surgery, but it just
Not
feels
that
kind of
bad.
wasteful because we have like the super impressive face transplant thing where it's like, okay, dead person donates their face to science, and then we can graft it onto people who have had legitimate reasons to have face transplants, and we're going to use the same technology to give people beards.
I mean, yeah, if it's, I don't know, if it's being used for that, and it could be used for someone else, like, I don't know, money's
Well,
money.
it's
though,
not,
isn't it?
it's not like a one-to-one thing where it's like, well, this beard is being used for someone. It's more like, I don't know. Again, it's like the knowledge. We have this super impressive technology we could use for like amazing things, and it's like, I need a beard.
Alright, I'll grab my food. I'll ponder about the beard while I take it out of the oven. Hold on.
There was one I saw where it's like some guy, they use some Bluetooth technology to give some guy access to his legs again. That's cool.
Headline: Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater was right to bring back a popular voice actor.
Yeah, I think they're bringing back David Hayter, I want to say. But like, there's a reason. Oh my god, there is a legitimate reason they didn't use David Hayter in 5. More so than Kojima's just best friends with celebrities now. But like, it's really
Such
It's
good
a lot
pals
to
with Jack Bauer that he couldn't get him in the booth for more than the one recording session, apparently.
Pat, are you here? Alright, Pat's not here, so there is like a legitimate reason for that. You don't... Hold on, I gotta keep an eye on TeamSpeak. Pat, mute yourself and
Why?
your ears, because I'm talking Metal Gear Solid spoilers with Alec.
Oh, 5?
Yeah. Alright, so you're not actually playing as Snake, you're playing as like some guy. So Snake gets blown up in Ground Zeroes in a helicopter attack, and you're playing as some guy who they did cosmetic surgery to make him look like Snake. So like, in character, there's a pretty good reason why you should not be talking very much, and why they didn't get David Hayter back. Because like, you're literally not him, you're some body double.
Yeah.
That's and it makes perfect sense in story, but like then you know the outside context of like Kojima's just becoming big friends with like big people, and then it's like, oh, this is fucking stupid. So it's like there is a logistical reason for it, but you know what I mean? It's like hard to it's hard to explain. It's just like it's a stupid reason, but at the same time it's also a really good reason.
Top voted review of The Little Mermaid on Letterboxd is, I watched it high and Sebastian was freaking me the fuck out. 2 stars.
Ooh, weed.
I'm gonna send Pat emojis until he unmutes.
You could just type unmute.
I'm waiting for Henry. Where's he back?
What the fuck, scene? What's going on? Fuck you. What is going on? Okay. Fuck yourself. There we go.
Actually, let's keep... Actually, what is the... No, not that. I don't care about that. I care about this. Touch. Flying speed. Alright, 60, which is the same. Cool.
I will also say about the Metal Gear Solid. Actually, I don't want to say this on stream because it'll fuck with Adam's thing.
I'm sure the 2 viewers who are Pat and you,
I'm here.
you're not being counted.
I've got the audio on. Should count me.
Well, what I'm more curious, or what I am curious about with the 3 remake is like, there is a black camo, and I feel like someone's gonna kick up the stink about it.
Oh, what? Like
Put it on
making
your
yourself
face.
dark-skinned?
Yeah, like I'm wondering if that's gonna, because it's like hyper realistic. Is it gonna look, because it looks more realistic? Is it gonna like, are people gonna be upset by it? Or are they gonna change it? I'm kind of curious to see what happens.
I mean,
I
I feel like...
black camouflage that is beneficial.
I feel like
more,
at
but
worst they'll just like, because it's a remake, not just a remaster. It looks like they're just gonna change the shade to make it like green. Like, and if not, then it's like it's camo. Like,
You're gonna cancel Sam Fisher now as well because he wears a black outfit.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, old man, they done took away my black face paint. I'm curious to see what the reaction is going to be, or if they're going to do it. Because
That'll be a reaction. It's quite contextual to the character,
Yeah.
right?
I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just like, I am curious because that's what it looks like. I don't know. I feel like you can't really like call this what it is.
There's a character called Kruger in COD, and he has blackface paint.
Wow,
And he's from Denmark and white.
true. I'm gonna see, what would people be upset with?
Isn't there a part that makes fun of gay people?
Metal Gear Solid 3?
Yeah, wasn't it with the Rykov?
Oh, that's a good... Well, the Rykov thing is like... I actually don't know. That's a good point.
I'm gonna flip this. What do you think people are gonna really like?
I mean, the whole game is great.
Okay.
I was talking to Alec about this the other day. Like, Metal Gear Solid... It's such a waste to remake Metal Gear Solid 3, because 3...
Plays fine.
Well, no, it's more so than that. Metal Gear Solid 1 was rushed, and so, like, there's a lot of backtracking in the latter half of it. Metal Gear Solid 2 was very rushed, and they cut half the content, and then 9/11 happened, so they needed to alter the ending. And so it's like, that has a lot of problems. 3, they had all the time, budget, and, like, people they needed, and it came out great. 4 is shackled to the PS3 and has a lot of issues. And then 5 ran out of money and time, and part of it.
Is that the one with the Patriots, number 4?
Yes. So it's like, of all the ones you could
The
remake,
Patriots.
it's just like, oh man, let's remake the one that came out great and had no issues. Like, oh,
Well,
okay.
I mean, that's kind of a safe bet. If they're rebooting it, then they could be like, oh, we're actually going to do like 1 and 2 now.
Well, that was my other thought, because it's like, are they
Quite a
gonna
smart strat, right?
are they gonna remake them in chronological order, which could be a thing, but that means we're gonna get Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, Peace Walker remake, 5 remake, 1, 2, 4. And so that has its own problems.
5 feels like it's recent enough that it's like what was it, 20 something?
Well, no, 5 is legitimately missing an ending. It just ends. You just kind of stop playing 5.
What year
that
did it
Fountain
come
Pen?
out?
2016, I want to say.
Not even 10 years old yet, so they might skip over that recency bias.
Is that the one with the big
Not
ladder
recency
climb?
not
Or is that
bias,
the-
but like,
is this story thing?
and also they might like stick, like I talked to you about, like the remaster. They might stick to like the numbered and like mainline entry. So skip the Peace Walker, whatever the hell it is,
Well,
to the.
Peace Walker's weird because it was supposed to be 5.
But I think the fact that it wasn't, like some executives say, well, it doesn't count, so we're gonna skip it and then we'll go
Well, it's
to 1, 2, and 4.
Peace Walker also has major story developments that you kind of like.
Does
you
anyone take Metal Gear Solid story seriously though? Isn't it like a joke though?
Like, see, you say that it's one of those cases where the things that happen are inherently silly, but they're treated completely serious in the game. So it's like when the psychic is reading your memory card and telling you that you really like Castlevania, like that's a silly thing that happens, but it's treated as a very serious moment. It's very Metal Gear is weird like that.
Yeah, but like also this is all these years later, and you'd have to. I don't know if they're re-recording all the dialogue, and like it's like, does that text still work? Is it easy? You'd have to like, and there's a lot more games out that it's like.
Yeah, no, I that was just like a given example. Like, there's.
No, they might, because Alec, for when they remastered them, they edited 1 for the PS3.
Oh yeah, they made 1 sillier.
They made it so like when the psychic tries to read your thing, he's like, "What the fuck is a hard drive?"
What is a hentai?
I'm trying to. Oh yeah, that's right. And that's in 4. I forgot about that. But
It'd
like,
be interesting to see
forgot.
the quality of life improvements that they make, given that they've got the new tech with it.
I forgot all the fucking like a lot of. I will say a lot of the silliness in Metal Gear is down to like the little moments, like the snake eating grin. That's fucking.
Let's see, where is this character sheet again? That does that. That does that. That's in my back pocket.
I mean, I just hope for anyone who's playing 3 for the first time that way, it doesn't like they don't fuck it up like they did the GameCube remake. It would suck. Nice day out.
Just message Henry to see like an estimated return time, because it might be a while. He's typing.
We went to Chuck E. Cheese.
Charles, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Wait, did they actually?
Oh, they
I
didn't
don't
go
know.
to Chuck E. Cheese.
Charles, isn't it closed down?
Well, then, I'm trying to think. I think the nearest Chuck E. Cheese is by me in.
There's one on Central Avenue now.
Oh, is there really?
Oh,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
we gotta go there. We got.
No, I just didn't think they opened new locations. Like
I had
thought,
an aunt who like despised Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh
Whatever it
no!
was.
What the rat specifically, Charles?
No, it's weird because like it's not like a bad childhood experience when and then like it carried over to adult. It's just like when we as kids
hate
said we wanted to go to Chuck E.
German.
Cheese, she just had like this visceral reaction and just said no.
No
I
Chuck
can't.
E. Cheese.
No Chuck E. Cheese. It was just,
No.
so like the gag became always was.
Hey, buddy.
I'm back. What did I miss?
We waited. for you.
stalled by taking our break early.
Oh, I appreciate you guys. You guys are so awesome. This is why I love you guys.
We got to eat chicken, so thanks, Henry.
You're welcome.
It would
And
never have
water
eaten
my
chicken
plants.
otherwise.
I would have eaten chicken if it was ham, however. You know. Sick reference.
Do I have any last minute questions?
Dude, using that whip came in clutch. I was watering my plants, so like, that's a good use. of
So,
whip.
did combat end?
No.
No. Okay.
Top of the round happened, pretty much.
We summoned the big guy for nothing, and everyone went home.
I don't need to be here right now. I gotta leave.
Well, it's time to fug things up, gentlemen.
Yeah. Woo!
Is Divine Shield an action to do or
There's an ability.
It does require an action, yeah.
okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind.
You also have the lucky feat as well. I
Yes.
did not accidentally separate that, but it is within Divine Shield.
Yeah. Well, I haven't really done that many single attack rolls, so it's like
Yeah, you also have legendary resistances as well. So.
Yeah.
But they're only 3 a day. Well, they're both 3 a day, so technically you got some pretty good chances to succeed things.
and legendary actions are at the end of someone else's turn,
Yep.
or okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm full. Alright. Let's kick ass and chew bubblegum.
It's time to get back in at the top of the round where we ended last, before everyone went to get their food, if you did or not. I ate a whole ass meal. I think some people did too.
Hey, an ass.
Not
Just...
at time.
You eat ass? Of course I do.
Right.
You got a genie, and that's the first thing you ask. All right. So, getting back into it, with the immediate zombie threat dispatched, with the great deal of it being taken care of by the Avatar of Horus, everything seems to be going your way, as it were. The good guys in this, if you see yourselves as the good guys, have dispatched a large quantity of the zombie horde. And although the city is not quite safe yet, as you can hear the sounds of further undead in the far outskirts of the city and at the edges of the walls, the most immediate vicinity around this prized possession of the necromancer is for some time completely bereft of zombie activity. The exception, of course, being the necromancer himself and his flying steed above. It is barking out flaming skulls to pepper the surfaces of many parts of the city, causing them to fall inwards from the resulting collapsing, screaming skull. At some point, he decides to stop his merriment of destroying the city just for the sake of the raw destruction of it, and turns his attention to the large avatar of Horus, and by proximity, all of you friends. Friends to each other, not so much to the necromancer. In either case, he comes down within shouting distance of a thaumaturgy spell. At the moment that he gets within immediate line of sight and listening, he begins to bark out all sorts of insults, but on top of that, it's as if he's attempting to negotiate once more, judging by his tone of voice. Although the avatar of Horus is quite the sight, he still is very much in favor of getting his prize in that box. And an avatar of Horus is quite an obstacle. As he gets close, I'm going to switch to this filter right here, so let me put the volume up on that so it doesn't get cut off when I speak.
Can you also just put me in the area with all everyone?
It's not your turn yet. We're still
Oh,
in the
okay.
same combat.
Gotcha.
So I have to fly over to me.
Did not break concentration on fly, so I.
Here we are again, little mortals. It seems you found yourself a big, non-mortal friend. In any case, I say you once again, reconsider your petty little actions, and give the book over to me, so that all of this unwarranted destruction can be set aside for the greater good of me getting that book. All in all, the civilians around here whom you are not able to protect directly, their lives, their blood, are essentially on your hands by not giving me that book. If you can call yourselves heroes or whatever, you're doing a very poor job of it, if I might say so. And I highly think of my own opinion. But if that's not enough to sway you towards giving me the book, would you believe me if I said there was a higher being who wants that one as well? And you holding on to it is worse off than me having it?
Is he waiting for a response? Can I call out thaumaturgy?
If you want to use the thaumaturgy, you're going to continue calling it thaumaturgy, aren't you?
It's just my natural inclination as such with smelling the weed the way I do.
What?
What?
Everyone's confused.
I'm stunned IRL.
It just comes naturally. I'm not actively thinking about how to pronounce that word. It is.
The radiator, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I call out using thaumaturgy.
You did it.
See, I have to actually think about saying that.
He can learn. He might be spelled Lee correctly too. Oh god.
I think he's on purpose at this point.
I'm legitimately not.
What?
Alright, humor us then. What is the point of literally all of this?
It's not like he's eating something then. He was. I
He
read
was-
this meal.
He was chewing his. He's chewing
I'm
his
calling all the
words.
carb up on that.
That book that you are so preciously hoarding was in my protection for quite some time. A group of tomb-robbing pirates decided to find my location out in the middle of the Sea of Embrace. They pilfered my tomb and many of the treasures within. Counting amongst those, that container and everything within. Sealed within my tomb, it is the safest it can be from outside eyes. I need to get it back. And you holding on to it is the dumbest thing any mortal can do with that book.
No, he started with an attack. I'm calling bullshit.
Give him the old Varus radar.
Wait.
It's a little dowsing machine that just pings.
But bullshit.
Are you going to
Are we-
bullshit radar?
Technically, are we still technically in combat?
Yeah, we're just gonna hold on to the initiative.
How
It's
far
a
away
cutscene.
is he?
At least,
Well, wait, since it's my turn. Well, no, it's a human spellcaster's turn, right?
yeah, it's the priest of Ra.
Oh,
Well, if Varus isn't going to do the insight check, I would like to.
I'll roll it too. Why not?
I'll also roll it behind
Even though
this
I was,
wall.
I was less. It was less. I was calling bullshit, like asking.
we're
I was more just saying, yeah, no, I'm saying bullshit. But
we're in a mid-story cutscene, so we're still gonna keep the same initiative order and still technically be in combat. But
16 for moi.
who's moi?
Me.
You want
Well-
to give yours, Hallie?
I don't speak
Mine.
Italian.
I like to do mine last.
mine is a. Sorry, I'm doing math. 27.
Oof.
Mine is 14. So I defer to Alec, I guess.
A necromancer who is flying above you and is destroying the city that you've been in for the last couple of weeks is not a very trustworthy individual. However, Varys, despite all of his bullshit and destroying of the city henceforth, he doesn't seem to actually be trying to lie.
Can I look the Dauntless and see as the Pharmaturgy?
Say this.
And I'm like, ask him about the and I put like and I ask him about the thing, and I make my beard like move around like tentacles.
Wait,
Can
Dottie,
you interpret
before
that?
you do that,
We're all really far away from him, so
never mind.
I'm
What
close.
color is your underwear? I'm not
I
wearing
was gonna say,
underwear.
but yeah, we're like far.
Now we could scream. That's why I didn't.
I think you
say-
could just yell over the wall. Like, yeah, oh, he's got thermometer. You be able to check.
Yeah, so he can tell.
yeah,
he can tell
for
it.
sure, for sure.
That's why I told
Do
to
it,
the
Henry.
Dauntless.
Do it.
Looking over behind the wall, Dottie, can you amplify my voice?
And 30 feet of range. Where are you?
No, you can't.
It's on the user, so
Yeah.
you cannot.
I'm just gonna scream DM, see if he hears me, and I'm also
What?
My ears, I've got ears.
Those fell off decades ago.
I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs in deep speech. You wouldn't be talking about squids, would you?
And Woods, that's what we call him.
Oh, yeah, the masters, I'll say.
How does the Avatar of Horus react to that? Or is it?
He
just an
sends all
avatar?
the
Breeze
languages.
is here.
As you mention squids, first I need you to make a performance check to make sure your voice doesn't crack when you're trying to scream at the top of your lungs.
Oh God, yes, charisma boy.
I'm a charisma -1.
That's better than me.
18.
That's pretty good. So your voice doesn't crack, and you're allowed to project your voice as much as your lungs are capable of. The necromancer doesn't need to project his voice like that. He's got the magic for it, so...
I'm not sure what squid you're speaking of. It seems to be wholly unnecessary to this conversation. The context of whomever is seeking this book besides myself is far beyond your comprehension and power, even with this creature of Horus at your beck and call.
Alright.
Call it what it actually. Well, I don't know what he said.
Then I call out. I'm gonna try and call out. I'm gonna try to play this game too. Then why not just destroy it?
Oof.
go ahead and make a performance check for yourself as well.
I'm gonna add my
There's
D6.
crack checks over here. Why not?
I'm
Alright, that is not very good.
Oh no!
Wait, no, wait. I didn't roll the D20 yet, but I did. The D6 did not help much at all.
But when he did respond to me, did he respond in common or in deep speech?
He's common tongue.
Okay.
Alright, so I would have heard squid.
Let me roll that again. That rolled crooked. I don't wanna.
And
I don't
with
wanna-
Pat
I don't-
doing
that-
like woogity 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 chin at me.
Yeah,
I think
no.
Pat was trying to discern what the like
That's
higher
only-
being was like.
I did not. I don't think I passed that. That is a 9 total.
Your voice is a bit hoarse. Kinda like me.
Alright, Well, all the shouting aside, who is after the book? Is it...
Names have power, small mortal. More so than you give them credit for. Beyond me speaking its name out into the winds would draw the ire of any such creature. I will give it no name, no description, and no credence, as even the mere thought passing through my lips and mind would be enough to turn its gaze in our direction. Throughout my years has been a part of research into the great magical arts, and although my works are not well liked by mortal kind, what they do is a bulwark against the greater powers. My methods are not well liked either. Many would see me as an evildoer, killing millions just to get a small army of undead to hold back the coming tides. You may resist the tides just as much as I do, but I do not think you have the sheer force of will nor the manpower to do so effectively.
Look, how close is the guard captain?
Guard captain is as projected. He's the Minotaur.
Just a second. And I look to the guard captain. Can I not
Time out.
shoot him? Well, no, because this... Okay, because something we didn't actually ask is, like, what exactly happened during the, what you call it, the peace talk?
Original negotiation at the wall.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah?
Yeah, I'm literally gonna do it. I'm gonna do, like, timeout at the...
Hold on, buddy. Bucko.
You're making a timeout symbol to the necromancer with the little T on your hands?
Yes, because You ever heard of a comedy of errors, Adam? I would like this to not be that situation.
It's
Make
just a necromancer's comedy special.
Deception check, I guess?
Was it you trying to persuade him to pause?
No,
Nobody tried to just...
I literally just want to talk to the fucking guard cat. I'm trying to find out more information before we fight each other to the death. And if this is like the squids are trying to get it, I don't want the fucking Avatar Force to be like, hey, thanks for the assist on killing necromancer.
We'll just take this
My
thing
asshole."
yeah.
Like,
So what do you want to say to the guard captain?
well, it's a two-part thing. I want to tell the necromancer, give me like a minute, and then guard captain, I need to talk to you. And I want to find out exactly what the fuck is happening. Because we've spent the better part of 3 sessions non-stop combat. 4. This would be the 4th.
Give it up for day 4.
Technically, it's only like hour 2, though, when you really think about it.
Well, this is hour 2 of Mortal Kombat, and
I don't even think even if you're like.
I think everyone is reflexively stabbing each other. Understandably so, still.
The guard captain turns to you as you are attempting to negotiate this. You say, like, what happened at... What, you're gonna ask him, like, what happened at the negotiation?
Yeah, I would like to get his opinion on this, and if this is coming out of, like, the 11th hour, or if this is pretty much what he was told by this necromancer.
The parley with the necromancer before the siege, more or less his words accounted for... Give up the book, and no one in the city has to die a horrible, painful death. I don't think that's verbatim.
Excuse me.
He's just patiently waiting on his skull horse with the skulls.
You're the only one in range, so we can't really follow up with any questions, Andrew. So
This is true.
The only thing the necromancer wanted was the book. No human lives or otherwise. Just wanted the book. And said it is for your own good. Although it says from that creature's mouth, not exactly something that I deem to be trustworthy, same with the Sultan. We decided to be defiant in its words, and it further elaborated, well, it did not further elaborate into what it is currently disposing of now. I'm not sure what most of these things mean, what greater powers it's referring to, if it's some sort of evil deity or whatnot. It seems to be something that is greatly beyond what the might of the axe can bring. I can only fell so many.
So are you done speaking? Quite yet. I have infinite time and patience, but I do have other things that I'd like to do. So if you've made up your mind or not, the book, if you please.
Okay. What do you propose to do with it?
The book is not something that it should be read by eyes such as yours. Hide away. Never to be seen unless some idiot treasure hunters delve into my lair once more. If anything, it tells me that I need to hide the entrance and fortify the interior better than previous. Then we will never see each other in any of your lifetimes, and I will hide away peacefully. Until a day comes when I must muster my army to come and fight against the greater tide. You will probably be long dead by then. So I don't need for you to worry about something that is very many stars beyond your vision.
I hate to be the one to say this, but this tracks with literally everything we know so far.
Has his demeanor changed? Is he speaking as just as truthfully as he was before?
I need you to make another check. This time, though, because you are repeating another of the same thing, you will have a slight penalty.
May I do so?
You have to do so individually. You cannot help each other.
Oh, we're too far apart.
Unless you, like, smash your heads together and, like, meld your brains. That would be kind of fun.
I got 23.
Wow.
I got 22.
Whoa, he got beat by Dauntless.
I have a pretty high insight.
Well, either way, both of you succeed in determining whether or not this guy is being truthful. Although his words and actions have been filled with poison, spite, and insults flung in every direction about your short-lived lives, how much you smell, and other things about your combat prowess, and probably the thousands of people he's killed in the wake of getting to this position. However, they are simply bodies to be added to his company, and therefore his body of bones to fight against whatever tide he's speaking of. You've surmised that the words and actions are that of a truthman. That's not a word. That's not a word.
It is now.
I rubbed off on him, it works! Oh, Dan phrases have worked into the Americans. Yes!
Is that a phrase?
I usually abbreviate stuff like
Oh.
Proofman.
Truthman?
that. Man.
I don't know if anyone would be able to see this, but at that point I
He's
start
fucking
sweating.
minging.
I'm gonna start sweating profusely.
You don't sweat, you're a dragon.
You don't sweat.
Reptiles don't sweat.
Your scale falls off, I don't know. You become extremely shiny.
Well, cold-blooded creatures, when they overheat, they either need to seek out something to actively cool themselves, or they
Really
actually...
panting.
Where? I need water, I need
Either
water.
that, or they could just actually die of overheating.
Oh, he's gonna
Oh,
die.
It just basically cooks their internal organs.
He can't pant like a dog.
No, but I think that dragon blood are actually warm-blooded, so don't worry
You
about
just
that.
like you just like drink some water skin quickly, like what?
So let me tell you both. Listen here, you little shit.
You fucker!
In that case, I would just start wildly looking between like our party, like.
The raw priest, who is still very much conscious, looks at the rest of you.
Can't speak.
Can't speak.
And just like shrugs.
Can't speak.
Or in the shrug of indifference, or like.
It's more like, this is your call, broski.
Damn.
It's a very, very telling shrug. 1,000 words.
You'd hope that
Have you
good
shared that he have the insight folks shared that he seems to be telling the truth?
No, because we're all like spread out.
I'm just like fucking.
You can't really talk to
Not
each
that
other.
far
I'm behind
away.
a wall and I'm just like
I'm just like
this motherfucker's
practicing the
telling
whip,
truth.
I mean, if anything, Pat, Zen is the closest. He'd be the only one of the rest of us that would be hearing the conversation between Dauntless and the guard.
I'm just
so-
looking at my quarter where he's
Well,
looking to
isn't,
fuck
isn't
someone
the
up,
guys?
but
Oh well, what? Well, no, Necromancer is projection.
he's got
He's
projected.
projected.
Then we all hear him.
But I'm not really giving into his ruse. I don't want to give up the flank. You know, I'm keeping eyes on that. Though.
All right, if
In-
you're not going anywhere, we need a minute.
Another minute. Jeez.
Huddle.
What could you possibly be divulging to each other now that hasn't already been laid out on the table? I've laid out my cards. You know it's the game to play. And frankly, anything you do now is just petty stalling.
Not stalling.
No,
That Stalin guy I have in my
I'm
zombie.
gonna yell out in deep speech again, DM. You say that it's just stalling, but this is a very evil book that we got here, and you seem kind of evil, so give us a minute.
What you deem to be evil is my idea of a good book. And also something to help me, again, tide against fight, you know? Are my simple words reaching your tiny ears, little fellows down there yet?
Okay, wait. All right, rather than have 6 different conversations, can we talk to each other?
I'm not coming down there.
You don't have to. I can just shout. Just give me a few minutes.
1 minute, a few minutes. Do you want the rest of your tiny lifespans as well? Because frankly, I don't mind waiting. But again, I have other things I'd like to do. I counted at least 750 corpses I need to bring back to my lair.
Jesus.
Dauntless.
Yeah.
How about if they help you rebuild some of this place, that they can have the book?
This is why I want to talk before we start conversing, because we need to talk.
I give a little like.
Or do we have
I'm gonna-
time? Do we just want to make a vote?
I think we need to talk.
I'm gonna eat the book.
No, but
I'm gonna eat
I'll
the
eat the book.
my vote
I'll
is
eat it.
destroy the book. Like, I don't know if it's really that
Well,
bad.
I yelled, so I'm not hearing.
Can the book be destroyed?
Do you think I wouldn't have done that if I could? The answer is no, it cannot be destroyed by any means that is known to me, but definitely not to any of you. By all means, if you could enlighten me about how you determine to destroy the book, set it ablaze, drown it until it turns soggy, and then rip it apart, or maybe just stab it a couple hundred times, and maybe that'll leave a mark.
He didn't say eat it.
I
say to
I
myself.
start pointing at the Horus avatar.
And what is that large brute going to do? Stab it multiple times with its big
User in
knife?
your channel timed out.
Again, things that I've tried include
User
that.
entered your channel.
Acid as well. I found an active volcano and tried dumping it in there. No luck, gentlemen. It floats.
Spell this, Varus. What's he got on there?
I mean, I don't
He
want
has
to.
to
I feel like I've asked.
One of my larger friends. That doesn't work as well. So,
Got dispel evil and good.
rattle off everything you want to. I'll just keep saying no, and I'll
Is it even worth it to ask if this is if this is all truthful too? Is it even worth it?
If you want to, I won't stop you, but you're repeating the same thing again, so the penalty is getting fat.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
You
I
again.
will. The only thing I'll say about this
Use
lie,
that.
if he's specifically lying about this, that just means he's lazy. Like he's just telling us he
We
tried
tried
everything.
burning it, burying it. In the end, we decided to just give it all away.
Well, no, it's like
There's your SpongeBob quote for the bingo
it would
card.
be effectively like, yeah, I said I tried everything, but I mean,
You do try eating it yet? You tried eating it?
ah, damn it. Where'd that thing go?
What if eating it's the solution?
Where did you go? Oh.
I think we should just throw a Hail Mary, guys, and how many elves are in this war party, DM, besides the known?
That last insight check was a 19, by the way, DM.
You're confused more than anything else, honestly, at this point.
Mhm.
You want to
think
believe
he's
him
like,
because like it could be like a very, enemy of my enemy thing if he is talking about the squids, but at the same time, he is coming off as... Filter, hold on. He's coming off as evil.
Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Oh wait, evil.
Yeah.
There it is.
Woo.
but like
You're
this is
inflicted on many ends first.
everything. This unfortunately tracks with everything.
Why not just make a vote on what to do?
Making a lot of sense.
Yeah, I say vote, but I kind of just want to. I kind of want him to tell us if it's the squids or not.
Well, maybe if that can be a condition of handing it over. He might be an asshole, but he doesn't know what we know necessarily.
Okay, so the Avatar of Horus is within earshot, and we're like kind of on, like, it hasn't been made clear how sentient this thing is. Does it have any emotional? Does it emote at all? Watching this exchange going on in front of it.
It stands there like a sentinel. Not moving, not speaking, barely moving in terms of breathing. You don't even know if it needs to breathe or not.
Does it look sticky and like a
Does
squid?
it look sticky?
Does it look like a squid under the facade?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Sticky.
Well, that's what's
Why
like.
does it
You know,
taste
like a
like
squid.
strawberries?
You mean
insect-
slimy?
Yeah, slimy. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes. 13.
It looks like a feathered creature.
Feathered.
All right, I know you said we're
Feather
still
rhymes
in
with
combat.
sticky.
I know you said we're still in combat. Can I step forward from everyone else?
I would say probably at this point there's been enough of a lull in the fighting that we can come out of combat.
I'm out of combat. Okay.
I'm not bunching up, just in
Me-
case he's like, haha, I've got you all together.
Fireball.
Yeah.
Finally! You
Alright.
idiots!
Literally,
I have a
like,
plus 30 to deception.
I am just a trickster, you see.
Where's the fucking settings? I want to turn off the music. Hold on. Silence.
Come here, and I will fucking kill you. It's like, oh my.
Alright, if you guys want to move around, you can.
All right, I start moving forward. All right, I'm gonna step away from literally everyone else as a sign of good faith here.
I am a man of little faith. This is the wrong filter. Hold on, I'm in a cave.
Help! Help!
Cave.
There we are. I am a man of little faith. I draw my power from not the gods above, nor any sort of other external factor. My powers are my own. I know that was just a turn of phrase. However, I'm not coming down.
That's fine. Like I said, this is good faith on my part.
Do what you will. Now speak, speaker of the... whatever these people are called. You say they're the League, spelled incorrectly?
He knows about it. He's like, yeah, you're the guy who's spelling it wrong.
I'm actually here to audit you.
I like the recaps, guys.
If we were to give you the book, we would like some conditions.
Oh, now we're going to parlay. Well, by all means, small one. What are your conditions? My non-existent ears are open.
If whatever it is after this book is as big a threat as you'd say, we would like some information. And we have several thoughts as to what it could be, but we would like confirmation on that part.
What part of giving it a name and etc. power more and more talkie-talkie did you not understand?
Okay. Can you describe it?
Can I describe it?
Well, I
Okay,
yeah, I live in a
actually,
dauntless. Like,
Easier way
It's
to
not
put this.
something that I have seen.
Does the moon mean anything?
Does the moon mean anything? There are 2 moons here, above our heads, small mortal child. Which one do you speak of?
The blown apart one.
Blown apart one. I'm not familiar with the blown apart one.
Am I taking crazy pills? Isn't one of the moons like cratered?
Shattered, not blown apart.
But shattered and blown apart mean the same thing. The shattered moon.
I will do 2, and then you will do 3. I have an idea.
The shattered moon. Well, one does look a little bit more dented than the other, I suppose. I haven't given it much credence. Why?
Ask it if this evil came from the outside of this planet.
The nature of this threat, is it terrestrial?
It is very much outside of the mortal plane. They come from all directions and none at the same time. Omnipresent and completely not here at the same time.
Oh, fuck, he is talking.
A wayward force that seeks to destroy all in what vain attempt for, I don't actually know what.
A veritable hive of sorts?
I'm not sure if it is a hive, but I am sensing its presence by means of arcane sensory. If you can comprehend that, then you might finally realize I am in the right, and you are
I'm a
really
good guy.
delayed.
I'm really good.
Oh, fuck, he's not talking.
Shucks.
I'm misremembering. Didn't he start this whole thing by saying, surrender the book so we could join his horde?
Yeah, he did say that, yeah.
Maybe we misheard him.
Offer's still there.
Oh, they're still there.
Well...
You see, the reason why I do what I need to do is because mortals are stupid. They form barriers between each other, like cultures, literal walls between cities, instead of banding together for the greater good. The best way to do that is to kill them all, and then have them all work for me, at which point I can direct them to any force that I need to counteract. And unless you can get the whole of your civilizations to finally put aside their differences and work together, then by all means, throw your lives away.
Wait a
I
minute.
know for a fact it doesn't work.
Hold up a sec.
Holding. Again.
That is a pretty squid-like sentiment. Like,
What
that
is
just
this
did
squid thing you're speaking about? Just because I came from the water doesn't mean I'm a squid. I was once a man at one point. I've discarded that flesh long, long ago.
How long ago?
None of your business.
Ah, fuck you. I didn't mean that. Sorry, I just snapped a response.
You know what? Yes, he did mean that.
It's been a long day.
You suck.
I haven't been able to sleep, guy. All right, give us a sec. If we're gonna vote, I cast my vote on giving it to him. it's starting to sound more and more squid.
But if Varys,
Okay.
a squid has no need for an undead army. They make an army of their own.
I'm not talking about like the army, like what his goals are themselves, but his goals like parallel to like he
I
wants
think
to.
it's more of a. I
Wants,
think he means
he
this is
wants
a means
everyone to
an
join
end.
his. But he wants the same thing as them, even if he's not with them. Like his goals and mindset are like basically this. Everything ends up the same way as if the squids were get what they want. So it's like it's almost like.
But then we have to handle all that extra responsibility. Whereas he said he's just going to go chill someplace.
Okay.
Right.
I have. So that was my first question on giving you the book. If we were to
I'm
do
sure you
so.
have 19 more.
No, this isn't a question. The second part of this.
I forgot what this filter sounds like. Hello, testing. Oh, okay.
He's just eating a corn dog on this horse. Go on! I found this on the way here.
I have these two-way message bracelets for communication. You take one.
Why?
Because if what you're saying is true, and random pirates were able to steal the book from you, if it gets stolen again, you will need help securing it.
Well, I don't intend to leave my fortification the same way it was before. I'm probably going to put up a large illusory dome to prevent anyone from seeing it in the first place.
Well, don't say your plan out loud. Come on, be careful.
I am very much a man of speaking out loud. When
Okay.
you're alone for quite some time, zombies don't speak back.
Okay, fair enough.
My point being, though,
And the password
the
on the
best
back of
laid
my credit
plans
card
of
is...
mice and men are laughed at sometimes by the cruelty of the universe. And if it does in fact get pilfered again, I think there are easier ways to secure it than pillaging a countryside due to a misunderstanding.
A friend of a friend of my enemy is my friend type of situation here.
And what would you tiny mortals do to help in my fortification and securing this dark book, as you call it?
We
One
killed the
person seems to be
elephants.
evil is different.
We killed the elephants, and we have in fact locked the book up again.
Just killing any elephant you see is not going to deal with the problem. There's one right behind you, in fact. Would
He's a
killing
good
him
one.
do anything? That's racist.
Yeah, that was kind of
That is kind of racist. Yo, what the hell?
What the hell, Naughty?
He is a Mordrum. He is a Mordrum.
Wayward treasure hunters. Those come in all shapes and sizes. And it's probably not a good idea to tell the public that there's a unknown treasure out in the Sea of Embrace. Treasure or something that's deadly to every mortal in the vicinity. No one should know of this knowledge.
Then
Frankly, I'd
don't-
rather all of you die.
Then don't go to the Sea of Embrace.
That's where else?
Come live with me.
Alright, little missy, then pray tell, I need to take my entire castle out from underneath the waves and push it somewhere else.
Another one.
These
Take
SpongeBob
Bikini
references
Bottom.
are great today, guys.
What's that smell? Evil.
If you have another fortification ready for me, at the drop of a hat, then by all means, give me the key and I will walk away. With the book. And tell your avatar of Horus there to stand down.
That is true. I do not, in fact, have another fortress. But, like I said, we could more effectively mobilize and secure the book and give it back if anything were to happen to it in the future. Again, this is a bigger... If what you're saying is true, and I've been given pretty good evidence that it may be, then we both benefit from this not
drink.
being taken from...
He's got another drink as well. I love the Mordremoths, by the way. They're great people.
I'm glad someone is able to at least come forward and give me their ear and time of day. You there, Sultan, hiding away in your fortress. You can learn something from this one.
Oh, call him a bitch
Oof!
too.
Oh,
Damn!
say the word!
That
Get him!
Speak your mind, necromancer.
That necromancer just said woman's rights. Am I right?
Are
Wait,
they
I
bad?
thought you already parlayed with him.
He didn't say shit.
They
You heard-
raised their fist before their words. It didn't go as a parlay really should. It was more just a yelling contest of my walls will not fall, etc., etc. And look what they are now. Fallen. Egg on your face, Sultan.
Actually, does a little dance on his horse.
Now then, I'm in a better mood for some reason. Maybe it's something about actually getting to speak with someone instead of the wall for some time. But something in me makes me want to maybe not break out in dance, but I'm willing to listen. After all, I already have a couple of things in my back pocket that I've already gotten. You can't have the corpses back. Regardless, I'm taking those.
Oh, we have no use for them.
And make sure their families know that they don't have any chance to bury them. So, let's put all of our cards on the table once more. I want the book. You're going to give me the book, and I'm going to leave with this little doohickey you have that allows you to communicate with me in the off chance that I get raided once more. Is there anything that I'm missing?
God, help! Help!
Is there anything that I'm missing?
If it's not too much to ask, can you help with the rebuild of the city? 'Cause
Can I help with the rebuild of the city?
we also don't want to be pilfered.
To be honest, I don't really care what happens to this city, and that is a large amount of labor force that I need to expend. And frankly, I don't know if I have the manpower. I'll be using your own men and women, some children. I saw a couple of dogs in there too.
That's so fucked up. Just say under my book.
And I don't know if the remaining citizens will want to have undead of their own former family members reconstructing the walls.
Well, how about a compromise instead?
Fair enough. You shoot your shot.
That sounds pretty awful.
By all means, I'm here now, if you can think of any better propositions. Alternatively, I can blend them all into a paste.
No. We don't
Well, they
need
won't
paste.
resemble their family members anymore. I can make these flesh golems.
Oh, good God, that's no.
That's okay.
How about bone golems?
How about this?
You
Mortals
won't
do
recognize
it.
the skull.
Mortals do a good enough job of providing you with your army on their own. Is there some, like, at least a verbal agreement that you won't create your own corpses? Like, you won't take from the living? That, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
You won't attack a countryside town and take their corpses in order to make more
Well,
armies.
the corpses are negotiable, but I'm talking about the ones that aren't.
All right.
The actual living.
Future corpses, you might say?
Yes.
Future corpses. Let the future corpses become future corpses on their own.
You
I'm
see,
picking
this
up
is
what
the
he's putting down.
problem with you mortals. You're too short-sighted. All these tiny people, they live, what, maybe like 80 years maximum?
Exactly. Drop in the bucket for people like you.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Can we have a formalized treaty of peace?
For what, this one city? Sure, I'll go somewhere else. You know, there's at least 15 towns along the coast of the Sea of Embrace.
No, don't.
Alternatively, everyone's a future corpse, correct? Rather than burying them in the sand, which you fools have been doing for decades, if not centuries, give them to me. Just toss them in the water, I'll get it.
I'll get it one way or another.
No, I don't think anyone's going to be happy with that.
Why, because your religious edicts say that you need to bury them in the sand? What's the difference between sand and water?
Sand is coarse and hard.
Coarse and rough.
Water
Got a
is
point,
just
yeah.
liquid.
Look, I personally would love to get into this conversation, but I think it would upset literally everyone in the city, so I'm not going to.
Okay, well then, if you're not the person in charge of the city, why don't you bring out the little worm of a man that's back in the fortress? Have him speak his petty words before he dies of old age in 20 years or so.
Okay, hold on.
No, we don't need. Why are we getting him?
Since I'm still flying, I'm just gonna go over to the Sultan. Hey,
This is how Callus gets put in prison.
it's like
Come here. Like,
passing the guards and everything, just Iron Man over and hey, Sultan.
He is currently inside somewhere. You're gonna need to scrounge around.
Your voice thing is still.
I will.
I need to pee really bad and get some water.
I will go over and look for him aggressively.
Make an investigation check aggressively.
26.
You burst doors open violently, or if they're not locked, you kind of just open them regularly.
Nah, fuck that. I kicked them down.
Oh, one of them's just a curtain. You kick that anyways.
I guess trapped on his foot.
Are they all just curtains? Is this
curtains
they're
for
just
days?
You rummage throughout the area, screaming the Sultan's name, even though you don't know his first name. So you just scream Sultan, Sultan, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Sultan, get your bitch ass out of here!
Everyone keeps
Out
calling me a
here.
bitch. You rummage through and eventually you find him cowering in what appears to be some sort of office complex. He is hidden behind a desk and has placed a wicker basket over his head to hide his head and turban, as if that's going to, like, you know, ostrich head in the sand thing.
I'm just gonna not even say anything, just scab him from the scruff of his neck and just fucking drag him out.
Doing that to humans hurts a lot because they don't have the extra skin.
No.
There's a time.
I'm gonna play.
The bucket comes off of his head and he begins to flail her out. Go ahead and make a contested strength check. You're on offense, so you gotta grapple him. With athletics, I can use either athletics or acrobatics. He's got the same.
I'm gonna use my
to both.
D6 to this.
Good use, good use.
Because I'm not a strong man. Dirty 20.
Natural one.
Oh,
He is a very scrawny individual. Although he wears poofy clothes, you surmise that his overall frame is actually quite lanky. He goes throughout the hallways with you, forcibly, and you drag him out into the sunlight. Not necessarily onto the ground floor. The closest area outside would be the balcony on the second floor. And you drag him out into the sunlight and kind of toss him against the banister, at which point he goes like, ooh, as his ribs hit the side. He props himself up, but you stand right behind him, still holding the back of his collar so he can't skedaddle. He looks out over the battlefield, noticing that a decent amount of zombies have been dispatched, lets out a kind of a sigh of relief, as if you dragged him out here to say, alright, we're done with the fight, go back to your usual business. But everyone is standing relatively tense, looking back up at the balcony, including the necromancer, who is at this point lounging sideways on top of his horse, drumming his fingers on the saddle.
and after that, after he's knocked out, I grab him by his arm and I fly over and next to Donnelly's with him.
Knock out the Sultan?
Just grab him and just.
This is definitely not gonna have consequences later.
He hit me with a boo-boo.
Good thing that guy's not a colleague of mine. Who is that guy?
You drag the Sultan out over, and he's placed next to Dauntless. He begins to scramble to his feet, as he's not very used to being manhandled like this. You know, high toity-toity individuals and all that.
Does he look hurt? Did you hurt him?
Emotionally and a bit physically.
I didn't
Alright,
actually hit him.
I kind of dust.
Who's my elbow?
I dust the Sultan off. And I kind of right.
Lady
into his
Mortimer,
collar.
good tidings to you. How fares the fight? Everything seems to be under control. You don't need me here. Call your lackey off.
No, hold on. Relax. We've organized a ceasefire, and
That thing above there is not to be trusted. Look at it! It's on a skeletal flaming horse. And it's killed more than probably at least a quarter of my population.
Yes.
And you're going to parlay with this thing.
We already have.
You're a not good idea, princess.
You're a bad idea.
Good restraint, Adam. Good restraint. Oh.
You silly bitch. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. But the tone's there.
You beep.
I should get a sensor thing on my soundboard.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Alright, well, you've already spoken to the damn thing, and you've dragged me out of my very cozy abode.
He was hiding underneath a wicked basket. Not a comfortable abode.
Okay.
Wicked
And
basket.
we want to keep your abode in one piece and sturdy and not blown open as the rest of these buildings around have been by a torrent of flaming skulls.
Great, so... Pray tell, what is the deal with this creature, to whom I must re-emphasize is most likely evil?
I would like you to confirm a couple of things. When you initially parlayed with him, did he say that he needs the book and that he would seal it away? He didn't try and trick you and promise you power or anything to that effect.
This creature, I'm going to re-emphasize, is not to be trusted. Anything that is told you so far is a flat lie.
I am trying to parse that out. Did he promise you infinite life or power?
He did not
or
promise
anything?
me anything besides wanting the book and saying that the city will fall to his prowess.
Unless he got the book.
Yes.
Okay.
Where's Varys in all this?
And he gave you a reason
Varys
as to...
is. I don't.
Oh, you're on the roof.
I'm still on the roof.
I'm out of this.
And he gave you his reason as wanting the book as...
Something that is not beyond our comprehension. I was thoroughly... My intellect was insulted.
Okay.
At which point the guard captain here so bravely stood ahead of me and decided that our walls will not fall, as someone who is a native of this great city knows how strong our forces are.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm those things. Thank you, Kalos. Thank you, Your Majesty. I think you should go back inside for your own safety. Does that sound adequate?
Without even nodding his head, he hard heel pivots and begins to sprint headlong back into the castle.
Alright, I walk over to Kalos.
I didn't hear a word he said. I'm assuming because I'm far away. But what was his body language saying as far as
Good question, Varys.
I imagine you were fishing for. You were fishing. Adam was fishing for
line
it,
of piss.
not no one else. So I will.
Why don't you go ahead and roll some dice? Obviously insight.
Yeah.
Just in case you were wondering.
On his way back, all he left is just a trail of pee.
Smells like he shitted himself.
I rolled a 20. I rolled a 20
shitted
on that insight check.
It's a new target, so you're not repeating the same insight onto the same necromancer. At this point, the penalty versus him is so high, you probably need to, crit. Even though you can't crit on success, so...
My max is 28.
Yeah, I know you'd be impossible at this point. I believe him. He said he's my dad.
My dad is dead.
You are very familiar with when cowards are frightened and being interrogated by someone who is in a position of power over them, regardless of their political standings, mental deficiencies, if at all, and contents of their trousers. They make a lot of... When you're interrogated by the police, you tend to lie just to make it look good on yourself. You know what I mean? I've done that in real life.
I've never been arrested. What are you talking about?
Purely hypothetically speaking.
I've been inside of a prison cell, but that's because I was on tour.
This is where you're going to be in 5 years.
I walk over to
This is the
Kalos.
6-year-old. That's
I walk over to Kalos and I ask
Well, I have
him
a
if he
picture
can-
of me in a fucking police outfit when I'm 6.
Get me out of there!
I was on the motorcycle.
If Kalos can hover me over to Varys, it would be greatly appreciated.
Why not just have Varys come down?
Oh yeah, why don't you... I look at you and I say,
I'm-
Dottie, I love you, but you're wearing full plate and you're heavy right now.
Okay, if you can bring
Ma'am, loosen up.
Varys. And I start waving over to... I start
Never heard of a
waving at
dumbbell,
Laszlo.
bitch. Look.
With one hand, I wave to Laszlo. With the other, I wave to Zen.
I wave back.
Seeing that
Hey.
before Callus can do that and grab a hold and manhandle, I get the message and
Well, I'm not man. I'm not gonna manhandle you. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna do the bride's pickup and then fire. You know.
Well, what?
Flirshima, why can't I click on my guy? What's going on? Oh, there it goes.
What am I doing? I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna just.
Why can't
Get
I?
over here!
Oh no, I gotta get rid of this.
I don't like being shouted at. I will. I'll walk over here. I'm gonna prop up against the wall. So
Get rid of the thing, I think, first.
All right, we all huddle up.
Yeah, kick my
effectively.
feet back here and
that's
just be
kind
like,
of
yeah.
Huddle.
You want me to huddle? Okay. This is my huddle. I'll huddle from here.
Zen, we can't move you. You're not huddling.
Do I need to get that close? Oh, okay.
These are kind of fireball range. I'm just saying, fellas, but okay.
Well, we're still in range of the thing and its aura.
Hello.
Hmm.
Get out!
I didn't get hit once. I also still got my.
Spooked
No, don't be bragging. Dude. Adam will go, yeah, you shouldn't be hit. Well, now I can get hit.
Okay.
All right. Well, what is it now?
My friends, over the course of the time that I've known you, I've had my brain pulled out and put into another body.
I'm gay.
We've been stabbed. I think we've been lit on fire, and I almost froze to death in a mountain at one time.
That was after. That was after the whole thing with the.
What's with this sob story?
Actually, no. Was that before or after the dragon?
I'm joking.
That was after. That was right after the
This
dragon.
guy just nothing but moaning.
I think we should give him the box.
I second that.
I agree.
Sure, yeah.
And Callus, I'm sorry, but I am giving him one of the bracelets you made. You can make me a new one at your leisure, or don't.
Oh, that was for your use, so yeah, I guess so.
Press the R.
And I'm very tired.
I'm just glad no one died.
Me too. Well,
bit of a choice word, that explanation. There's a lot of people that died. Like.
150 and gaining.
I pat Krios on the shoulder. Okay, to not
Pat
start
the
a
cat
fight.
on the shoulder.
To not start a fight, Kalos, can Krios help me bring the box over?
I'll bring it with you.
Okay, good enough. So we would break off and I guess skirt around all this shit and go get the box.
The box is inside the wagon, alongside the unconscious body of the Horus priest.
He's a little bit
He
singed.
got
He did get fireballed once.
I'm gonna give him 10 points of HP from lay on hands.
Wowzers, some back to 35 HP.
So the priest is hurt, but the wagon is fine.
It's probably singed too.
Technically, it would be damaged.
We can get it repaired.
We can buff out those scratches. Number 3, guys. Ooh. I probably had more, actually. If you count every evil.
Oh, yeah. While this is going on, I'll just be like, just sort of looking up to the necromancer guy. I was like, just trying to look on the horizon, look at him. Just give him a little wave. Like, hey, man.
Here, wait, is that
You accidentally grabbed the box of silverware.
No.
Give him the old doofy switcheroo, a bag of nuts.
Me and Kalos would bring the box out here.
I'm gonna. Can I go? Are we? Is the conversation adjourned? I see him there. First, I'm gonna go over to the to the Loxodon captain just to sort of lessen this and possibly not get also berated by the whole Kalos man handling the thing. So if we make ourselves look like we're in unified with this, it might be a bit better for everyone. I'm gonna go do that.
I've just had enough today.
I'm going over.
You bring the box over.
I'm fucking playing the safe game. Where is he?
Loxodon's out here.
The Loxodon guy is
Hey,
the
guys.
Minotaur.
You guys doing good? Okay. Who's over there?
All right.
Hey, man.
Yeah, you do.
High
You
five.
good? Good fight. Is there anything that I can do to aid the rest of these group here while these conversations are going on? I work for the Crystal Spark family. The name's Laszlo. I didn't get to introduce myself.
Is now the time for cordial introductions?
I'm a cordial guy. Okay.
Make a deception check.
I'm cordial as fuck. Okay.
None of my men were hurt in the fight.
Oh,
Bit
good.
shaken emotionally. Everything that's dead around here is an undead, We'll clear that out with help from anyone who's left to pick up the corpses. Although, according to what this creature has been saying, it's going to be taking the bodies.
Okay. Well,
Reclaim.
I'm at your service, and I'm going to go stand over with the rest of the guys.
I start waving to the necromancer in the hopes that he will come down.
He waves back,
But
but
he's not coming down.
unfortunately, he doesn't come back down. Rather, he actually speaks up once again.
Well, all of you, go ahead and get your last goodbyes in, as I'm taking the corpses with me. And they're going to be, well, you'll see in just a moment.
There's a horrible retching sensation as the air turns stagnant and foul. Every corpse in the immediate area that's been fought by you guys, and even some beyond the perception of these, the loading screen, so to speak, begins to rise from their undead positions. With little fervor and little fight, they kind of just puppet and shamble their way over, and eventually they start piling on top of each other. There's a bellowing black smoke that emits from the nightmare horse's mouth and covers them like a serene blanket of evil. Eventually, all the corpses begin to crack and melt. The flesh becomes paste, the bones become scaffolding, and every organ becomes essentially just a squishy layer on top of everything else. He forms this mass of the dead into a horrible creature. This thing was intended to be the boss fight if you guys didn't give him the book.
Oh, is that mass flesh I saw standing on the edge?
A flash
of
of
the map?
flesh appeared very briefly and then vanished.
I'm like,
Oh, this thing? Damn, dude.
The only thing I need to work something out with you real quick regarding the sending bracelet, and I kind of wave that.
Let me attack it with the cave horror.
Don't message me too often.
Hey guys, what's going on?
I think a single code word would be fine. And I don't want to shout it because it's a code word.
Well,
What's
I'm
a
the
code-
only
what's a
one
code
with a
word?
rock, so what does it matter?
Fair point.
Mayday? We're going down? Something Wong? Holy fuck.
Holy
The book
fuck.
has been stolen.
You know, I orchestrated this whole thing. I'm fucking being real selfish here. I send you Dauntless, you send Dauntless back, and that's how we know everything's okay.
What is a Dauntless?
that is me.
To me.
If that is
Means
your code
something to
phrase,
me.
then if that is your code phrase, then by all means, I'll remember it.
Oh, you still got the Minotaur voice on.
Oh, I do.
Alright, I motion for Callus to step back like 30 feet because I don't want to touch this fucking
Take him away,
monstrosity.
boys.
The horrible, writhing flesh creature extends its tentacles, made of the flesh of the civilians from around here. You could probably recognize the blacksmith if you knew him.
I put on the sending bracelet on my end when he picks it up, and I wait for him to do the same. And I'm like staring dead at him.
The creature, with one of its tentacles, wraps around the chest. Of course, it has the book inside of it, and another one reaches out, almost like it's on a silver platter, presenting for you to place the sending bracelet into its possession.
Do so like that sort of deal.
Almost lands with a squish and a squelch as it lands into the creature's palm, almost emulsifying itself within its horrible, squishy, writhing tendrils. The creature lets out a bellow that is probably just the voice of 700 people groaning at once. It is ominous, to say the least.
Doing the Futurama, like, death by snoo thing of, like...
The fucking, like, the face where it's like the horror,
Glad-
and then...
Glad the
glad
fighting's
horror.
over, but, like, at the same time... Flesh golem.
I'd prefer you didn't say snoo around my flesh golem. It does have tentacles, and I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going, princess. Let me see. So, the creature grabs the chest with one and the bracelet with another one. You can see that the necromancer still isn't descending in elevation, but he gives a little twirl with his finger, and the creature does a pivot, squelching and leaving behind a bloody mass. Instead of like a trail slime for a snail, it's just blood and pus. With everything in tow, it begins to leave. It hides in the shadow left by the nightmare horse and follows along the necromancer. He doesn't leave out of thaumaturgy range just yet. He turns around and once more bellows into the void.
Punked!
I'm Ashton Kutcher, by the way.
You all made an immeasurably wise decision. I would say offer my condolences to the family of the lost, but frankly, I'm the one who killed them, so I offer no condolences. Best of luck for recuperating your city's losses. I care not. Reconvene and reconsider throwing your bodies into the ocean. I will find them a useful work in the afterlife, rather than rotting away in the desert to be picked about by carrion birds or whatever lives in the sand.
Ahem! I give him an ahem, and I start pointing at the wrist bracelet thing.
And what? I'll put it on later.
I would rather you do so now, so we make sure it works.
It works. Callus made it. It's good.
Doesn't this thing only work once per day? I'm very familiar with this ending spell.
I look at Dottie. Dottie, my work is phenomenal. Okay, it works.
Yeah, now's not a good time to be like.
Is this the last straw of trust that we must breach?
This seems like he doesn't trust Kalos, though. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking right now. Thank you,
you're
Varys.
just being a dick.
It's the little things that count, so yes, please.
It's the little mistrusts.
Are we done with today yet? Just let him go.
Bears,
Hey.
come over here. Come over. I'm on the wagon. Come on. I need to start doing my community service. Sooner I get it going, better.
The creature, the flesh golem at least, writhes into a horrible contortion of its body, almost twisting like someone wringing a towel. It goes from like a mound of flesh to almost a hard pillar, allowing it to stand over 70 feet. No, sorry, that's too much. 50 feet tall.
That is the most disgusting thing I have seen.
The tentacles begin to sprout from the top of it, almost like a disgusting palm tree. Still holding the chest and your bracelet, the necromancer flies down just so that it's within reach of the flesh tree. He grabs the bracelet, inspects it with great curiosity, and almost like he's picking up a toy from his kid at Walmart, he kind of like holds it in his eye, turning it over to make sure it's like not defective, or like you put a needle in there so it sticks him in the arm.
It's not my style, I suppose. But if it works, it works. Here, I'm going to test it out right now. What, do you need to hold your wrist to your ear or something? What have you?
I
have you?
I look at Talos.
I yell out, just tap the jewel in the middle and then just speak.
Do I need to make a phone thing with my fingers?
No, you just.
How did you know what a phone is?
You just need to bring up your wrist. You just need to bring up your wrist to your mouth, and you're good.
Is this thing on?
Hello.
Syphilis.
I am testing your device.
Do I hear that in my mind, or does it come out of my wrist?
Technically it comes into your head.
Yeah.
Alright, I give him a double thumbs up.
You can't even do me the honor of responding back in the same way I have? Alright, I see how it is.
I just shake my head like that.
Alice, wait, it works like that? I thought.
Dottie, just do the same thing that Dottie, come on, man.
Right, I do
One
that.
job, dude.
Loud and clear.
Great.
Say over.
It speaks with thaumaturgy because now this thing is inert until it's recharged.
Are we all squared away, ladies and gentlemen?
I've had enough of today.
I'm sure you have. Quite a day for you young mortals. And when the day comes for your corpses to be joined into the afterlife, if I see you amongst their army, well, maybe I'll give you a little head pat.
Please don't. Don't mess with the hair, okay? If
my
I
hair.
die, alright?
Don't tussle my hair.
Don't mess the hair up, okay?
The flesh tree once again compounds into a flesh mound, ripe with all the screams of hundreds and hundreds of individuals, still cradling the chest, now between two tentacles, as if it's lovingly holding onto a party platter, begins to slither away, leaving behind a trail of Icarus black material. The necromancer reseats himself onto his horse and takes another survey around the area, making sure that he didn't leave anything behind. He points out a couple of corpses who suddenly lurch themselves up into a horrible, contorted, almost marionette puppet-style way, and it begins to walk its way at a slightly quickened pace towards the flesh mound, at which point it grabs the corpse with one of its tentacles and incorporates it into the rest of its body. Almost a weird belching sound, as if all the internal gases are being expunged all at once as it consumes into the flesh mound. I didn't breathe for that whole thing.
Whoa.
I look at Dottie and I say, "You know, we're probably going to get kicked out of the city for the thing that I did, right?"
Oh, you are.
I most definitely am. I look at Dottie and I say, "I most definitely am anyway. I hope that when it comes to it, you'll be like, you'll defend me."
Kalos,
Yes.
how upset are you by lying?
I didn't lie throughout that whole thing. What are you talking about?
Alright. To avoid getting kicked out, just tell him that it was for his own safety. We had to confirm that and to appease the necromancer. Just lie.
Oh, you do realize that the guards saw that whole interaction, so they knew that it was just me flying off to get him.
Alright. Worst case scenario, we have the disguise shirt.
Well, worst thing scenario, just say that you mentally told me to go do it. Yeah?
Sure.
Alright, cool.
You know
Fantastic.
what? I know we got aged.
User disconnected from your channel.
I did.
But I feel like this past couple of hours has aged me far worse than that Sphinx did.
Yeah, I really need to go get drinking now. Alright. I yell out, Zed, let's go get drunk!
As the city awaits.
Oh, I'm looking for the Ra priest.
Yeah, I go find Laszlo.
I'm on the wagon. Hey, hello.
You have community service to do.
I got that on the go. Yeah.
I'm gonna help you with that.
Can you put the old sleeping singed guy in the boot?
Let's prop
whack him up in there. Yeah.
I uncork a bottle of whiskey, drink a swig, and then say, Zen. Oh, my drinking buddy. Here you go.
Zen.
To alcoholism.
I wave over at Zen and Kalos. Might need your help with the sensor thing in the temple before you folks get properly sourced. Yeah.
Oh, the poison ball.
Yeah, we'll sort that out first, and then that's a drinker for sure. If that's okay. Don't want to, stifle the party.
I still take a swig anyway.
I don't think anyone's going to be partying.
Laszlo the party pooper.
I know, right? Just like God. I can work and be tipsy at the same time.
All right.
Jeez.
I look up. What the fuck is the Horus Avatar doing?
It's been 5 minutes because you'd have gone. Like, it'd been 5 minutes. He just disapparates.
I think it's his aura. Him, I don't know what the rules are for.
Can we have the Horus Avatar help us rebuild?
Nope, because as soon as the combat is over, he's gone. Technically, combat was over a couple minutes ago.
Does he whisper like, "I'm a squid. I'm a squid, by the way."
As he's disappearing into the thing, I would just say, in deep speech, "Hey, tell your boss we said thank you, appreciate it."
The creature unfurls its wings to their maximum length, almost hitting some of the side buildings, and
he destroys a couple of buildings.
Oh, on his fucking great help, buddy!
He flies off into the sun.
Yep.
Disappearing, and then suddenly the Horus priest wakes up.
Laszlo,
Yeah,
Where do we start a community service?
well, I'm doing the community service. I specifically said with the priest of Ra that it's going to be a me thing because I didn't want to rope you lot into it. But if you're going to help me out, then we're going to go to the beck and call of the priests here. So
So we're the league together collectively.
sure. Well, get the in the wagon or get the wounded. There's some priests back there. There's one that was asleep. Is now awake. Hello, by the way. All sorted. We hop in the back. We're going to go helping out. Building stuff. And
Before we do that, we should probably let out the civilians from the facility.
well,
We've got a long
they're probably
list.
fine. So I don't want to.
Civilians? What civilians?
They're probably fine.
They got teleported somewhere.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, if you want to swing by there on the way and just be like, by the way, it's all over now.
Yes, yes.
Sure. Well, hop on the wagon, and I will trot us on over if there is a workable road path. It's not too
Or
ramshackle.
ignoring the dirty looks that the Loxodon has given me and the guards, I just walk on by.
We're gonna. I just say to the guard captain, we're just gonna help situate some of the priests back, and help out with that. I'll swing back around after that for any further help that you may need to in the plans of rebuilding. Is that all good?
You do what you have to do. I'm going to take care of my city.
Okay. And I'm gonna depart to the Crystal Spark door, and I'll.
As you depart, you see a signal flare, much like Kalos's thingamajig, being shot into the air. It is resounding in the sky until eventually it is met with the same war horn used to announce the siege is played at a different tone in such a way to announce the end. Several civilians begin to poke their heads out of whatever is remaining of their homes. If they haven't been killed immediately by the exploding skulls and the rubble falling afterwards, they begin to scramble out into the streets to assess the situation. Many of them are covered in dust, scratches, and all sorts of other things that denote someone who has been in great duress. Not everyone was able to get out completely unscathed, and some people are even severely injured. As you pass by on the wagon, jingling all the same way because you still haven't gotten rid of the silverware jar.
Christmas.
All the civilians come out and everyone looks thoroughly confused, as one is probably wont to do when your life is shaken and turned upside down by a siege. Eventually, the League, plus priests, eventually make their way towards a particular junction, at which point everyone is going to stop by at...
The Crystal Spark crazy door that was like Fort Knox that you described. I want to just be like knocking on it. But
I'm gonna be
hello.
listening.
As you heard by the horn, the siege is over. Are the civilians okay that are inside?
One of the kobolds, currently standing on each other's shoulders so that they can reach the eye slit, removes their eye slit from the door, peeks out. You can see their beady little eyeballs on one side of their face looking outwards.
Glad to see you're both safe.
Where's the filter I was using for these guys? I think it was the cute filter.
Is it a minion?
Yeah,
No, I think it was this one, I think.
Yeah. There he is.
So everything is clear?
Seems so, yeah. The necromancer seems to be leaving.
Great. That was
You all-
awful.
It was very bad, yes. Are you all okay?
For the most part, yes. Our facility is quite sturdy. Maybe not so much as the fortifications like the guard barracks. But not many things came up around here. We saw a large swarm of the creatures pass by, almost completely ignoring us, and booked it towards a different part of the city.
Okay. Are the civilians okay?
I suppose so. They're all a bit confused as to where they were.
Okay.
Had to explain for probably about 5 minutes that they were in our facility, and under normal circumstances we would have them arrested for trespassing.
It wasn't very normal circumstances. So.
Well, I think they probably want to leave, so
Sure,
I'm gonna
yeah.
go ahead and open the door.
Cool. All right.
The door swings open, and the kobolds are standing there side by side. They don't look really disheveled at all. For the most part, they look actually kind of slick. However, the civilians who are currently crowded in the waiting room, all the lobby seats are occupied, and some people are forced to sit on the ground. Although culturally, that's not really not really that big of a deal.
I'm gonna poke my head in. It all worked. I say to them, "You're all alive." Good.
Many of them are still kind of shaken. Teleportation is not something they do every day, and
Yeah.
for some people it's kind of disorienting, kind of like someone spinning you upside down and then spinning really fast. In either case, they begin to get up from their seats and kind of relieve their shoulders. You can see most of them change in posture from like a tense backed up against a wall to a sigh of relief as soon as they heard the war horn being tooted, and everyone being told that everything is essentially done and over with. One of the civilians who is here is a older teenage boy, probably either some elf blood in there somewhere.
Okay.
Comes up to you. He was one of the people at the Ra Temple that was caught up in this mess when he was praying. He is currently clutching a holy symbol in his hand. Not one of the priests, but maybe just his own personal prayer item. Are the priests okay?
Yeah. They're all good. We kept them safe.
So what do we do now?
First off, you will probably want to brace yourself. It's a little bit of a sight outside, but other than that, look forward. You know, you gotta plan forward now and rebuild, and hopefully we'll get some semblance of normality back pretty soon. But you know, no promises. I'm glad to see you're all safe. I just want to check in and make sure that you're all right. I've got to help out the temples with the rest of the group. Goodbye.
The civilians begin to exit the lobby and pour out back into the streets. Many of them take pause to witness the sights and sounds of a sieged city. Post-siege, at least. Many of them begin to haul ass, going directly back home to see if their abode was directly impacted by the screaming, flaming skulls. Whether or not you want to dip into those side stories, probably not. There's probably at least like a dozen people here.
Yeah.
Minimum. The League's business is elsewhere, though. Now that the siege is over, the box has been thoroughly hidden away by this necromancer. In either case, what you have to do next is community service. What this means, it probably is going to end up being, one, taking care of the ball of death that is currently effluviating the Temple of Ra, building probably most of it back up to snuff. The thought of moving such large stones brings up back-breaking labor thoughts. And you're old.
I have stone magic, so I should be okay. But yeah, I will do taxi service. Drop the Horos lads off. Thank you.
If there's any injured Horus guys or any Horus priests that are injured, I'd cure wounds then too, just in case.
I think they got off pretty good, those guys. They were inside the temple all last session, and then this one they stayed in.
They really not get hit? Oh shit!
I think they're good.
Some of them were worse off than others, such as the Horus main priest. He got fireballed in his sleep. Kind of like doing that thing where you dip your hand in the water while someone's asleep, and they piss themselves, but instead it's get him with a fireball.
What's the equivalent of that? Oh no.
You shit your pants.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other route. Well, if he's awake and he's the one that can speak, I'm like, well, okay, so we'll drop you off here. Probably be seeing more of you in the coming days and hours. We
One
did it.
battle is won, and another begins, in the form of rebuilding the city. The lives of those who are lost also must have a memorial, but that'll be up to the city council and the Sultan to put those actions into order.
Sure.
My people will operate mostly on the reconstruction and defense of anything that would be a wayward ne'er-do-well who would take advantage of this situation to pillage and loot.
Understood. All right. Well, would I be able to drop them off at their temple?
It's not nearly as destroyed as the Temple of Ra. They got a few angry fireballs their way, but nothing that can't be, duct taped back up. With all the NPCs moved away from you, now it's just the League and your box of spoons.
And the Ra lads. Okay, well, let's go sort that out if we can. Jeez. Did anyone like get a whiff of the essence that was coming out of that thing? Did anyone get hit by it?
What thing, Dub?
The sensor.
I was fine. It doesn't affect me.
Okay, well, let's see what's going on with it if it's still doing shit. Because that's probably the number one thing to get rid of first. So let's go there, and I'll move the wagon over that way, jangling.
Shimmying on over to the Ra Temple. As the smoke has settled and many of the fires have either been extinguished by persons or just by not having enough fuel to burn, because some of these houses are not particularly flammable but do have things like wooden structures that would have been engulfed in the very immediate parts of the siege, have already been turned to ash and cinders. This facility of the Ra Temple is mostly made of stone, and although it did get struck by black lightning, that doesn't cause it to keep smoldering. Eventually, you make your way towards a precipice that allows you to see into the temple itself, where the big lightning strike hit, and then promptly the ball was flung into. The lightning is not there, but it has left these really neat lightning strike marks that almost look like they're pulsing with residual energy. Looks like almost the stone has a lightning vein in it.
Ooh, I didn't need to replace that. It's kind of evil looking.
In either case, the creatures that have been around here, the corpses, have either been forced into the flesh golem, or some of them got just completely incinerated.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ones that got hit by the fucking Horus blast. Those didn't have any corpses left. But anything that did have a corpse has been taxied out, and on the necromancer's end, he cleans up after himself in that regard. Not accounting for the destroyed city. I would just mean his toys.
What you're saying is better than Dovey. Necromancer, cooler guy than Dovey. Confirmed.
Well, have you ever have a conversation with Dovey? Have you tried talking to Dovey?
We did.
You wanted to take my fucking horns.
Real quick for clarification. I have mold earth, so even if I'm busy cooking, I can help Laszlo in that regard. So just wanted to put that out there.
I think mold earth can't be used on stone, though.
I have stone shape, but I have to sleep before I can use it.
You can always do manual labor the old-fashioned way.
Fuck yeah, let's go, boys. Pickaxing time.
Pickaxe montage. So, if you guys are going to stick around and help rebuild the city, we are going to time skip, because I don't think I want you guys to roleplay picking up rocks and putting them down.
Aww.
Well, I'm doing community service for the Ra guy, so...
Well, what do you think the community service is?
Helping him out.
Learning to speak.
Hello, you break your vow, right? I mean, are we just gonna pool in what resources we have, and then is that gonna determine how quick we can do things? Is that how you're gonna...
That's a great idea. Why don't we turn it into a consecutive skill challenge? You can use spells as replacement for skills, because it makes
Ooh,
sense
fun.
thematically. So, let's go down the line, and no one try to repeat the same thing, even though it would work thematically, but that's just how the skill checks work. Or skill challenge. So, let me erase this thing on my board. I have a couple of... Oh, here's the items. Oh yeah, the magical items. Well, you guys can get those later. Because Kalos needs
That's a
to...
treat. That's a treat.
That's a treat after everything.
Yeah, me and
Me
Callis can
me
look together.
diving-
We put them on a table and be like, what do you reckon this would be? And then we'll have a little
What was
peruse.
the state of the wagon? Is that something we
I
can...
was jingly jangling it, so it seemed
That's
to be...
something Kalos can
Yes,
fix
yes.
up?
You
Yep.
could reasonably
Yeah.
do so in a couple of, well, like 10 minutes per little section, I guess. In either case, you can get the wagon up to snuff. Thankfully, the wagon's health versus the fireball damage, it was 23 points of fire damage, and the wagon has 30 HP. So,
Ooh, not even close, baby. Not even.
On its last legs.
I know. Jeez.
On its last wheel, I should say.
Ooh.
that's not a SpongeBob pun.
I forgot. What did we rent it for? 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Do we want to extend the rentals?
Probably. If we're gonna do a
Depends on
time
the
skip.
Depends on the time skip, how long it is.
Yeah, depends on the time skip.
Well, let's see. In accordance to my calculations, the amount of damage dealt to the city by the Fleming skulls and necromancer and everything else, although you can't replace the human life.
Yes, you can.
Just have more babies.
True, dude. See, now you guys are thinking like an immortal deity that doesn't have to worry about the pities of mortals.
Fickle human.
Me and Zen are up there. The rest of the league are just a smidge down.
So, I'm going to put the estimated time to rebuild the city back to a nice working condition, essentially is in 2 different phases. Phase 1 is essentially basic scaffolding and reconstruction of the basic infrastructure. The second week is essentially the part that you guys probably don't have to deal with, because there are essentially the financial side of things, because labor, even though it's a extenuating circumstance, is not free, and people want to get things back into economic standings.
Okay.
Such as people's market stalls need to be reinstated and whatnot. So, phase 1 is all of you guys helping out. Phase 2 is basically just a background thing that's going to essentially mean that some facilities in town are not going to be available for things like shopping until they have been concluded.
Well,
But-
was the plan as the league to like help out and then just go fight a dragon? Is that this?
So you guys only
Actually
run for
leave,
phase
like-
1.
Okay.
That's going to be approximating an average of about a week to about a week and a half. What you guys can do can help facilitate the speed of this, but not to
Okay.
any large amount that you can get it done in like 2 days. You guys have a lot of magic, but you're not that powerful that you can just get the entire city. I was sprinkling a lot of flaming fireballs.
Yeah, it was for a long time as well. Like,
So anyways, so let's go down the line, and I have all of your people's names on this thing, so why don't we
Nameses?
go with anyone who has an idea of how they want to use their powers as I look for my green dry erase marker. There it is. If no one says anything, I'm gonna do what the kids in school hate to do, is start calling out names.
I'm going to pick you, buddy.
I'll go first.
Obviously,
yeah,
I
I
use
can't-
my dexterity.
With
Make eye contact with me.
I drink beer.
with my investigation within the first 48 hours, because apparently you have to find people within the first
yes,
72 hours, or else the
trail goes cold.
Yeah, the trial goes cold. So for the first 3 days, I am looking for people that might be under buildings, under anything that could crush them or
Alright,
something like that. Finding their bodies, trying to actually the dead bodies would have walked away, but trying to find
I
Where is it?
accompany Kalos, and since it's over the course of 3 days, that would reset my lay on hand. So I would help him with, like, if he does find someone, stabilizing them, pulling them from rubble, getting them to safety.
Well, what skill would you be using, Kalos?
I'd be using investigation, and at the same time, if you allow to be used stone shape to get the debris out, so I can get the civilians out safely and sound. As a spell.
Why
I'll roll
don't
for
we
that.
use first the skill check? You need to roll for investigation. Where the hell is
Oh,
my...
this is-
Can I? Okay, since he's doing a skill check, could I give him? I don't think I. Actually, I do have proficiency in investigation. Or no,
Well, we're
no, I
doing
do
a
not.
skill
I'm sorry,
challenge here,
insight.
not so much a skill check individually.
Yeah, I'm
It
sorry.
needs to be
I
a
don't.
separate thing.
What I was going to say is I could help him with all of this because I could use mold earth, not necessarily to move rubble, but to try and like create fulcrums using stuff like that.
Well, what
help
skill
clear
would you
the
be
way.
using? You cannot use investigation lest you incur a huge penalty.
Well, this is why I'm asking you. Like, I could use, like I said, I could use mold earth to create fulcrums, so we can use like leverage to pry.
Okay,
like,
so what
stuff
skill
off.
do you think that would apply to?
Using mold earth.
The skill, yeah, like the acrobatics, animal handling, like that.
Can I make a suggestion?
Shoot.
Athletics, because you'll need to be strong enough to lift up boulders and shit.
Well, that's true, and I'll be healing people.
Or
I got
you-
a good one for Zen and me.
Or
We've
you
also
can,
got
or you
medicine
can do
to fall
medicine.
back on.
Yeah, exactly. Medicine
I
to
think- yeah,
stabilize people.
All right, I think my thing would be more better suited for medicine and like helping to stabilize people that he does find, if that's okay.
We have 2 skills taken care of, investigation and medicine.
Should I roll
The
it now,
spells that you guys are going to be using do come into account. I'm not just completely ignoring those, but
Oh,
a skill
okay.
challenge is still based on skills as well. These spells will just work to enhance your capabilities. It's not going to completely remove the fact that you still need to apply a skill in some capacity.
Okay, I understand. So yeah, then I
Go.
would be medicine and lay on hands.
Go.
Alright.
Handy got a 21.
All right,
Thank
let me roll.
you. It sounded like she
Yeah.
said hangry.
Yeah, she.
He is angry.
They've all of my nephews have not been able to pronounce my name until like they're like 8 or something. And,
8. Oh my god.
Yeah, because they're always
Yeah.
just so they're always like hangry or hangry or.
How
something.
hungry are you?
I rolled total of an 11, and like I said, lay on hands. I'm gonna go back to cooking.
Alright, I need something from Laszlo, Zen, and Varus then.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot an idea first, guys. So I have proficiency in religion,
Yeah.
and I was thinking if I'm gonna be rebuilding part of the religious temple of Ra, I could utilize my spells of stone wall, a wall of stone, which is 5th level, and shape. What the fuck is it? Hold on.
Stone shape?
Move earth, which is 6th level. And stone shapes, anything like stone related, to like move and construct. So with wall of stone, if I concentrate on it for 10 minutes, it becomes permanent, and it just apparates out of through magic. So I could help facilitate buildings like that. I could use religion for that to alongside with the silent priest of Ra and other priests there to interpret like, oh, was this like where the structure was? I could use that possibly. Recall, what I've seen religiously within this building, possibly if there was like special filigrees and stuff, like how that looked.
As you're working on the Rod Temple, using your religion as your main driving force alongside your spells which do a lot of the heavy lifting. And instead of having to have several battalion of construction workers, instead we just have Laszlo waving his fingers. Hold on, someone's yelling at me. Yeah.
I was going to say, Zen, you could use like your stone lore, but
Yeah.
that's not a skill. Well, it's like a racial skill.
I mean,
No, it
becomes
actually
a
is. It's
skill
an
check.
intelligence check, I think.
Okay, because would that be history?
But I think the skill
yeah.
check has to be something you're proficient in.
It
Yeah.
makes me proficient.
Yes.
He's built in.
Oh, okay. Built in. Okay.
What was I saying?
I guess.
As you build the reconstruction of the Ra Temple and some of the surrounding areas, you notice that many people will come here in order to essentially come for religious, emotional support. Although you're
Okay.
not particularly the most charismatic man.
I beg to differ. I got Riz of what 8.
Not the most charismatic man. You instead use your religious knowledge to essentially preach to them that the deities are looking after you, and you can even.
Oh god, that's gonna be hard.
You can even flex about how Avatar of Horus came directly to help if you want.
Sure. If anything that gives these folk some is it solitude? No. Yeah. Some peace of mind. With this stuff. As I'm like building things like. Anyways, you came down, he's doing all these things.
I made this statue of Ra. I gave him a huge dong.
His dong.
Well, go
goes
ahead and
in the
make a
floor.
religion check. Because you are using religion.
21 total.
That's a number that Kalos also got. Coincidence? I think not.
The big singular dice from the group is kind of looking like it's a thing.
Alright, Zen and Varus, we have religion investigation being used up as well as medicine. The spells that you add to this do not have to be unique, if you have access to spells at all.
Um,
Can I Hunter's Mark the civilian?
Insight. Are you an undead hiding here?
Honestly, the closest thing to a spell I can think of that, as far as spells go, is I can conjure animals. I can conjure up beasts of burden, but the thing is, it only lasts an hour at a time. So it's like,
shit, and the bees.
Do that,
honey.
But I don't know if that's like a drop in the bucket, or that even like because of how.
An hour of labor is still an hour of labor. It's not a huge compounding thing that's going to shave off like a whole day of work. If anything, that's what Laszlo is probably going to do, because moving that amount of stone with your bare hands almost requires a small army. Wizard power creep. Take that, half-casters.
Oh, I don't say that.
I'm just saying what we're all thinking.
Pretty much.
Ooh,
all right,
6th and 7th level and above. Ooh, you're never gonna get these.
You can never have.
For never ever.
I don't think animal handling then factors in, because these are my personal like little fey creatures, so I don't think I need to worry about. That's an option though, animal handling, to make sure they work efficiently.
I'll take it if it doesn't make sense.
I mean, the alternatives to that would be just straight athletics, actively participating. Just the old-fashioned manual labor.
Elbow grease is also a good thing. Whichever one you want to use, both of them sound acceptable.
All right.
Plus
so
your spells.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go the animal handling then, because that's a +8 as opposed to the +3.
You're gonna wrangle all of the wild animals in this town and unify them.
I mean, most of my skills
Fat
are wisdom based,
come.
so it's all +8. So it's like, all right.
Yeah.
Unless it's stealth or athletics based, whatever skill I'm picking is going to be a +8. So it's like
you turn the flat rats to 8.
The alternative is that just perception is I just play the foreman and like just coordinate stuff. But yeah, that's
insight
that bonus.
on them, yeah.
Well, let's have a roll and see what you can add to this, or penalize it by getting in the way if you roll really badly.
I know.
You just have animals in the stairwells just standing.
He has a
for
flashback
nothing.
of that zombie. Like,
that is not very good. That is an 11.
User disconnected from your channel.
2 11s, 2 21s. And let's see what Zen does, because he could make a funny number. Also,
I decided to actually be a foreman. I'm going to use the Dwarven legendary racial of stone cunning.
Whoa!
I'm going to use history to tell people, it's like, don't use that stone is shit.
He's telling me, don't use
right.
that one, Laszlo, that one's shit.
As I'm just standing there drinking,
Laszlo, you don't want to use that one, that one's really
and
bad.
That stone cunning doubles my proficiency.
Oh, this is the fucking... This
it gives
is
me
it.
expertise.
He's going to be kicked back drinking.
Alright, so with all the benefits of using the stone lore thing, all of that sounds perfectly applicable. It sounds good to me. I think you get advantage on the roll, right? Because it's just history of rock.
No, stone cunning. It gives me expertise in history.
For rock.
I had double my proficiency. Yes.
Okay, so double proficiency,
is
not
cooling,
advantage,
dude.
but still.
I rolled a 16 plus 10. Well, my history by default is -2. So that goes to 14.
Rock and stone.
24. 24. Laszlo
Jeez.
knows exactly what to do. Oh my god.
This is the most rock-based knowledge anyone's have ever seen. You tell the people and the laborers about like rocks they never even heard of or existed. And, like that's what this is made out of.
Yeah.
Geologically
Stand
speaking, this
there.
And
material
on the
is shit.
all the same time, he's got a tankard in his hand and is using his prehensile beard to point at things. Like you put that rock over here with his beard. And then
Nice.
I'm asking Zen. I'm like, yeah, what am I doing? Where are you wanting this, Zen? Over
He
here.
burps in your
Alright.
face.
Making walls out of sand.
All
and
right.
just pull them down.
Although he burps in your face, you completely understand what you're supposed to
Oh
do
my
somehow.
god! This is a shit stone. I moved a different stone and put this one here.
You're just holding like a rock that you just found on the ground. Trying
Yeah,
to make
feel
it
like a...
Alright, so
That's actually-
with that we have
It's actually
all
a
of
fragment of someone's bone.
Oh yeah, throw that in the bin.
Oh, that was supposed to go with the flesh golem.
Bones.
Uh-oh.
Bones
Alright,
good for mortar, I think.
So with let's see, Laszlo with his spells and a 21 religion, Kalos with his spells and 21 an investigation.
That's what he does.
Zen with his history of rocks with a 24 and acting as a foreman. Varus with animal handling and his summon animals for an hour at a time for 11, and Daedalus with the medicine of looking after the people who Kalos digs out of the rubble for another 11. So, with all of those things in mind, if we add them all up together, and then divide them by 5, and then give a bonus because of the spells.
And then multiply by 100.
Do the level of the spells factor in? Or is it
No.
just the
Lay on Hands
relevancy?
doesn't have a level, so like...
Well, the level of the spell only is going to matter if it has some sort of enhanced effects when upcasted.
Well, Lay on Hands is a huge pool at this point. I've got 65 points.
Just
Well,
based
that's a
on your
lot of
level, right?
civilians. So, the average of that divided by 5 is 17.6, and on top of that with spells from this guy is 1, this guy is another, that's another, but that's technically line hands, but it's still a beneficial magical effect, and Kalos' thing as well for moving rocks. I'm going to give that a +2 from each thingamajig, and Laszlo's is probably going to be a +4 because it's a big level something spell. And a d20. Huzzah. Ooh. With all of your help rebuilding the city, mostly in part due to Laszlo volunteering himself for community service. Take a sippy. You guys finish Phase 1 of the city's reconstruction, which is just main infrastructure and buildings and defensible constructs, within 6 days. As opposed to a week and a half. Many people start to get to know you as faces helping out with the labor project. You're in high regards with many of the citizens and the little people, so to speak. I don't mean midgets. I just mean like
The little ones.
I just mean like civilians.
The outer ring. The outer ring.
Yeah.
During this time, many people see that Princess Hualong is helping along with these efforts. It is not very well known for Morjamoth family members to so much as even make contact with presumed lesser beings, financial-wise and dragon-related-wise. So it's a weird contrast when people are dug out of the rubble by Kalos and are immediately greeted with a helping hand from Dauntless. It is a sight to see. Most of them are delirious from being buried underneath rubble for many hours at a time, so not really one to complain, nor to spit in the horse's mouth, or what is it? Look a gift horse in the mouth?
Yeah, it's too spit in a horse's mouth. But...
Not one to spit in the horse's mouth. No, it's supposed to be bite the hand that feeds, or look
spit
a gift
in the horse's mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, expressions are stupid, alright?
Campaign at the bit. The bit of the horse. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sketty, yeah.
You guys work for this many days, so let me erase the calendar. So 19 plus 6
Gives us a few days.
75.
Where's your niece to help us with the math?
25th of
June.
So we can still get the dragon. But I think, maybe there may be some situation, and something may have happened that may mean that we can still do that and be okay with it.
There are many things that have essentially been turned on their heads. Not only the fact that you guys are delayed getting your dragon's blood, but now that you have made yourselves more known in the city, you guys have achieved local status of what would be considered folk heroes or local heroes. Word spreads, even if it's not from your own mouths. People have witnessed your deeds by proximity of the battles and other things around the city, not only just the reconstruction. You now have the ability, all of you collectively, to earn a collective discount at most businesses, and for the purpose of overseeing crimes, guards will pass over crimes if their net value in terms of damages or stolen items is less than 500 gold worth. Doesn't mean I want you guys to start stealing, but that's your prerogative.
499 gold worth of evil doing. Okay.
The limit has, we know the limit, guys.
All right.
Do you want to take care of some housekeeping stuff before we set out on journey part 2?
Adam, give me the loot, baby.
Oh yeah,
that,
me and Henry will peruse the goods to expedite the
During the
finding of-
downtime, when you guys aren't doing your labor, because you're not doing this 24/7, you'd probably die of exhaustion, and then be added to the corpse pile. Although no corpses have been really found, because the necromancer is incredibly thorough.
While they're doing loot check,
Let's see.
can I have a powwow with Varys about learning more dragon? I know it's not a full day, but I just don't want the 2 weeks to be up. And it's like,
I
you
would like
forgot
to
all
read
that.
my nerd book as well, so I get more intellect. If there is enough downtime for that.
Well, mine is more of a holding pattern because I know I'm not going to
Sure.
get a full day out of it. It's just going to be like
Yeah.
that.
Well, you
to
need to
leave.
do at least a full day.
8
to
hours
keep...
per day.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I know. What I'm asking is, though, in the free time, could I extend the period of it without...
Well, I think the
actually, like-
requirement would be that at least one of these days within the time period, you would need to do at least a full hour for it to count as extending the time. So you need to get a full day's worth in for it to count to be an extension.
Is that fine, Adam?
Sorry, I blanked. I was reading something. What?
I would like to use my free time to practice dragon so I don't forget it.
Well, you don't just forget it. You don't. If you have a break in your cycle, it doesn't just lose all
Well, you
progress.
said,
Well,
you said
what
it's
I'm-
2
I-
weeks, so and we just spent a week cleaning the city.
It was 6 days, I said.
No, I mean for getting dragon is like 2 week time period. and then
Well, I'm
you
saying,
lose
but if
all.
you don't want like there to be that to be an issue, then you want at least one day in between. And like saying, oh, I'm going to take a couple hours a day. I don't know if that necessarily extends it. I think you need a complete day's worth of lessons to like.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying.
Set
Well,
the clock.
I don't want to add to it over the course of like, oh, I'm going to do an hour a day for 8 days, so that way it's one day. I just want to know if I can do an hour a day for 8 days to keep it from reducing.
Yeah.
As a game convention, it needs to be straight.
Would
Fair
would
enough.
I be able to read Book of Intellect and gain 8 win by downtime?
If you have 8 hours a day to read it, or whatever the thing is required. Where the fuck did I put this thing?
Yeah, we'll find out what the
We'll wait until we're on the road.
it was like a I'm not waiting until I'm on the road to read that. If I got the
Isn't
time
that
to
like
do it.
isn't that a player's handbook item? Like you could just
No,
like-
I don't think so.
because I know that like there are other because like the ability score increase books, those are like a thing that you can look up on like D&D Beyond. so they're
Oh
not-
yeah, if you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days, yeah, it is a PHP book. So if it takes 6 days, would I be able to accumulate 48 hours worth of reading?
If you slack on your labor. Nah, it's fine. You guys don't have to do 8 hours per day of labor because it's 24 hours, 6 hours. Sorry, 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of downtime, 8 hours of something. Kind of like how we do travel time, where it's 8, 8, 8.
Plus, we the elves, so technically you could.
All right, Elven superiority.
Hell yeah!
complex,
Woo!
all right.
Okay. So if that's possible, awesome. But yeah, what not to dilute from Henry's original point. Yeah, if he wants to look at these
Henry
things,
is frothing at the mouth.
Henry, hangry,
Hangry.
Hangry, as my nephews and nieces call me.
hangry for
All right, let's
magical
start
items.
with. Let's see. I'm gonna start off with the Great Club. The Great Club. Of course, I'll post these all up later in just a second, as soon as I'm done with the thingamajig, or this session rather. The Great Club is also known as the Omen of Kaladhim. It is a +3 Great Club that requires attunement from a non-lawful creature. A large reinforced club engraved with the silhouettes of screaming faces across its surface. The handle is wrapped in a leather binding that always seems to be moist with blood. This weapon specializes in counterattacking and allows the wielder to make an attack of opportunity against creatures that miss with its weapon attack. Melee weapon attack. When a creature misses with a melee weapon attack against the wielder of this weapon, they are considered to be off balance until the end of their current turn. Attacks against off-balance creatures gain a +3 to hit and have a chance to knock them prone if they fail a strength saving throw DC 16. If the wielder has not moved this round, they can deploy a field of discrimination. Discrimination field, centered on the caster. As a bonus action, the field is a 10-foot radius that acts as a magical difficult terrain to anyone not designated by the caster. The field dissipates when the wielder moves or is unconscious. Every turn after the first round that the deployment of the field... Every turn after the first of deployment, the field increases by size by 5 feet at the start of the caster's turn to a maximum of 20 feet. When the field is at maximum size, the wielder can move up to 10 feet during their own turn without dissipating the discrimination field. So you have to stand still for a couple rounds, and then you can move around with it, at which point you basically are just a mobile, 10-foot mobile, magical difficult terrain thing, which is intended to combo with the fact that you need half of your movement to stand up from prone, and magical difficult terrain cuts your movement in half. So, do the math. Anyways, that's the Great Club. Next item. The next item is the satchel that the guy was holding the rocks in. This one is known as Urgwath's Attaché. A crude-looking satchel made from cheap materials that is heavily weathered and beaten, yet never seems to spill its contents. You can place any non-magical, non-manufactured item into the satchel if it can fit within the 3-foot opening, and it will be consumed by the bag. Living creatures cannot be placed into the bag, and what is considered manufactured is determined by the DM. That's me. Once an item has been consumed by the bag, the original is lost forever, but you can reach into the bag and pull out an exact duplicate of that item up to 5 times. Once 5 copies have been removed from the bag, this effect ends. Placing a new item into the satchel overwrites all previous items. That's the sack. The bone anklet is the naturalist's bangle. A bone anklet worn by a famous hermit of great wisdom. The effects of this item are suppressed if worn by someone who is wearing armor, or a shield. Wearing this item gives the wearer a feeling of anxiety in civilized locations and a yearning to be out in nature. Nudism is an optional effect. Creatures wearing this anklet can go up to 3 days without food and water before suffering any of the consequences. They can also derive nutrition from odd organic sources such as tree bark and animal bones. Every dawn, the wearer will be visited by the ghost of the famous hermit, who will be bestowing upon them a quest. The difficulty of the quests and the time allotted to complete the quest vary and are rolled by the DM. There are permanent passive effects and bonuses associated with completing 3, 5, and 7 of these quests. If the bangle is ever removed, the number of completed quests is not reset. If the bangle is removed, the number of completed quests is reset, but not any of the passive benefits that have been achieved. What's next?
There was
was
the
the-
ram horns, the ruby.
Oh yeah, like the
glove
screw-on horns,
catalyst,
right?
The robes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. We have the robes, the crimson glove, and then the horn helmet.
Yeah.
Let me find those. Those should be in the miscellaneous. Let's go with the ram horns first. This is the only cursed item in the lot, so, you know, I love me some cursed items. Let's see. This horned helmet that goes by the name of... What? That's not the name of it. Sorry, I have it on the wrong tab. It's not in the miscellaneous section. I think I put it in armor and shields for some reason.
Evil and evil. More evil. Evil.
Cursed item. This one is from a series of cursed items. Got it. This is a cursed item that is intended to have a pair, none of which are in this pool of items at the moment. This one is worn, must be worn by a creature that has the ability to speak. So you can't give it to the bad guy.
Krios.
Yep. This one is known as the Horns of the Dark Opera. And anytime the creature wearing this, it's a cursed item, just first and foremost, and does require attunement. Horns of the Dark Opera must be worn by a creature that can speak, and anytime they speak, everything comes out in song. Specifically an aria. Whenever the creature speaks, everything is spoken in aria. All spells that have a verbal component to them also count towards being spoken in song. Therefore, it is very easy to it's difficult, if not impossible, to cast spells while stealth with this thing. Because you're singing. In either case, when you do cast any spell that deals thunder damage or requires the creature of being affected by a spell to have hearing, all creatures within 30 feet of you have disadvantage on saving throws versus any effects of the sort. So that is either thunder damage or requires hearing in some capacity. And it's within 30 feet. For the most part, the curse effect is really just the singing. It's not the most debilitating curse, although you don't have to actually sing in real life if you don't want to, because honestly, I don't want to hear you guys sing in Italian. That's actually it. Robes or glove next?
Give me the glove.
Okay, the Crimson Glove is not a cursed item. It's only the Horn of the Dark Opera that is cursed. Even though it looks kind of spooky and it's red, that's because it's affiliated with a type of magic. Of course, the Crimson stands for fire, and it is a Crimson Glove that has a couple of spells charged into it and can be used to just deploy them. It's really just a spell gauntlet. The following spells are laden in there. Let me just list off all the fucking fire spells that are in the entire world. It does not require attunement from a particular kind of creature, and actually doesn't even require attunement, although it does take the same action economy to take it off as, say, a shield. So it takes an action to take off. The following spells are charged. Not all of them are regained upon rest. There is a bit of a RNG element to it, and it's a D4 plus 1 for some of these slots, but I'll just let you know. When I post it up, you'll see what associated dice is used to recharge it. They're not all guaranteed to max out when you rest. But the following spells are available to this. It allows you to cast Firebolt, and it scales with your with your character level, because cantrips scale up. So it gives you infinite access to Firebolt, although a lot of you have that already, so that's up to you to use as you please. Has a 1 charge of level 4 for either use of the Fire Shield spell or Wall of Fire. It only has 1 charge of that, so you have to choose between the two. And that one obviously is recharged completely at dawn because there's only 1 charge to recharge. That's for the level 4s. For the level 3s, it has a total of 3 level 3s. As you can probably imagine, one of the that is not the right spell. One of them is, of course, Fireball. So you have 3 casts to potentially just Fireball 3 times in a row, if you want to. Oh, actually, that's it. That's the only level 3 spell. And it has a series of 4 level 4... No, sorry, not 4 level 4s. 4 level 2s. The following are Scorching Ray and Continual Flame. Again, this does not require attunement, but does require an action to take off and another action for someone else to put it on if you want to swap it mid-combat. Any spells that you cast that are also fire gain an additional... all fire spells, be it your own or the charged ones in this, gain an additional 1d4 fire damage, no matter what damage type it is. And creatures that are resistant to fire must make a Constitution saving throw DC 17 or lose their fire resistance upon entering a radius of 10 feet within the caster's range. This effect, if they succeed, they are immune to this for a period of 24 hours. And again, that's resistance, not immunity. So you can't just completely strip a red dragon's fire immunity. Although that would be kind of funny. So that's the glove. That one is known as the Purgator's Finger. And let me see. The last one is the robe. Let me just see the robe.
Love a good robe.
Well, I
Is
hope...
it like the dude robes? What he wears in the film.
This robe is actually highly sought after by wizards because, one, it is made of a fine material that is incredibly comfortable to wear because it's made of fine silks.
Hell yeah.
Not only that, it is a very cool... Where the fuck are my customs?
Nice, Snoop Dogg. Very cool.
What the hell? It is also a blast from the past, in the form of a...
Is it a Feral's Corp?
It is a recycled Campaign 1
Oh my god, it's the bag!
Put the bag on it. Oh
no.
no, God, no, not that fucking thing.
No,
That-
I already gave you a thing that gives you a ghost that apparates when you're
oh
sleeping.
God, that'd be scary.
You had 2 ghosts. This is, of course, the Pharaoh's Garb from Campaign 1. For those of you who don't know what it is, requires attunement by anyone who can cast at least a level 1 spell. The user cannot wear any kind of armor or shields. It grants the user 15 AC, regardless of what they're wearing besides this, and resistant to piercing damage. Once per day, the user can choose not to expend a spell slot when casting a spell of third level or lower. And I thought it would be thematically appropriate because we're in the sand region, so that's the Pharaoh's Garb back.
Hey.
I look at Lazo's like, I don't think you want that one.
Be good for half casters. But you know, if you got your big armor, you wouldn't want to.
Nah, I mean, like, I don't think you want this. I don't think it's for you. Nah, and I hand it to him.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to take it if someone else wants it.
Well, the only other person that doesn't wear armor is not a spellcaster, so...
So
I mean, I
either
could
you
use
take it or
for
we sell
bow
it.
armor.
But your AC is higher wearing the heavy armor than it would be wearing this thing.
What was the AC calculation for this again? It was.
It's
just
15.
15.
Why can't this be Morrowind, and why can't he wear the clothing above the armor?
I have
break the game.
36 AC.
Because you only have 1 torso slot. And it takes the same slot.
Mother of all omelets, Adam.
So, those are all the magical items. You already got the money. I'm assuming you distributed it to one another, or is Kalos just holding
Nah,
all
I
of
keep
it?
it for myself. Fuck you
Rios
guys.
doesn't wear armor.
Yes, but he
Can't
also
wear
can't
armor.
too.
You can't even use magic.
Oh, that's right.
How many are we again? 1, 2.
5.
Well, if
how
you
much-
just have
how much is
Krios
it total?
take the magical initiating spell.
How much is it total?
Hold on,
6k
doing the math.
Samir and the gel.
Well,
and
no, I'm
15k
saying,
of jewels and metal, right?
Even if we are so confident that we don't need to extend the rental on the wagon and the camel, I think we rent a second camel because I think that whole situation back at the lake kind of dictated. Yeah, we use elk as an emergency, but it would have helped to just have a second camel on the wagon.
I can make a bigger elk now, if you want.
I give everyone 1,200 Samir. And for the jewelry, would you guys mind just if I keep it? If when we find a seller, I'll sell it and then.
Well, you can keep my share if it'll help you make more sending bracelets.
Sure.
But it was Samir we got?
Yeah, you got 1,200.
I have money once again.
Oh yeah, you didn't get that giant payout from the Crystal Sparks.
Nah, I didn't get shit.
You're poor.
Unemployed
funny.
gang.
You're a poor rich person.
It is funny. The humor is not lost on me.
So, with that in mind, the city is becoming better and better, almost like it never happened. Minus 800 people.
It's kind of like I can walk in the street now.
Yeah, you can walk in the streets and you don't have to bump into anyone's shoulders because they're too busy crying at home about the mourning of their dead.
Okay,
Man, just think, if this happened before we dealt with the assassins, maybe all the assassins would have just died.
Well, retrospect is something. But as you guys are doing labor throughout the city, and the time skip, there are things that happen during the time skip that I can't gloss over without completely ignoring very key factors of things that would happen during that 6 days.
Do I get pinged at all on the bracelet?
They
No,
stole it again.
it's not.
It's already gone.
Guys, did
I
I leave my
lost
keys
it.
over there?
Hey, Daedalus,
I can't get into the
Hello? Is
I
this
need
thing
more
working?
dead bodies.
Somehow the front door
I
was
got
left
hairy
open.
legs. I
I don't know how these things go.
It was just spectral Joe Biden the whole
Yeah.
time.
Oh man.
And
He was
honestly,
eating-
you
he
can't
was-
lie if you have dementia. You're just fucking
He was
out of
eating
your
chocolate
gourd.
chip. That was what he was having up there. Double chocolate chip.
And kissing kids on the back of their heads.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Besides the president, which one do you want to deal with first? The Sultan, the Morjamoths, or the Crystal Spark family?
I don't
Crystal
know.
Spark first, larger moths, and then.
As we start going over there, I remind you that you have to be someone else.
I can just stay outside.
You shouldn't be seen near
You
this
shouldn't
place.
be seen near the vicinity of
You
this
should not be.
place.
I look around.
No.
Is there like a cafe?
Can you
There
just
are
No.
plenty.
Can you
please just?
I just walk away from the group and go sit at the cafe.
I hope you get stabbed.
All right. Well, Dauntless is not with the party as you guys go over to the Crystal Spark family. A dispatch was sent out requesting all of you employed within their services, which is literally except for the guy at the cafe, to please come to the facility to speak with your boss.
Baba Booey.
Oh, also, just
Hey, Baba Booey.
throughout the downtime, I would have given back Varys his King's Mind, and I would have attuned to something else as well. So you have King's Mind, by the way. Yeah, you got it back.
That's
What
the
does this
one.
Pharaoh's hit do?
The Pharaoh's Garb. I'm glad you asked because it's a classic. One that
Hold on. I remember this one.
Adam might have changed it a bit.
It gives you resistance to piercing damage,
Dang,
non-magical, if I remember correctly.
nope,
Or
it's
unless
just
you
piercing
upgrade.
damage.
Just
All piercing damage.
All piercing damage. Yeah, that's the only one I remember.
King's
Armor
Mind
class is
is
15. Resistance to piercing damage of any kind. Can't use armor or a shield. And once per day, you can choose to not spend a spell slot if it's for a level 3 or below.
Classic Frederick.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, we can have an additional free use of mirror image. I could do a free tiny hut. It's just some good shit.
the
in there.
King's Mind penalty, though, if you fail the concentration check, is XD6, right?
X number of the
So
spells
if you have
spell
two
level
level
that you're
3s,
listing.
then that's 66. But, just don't break concentration. Obviously.
And you guys notice that my half cape is back to giving a magical glow.
Is it purple?
No, it's
switching up.
It's that weird Mordremoth's color, but then I'm probably gonna change it out and make it to like the Crystal Park.
Oh,
That weird
GB.
Alright, so you are called to speak with Baruti over in his office at the not Morjamoth family, Crystal Spark. That's a different family. We're going to get to them in just a moment.
Oh yeah.
The Crystal Spark family has called for the employees. Everyone is here in the office, including the research division, who is not part of the league, but just you're associated with them. As Baruti has called everyone to their office, it's kind of crowded. Some people actually have to stand outside the hallway and peek their heads in like an old school Scooby-Doo cartoon. As he is sitting behind his desk, he waits for everyone to get within earshot and waits for everyone to settle down. A couple of murmurs of like, oh man, are we in trouble? Are passed around some of the office workers, and for the most part the air is slightly tense because no one gets called to the big man's office under normal circumstances unless it's either you're getting a raise or you're getting fired. Brody spins around, having finished lighting an incense candle of the professional kind. His arms are folded over
Stroking a
his
cat.
desk, and he does not have a cat. He turns around at his desk and leans forward, folding his arms across his desk. Well, that was, quite a situation that we all found ourselves in. I heard the news that some of you folks were more deep in the shit than others. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about what happened? Speak up. I don't need to call anyone if you want to just pipe up.
Necromancer wanted a magic book, and we
We
tried to the most
It was either give
best
him,
solution.
yeah,
Boys,
give him
speak
the
up,
book.
please. One at a time. Take a deep breath. Control yourself. And speak. You're tripping over each other's words. Also, one at a time. Do I have to point to someone?
Like Vera said, we were in a pickle. The necromancer wanted a book that we had found. It was either give him the book or more lives were going to be lost. We decided that it was the better outcome to give him the book. A lot of the magical items that were given to us as experimental weapons were key items in the fight. I'll go ahead and give the report to the research division as soon as we're done here. In midst of the battle, we did find a group of civilians trapped by a horde of zombies. We took a moment and we decided that the safest place that we could send them was probably going to be an area that we knew that we can get them magically to. That's why you had a group of civilians in the research facility. Apologies, like I said, it was a dire of circumstances. He was either send them nowhere or have them potentially join the undead army that was.
No, that's not the problem, fellas. That's perfectly reasonable for you to send us here. We're not going to just kick them out back into the streets just because we're rich. Although, no, that wouldn't be funny. No, I was about to say it would have been. No, that wouldn't be funny.
Yeah. Besides that, besides the notations of the outcome of the weapons, there isn't much that we can report. We did help on the rebuilding of the city. We did find
we saw you fellas working out in the public. It's fine. For the most part, though, I've called everyone into this room, not for just your report, although I do appreciate getting your side of what happened, especially since you were down in the dirt, killing the undead and whatnot. I'll read your report from your weapons during the siege later. I do look forward to seeing how effective they were. I do have one thing that I want us to talk about. All of you who have been gathered here are part of the Weapons and Research Division for the Crystal Spark family. I would like to use the opportunity, it sounds heartless and cruel, but this is a good foothold to get a financial hook into the city's defense budget. You guys were seen in public using our weapons, and it's pretty obvious where they came from. Diamond Quartz is basically synonymous with our name. So, I will want to use this opportunity to try to get the more stable Diamond Quartz into the hands of some of the, at least the elite guards. Maybe some of the Sultan's right-hand men, or maybe the guard captain himself.
That was part of my plan.
At the minimum. But I see this as a good opportunity while everyone is rebuilding, and considering the city's walls did fall to essentially what amounts to undead stacking on top of each other. Not to discount their capabilities through sheer numbers, but sheer numbers can be met by equal force by a strong enough weapon. I'm sure most of you would have can attest to that. So I've called you all in here for today just to get a couple of ideas. I'm going to ask that myself, my grandson, and at least a couple people, we're going to meet with the Sultan sometime within the week to discuss the defense budget. We're going to be present there. I have specifically requested to be there as a guest, but I do not intend to sit idly by silent the whole conversation. Many other people have been invited to this meeting for defense, including some people of the Morgemoth family, myself, many other wealthy individuals who are essentially big taxpayers, so to speak. We have enough financial inklings into the city's budget that we are present there, kind of like some sort of chairman, almost, chair people. I'm permitted to bring a couple of people in my entourage. I'm guaranteed bringing my grandson, and probably at least 2 to 3 other people. Seeing as all of you are in the research division and will be essentially be acting as not a talking head, so to speak. That's a bit of a morbid metaphor considering the context, but just to reinforce our talking points. So if anyone wants to be part of that council, or that meeting at least, go ahead and compile whatever kind of things you would want to say yourself, or something that I can say to pitch towards the Sultan. Any volunteers at the immediate behest? No one needs to be forced to do this. I will not dock any pay or reprimand you for not volunteering to go forth into this. I know you are scientists and not politicians.
When is the meeting?
The meeting is going to be, what is today, the 25th?
25th, yeah.
25th. It is going to be on July 2nd. So it's 5 days.
I mean, I don't know if I look at Kalos. Like, see that guy? I don't know. I don't know what
Kalos
the
might
demeanor
not.
may be. Yeah,
I think at the most, I think for our.
Are you folks going to be away?
maybe.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah,
possibly be present if we're around on behalf of the league. And
If it's not you, that's perfectly fine. I don't expect you guys to.
we can at least put a kind of
it-
comment in.
It would be preferred because, one, you kind of have a face here in the city now. You are directly responsible for encountering the Necromancer and essentially shooing him away, as per what I am to understand what happened. He was not defeated in combat, but was persuaded to leave. I don't know the fine details. Just a couple of eyewitnesses who were peeking out the window and saw him not destroying the city after speaking with you, so I don't know the fine details again, but I would prefer if it was someone from the league who was directly linked to the Necromancer, but if not, we can just have one of our seniors from the research division, and maybe that's it, just me and my grandson in the research division. If you can't make it, that's perfectly fine. But that is what is going to be proposed in about 5 days from now, and if all goes well, we're going to get some crystal weapons into the hands of the guards, the elites, and maybe someday into just the common footmen.
In the event we're not present, maybe we can like put together like
A couple of statements, maybe.
Yeah, statement. In the event we're not here, like this is basically. I don't know. If
Well, that's a good idea. Why don't you folks, if you were not going to be here, at least write out what you did during the combat, especially giving most details to the capacities of the diamond quartz weapons. You don't need to really ham it up that much. Everyone already kind of sees you as, I wouldn't say larger than life, but you are well known around these parts at this point. But just stamp your name on that, and I will essentially, I won't read them verbatim. I'll just gloss over it and take your talking points.
I feel like Kalos like totally did a fucking cute backflip here.
Bro,
He did.
everyone knows
I flew
what
up
I
and I
did.
kicked him in the nuts.
And then, quote, Kalos said, "I almost tripped over my magnum dong."
Oh.
And I quote, Kalos feels kind of bad for manhandling. Oh, God. Kalos, I didn't know you did that.
Yeah, oh, bro.
So why
Don't
don't you
mention
folks,
that
if
guy.
you're not going to be there, I will at least take myself, my grandson, and someone from the research division who's not so much the hitting stuff with a stick kind. But I'll take those reports at your leisure, presumably at least 2 days before the meeting, if you can help it.
Sounds good.
And best case scenario, we get a large influx of money from the city, which...
Right,
as
you
you-
sound like Mr. Krabs then. Money!
Money!
He fucking
Money,
turned
money,
into that. I like money. It's like, what?
But it's not just good news for the company. All that money does trickle down, and all of you folks, if we do get this into the hands of the city, the research division, and also the mining division, but you don't have to worry about those guys, because they're going to be the ones digging up the crystal from the ground. But everyone in the research division and the mining division, and technically some of the public relations are getting a bonus, so...
The media team are getting up raves.
But don't worry, I treat everyone, all of my employees, they get the money and respect they deserve, so... The money trickles down, don't worry, I don't just hoard it all like a dragon. Anyways,
Nice
I think
segue.
that's everything for this meeting. Thank you for coming. Some of you are still working on the construction of the city, so I don't want to hold you up too much. Thank you again for your service, and I will contact you when everything goes well. I'm saying when, optimistically. Alright, off with you. Do something else.
Fantastic.
Have those reports as soon as possible. You're not shooed away, but you can't stay here kind of thing. That is the Crystal Spark family business. It's not scary. If anything, it is potential for more money.
As we're walking out with the rest of the research division, I just looked down to my boy.
One Eye? Who you want to go in the One Eye? You going
Is it all,
Garrus?
is it all One Eye?
Or
Garrett?
Bailey? Is it Bailey?
Didn't
I
have,
think
like,
it's
a funny name.
Bailey. Yes,
You
Bailey
say
is the
you look down on
enchanter.
him, but he's taller than you.
Oh shit! I'm gonna
I
look
look at his
over.
shoes.
I'm gonna look over at Bailey and hey, did you? I know this is probably like the worst time to ask this, but did you ever get that enchanting thing that I asked to get commissioned?
Well, if you asked me a couple days ago, I would say no. We were kind of busy being besieged after all. But, I found some time to squeeze it in there, yeah?
Oh, so the whole set is done. The glass and the pick, because it's a two-parter, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes, you need the special needle and you need the lens. So, needle scrapes off the lens, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So, good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?
Bad news. I always take that first.
Alright, a man who wants the bad news first. Bad news is that while working on that, the big man himself, wanted me to start working on a couple of enchantments, and I'm almost out of my own, and I was mildly tempted to use the one I just made for you. I didn't, but it is something that the boss wants sooner rather than later, and it would take me a bit to make another one. That's the bad news. The good news is that it's done ready. If you want to take it right now.
Oh yeah. I'll just take both of them. I mean, but if the big boss needs one, I mean, it is his, I guess. Technically.
Well, he doesn't know that I have it done yet. I'm not going to hide it from him, and I know what I need to get done, and obviously I use these things to get done, so I will, because this is your order, it was your payment after all, the crystal itself. So I will ask, what do you want to do? I will not be hiding it from either of you. If I give it to you, I'll tell the boss. He's probably not going to be angry, but I will be probably put behind at least 2 days
Just use
of
mine.
progress.
Use my one.
Yours.
No. Well, remember.
I gave
Laszlo,
you.
Yes, you gave me yours. That's what he's trying
That's what
to
this
say.
is.
Yes.
What did you do with yours?
Well, mine's the materials that I'll be using. In order to
Oh,
make the
sorry.
items.
Yeah, gotcha.
So yours was the big chunk that he just made 3 lenses into,
Yeah.
and then mine was the little pebbles of crystals, so I can
Gotcha.
make items. I mean,
It's
if
only
you
gonna
just,
put me back about 2 to 3 days
just
if I do give it to you, and otherwise I can start on it immediately. It's not something you have to worry about too much, but it's just, I don't want you to feel guilty about it, but this is just, I'm laying it all out.
I mean, like, how long are you gonna take for it to come back to me? Like after you gotta do your stuff, is it gonna take like a month or so?
Probably not that long.
Just
If you want it, it's yours. It's your payment, and it was literally handed to you by Fug. So.
How is Fug, by the way? All good.
Yeah, did anyone sustain any injuries, by the way?
He's Fug okay.
Unfortunately, none of... Well, Fug is He doesn't like to talk about family that much.
Oh,
He
no.
he's an adopted kid.
Okay.
Who was not in the facility during the siege. He was at school. And one of the schools was hit by one of the explodey things. Little Fug Jr. is...
Oh, God.
No, not Fox Junior.
No.
Why, cruel world? Oh, God.
He's, not doing so well.
Jeez, now I'm not doing well.
Oh.
Fuck, man. That's...
He's not dead, guys.
Okay, oh,
He needed
okay.
someone who could touch people and they're
He's
healed.
just a bit injured.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
I mean,
Emotional, too.
emotional. Yeah, of course. There's no
seeing-
Condolences, either
Yeah,
way.
the kid apparently saw his teacher torn in half.
Now,
That'll do it, man.
when we're talking about physical damage, what's is he limping? Is he?
His shoulder got dislocated by falling debris.
No one's popped it back in.
No, we've got that fixed. I think one of your guys was part of the medical division.
That was probably the princess.
Right. But no, the kid's going through a bit of emotional turmoil.
Gotcha.
Again, seeing his teacher torn in half in front of him while the rest of the class fled the scene, that guy is definitely going on a memorial of some kind. But the kid's not doing so well emotionally.
How old is Fug Jr.?
In September he's gonna turn 9.
Oh, I go in my bag of holding and I
He's
say,
not a goblin, by the way. He's adopted young human man. Boy? Yeah, he's a boy. If he was a goblin, he'd be a man by now.
He'll be a man
boy.
one day.
I take out I go in my bag of holding and I take out one of the Charo butlers that I have that winds up and I say, you just give this to Fug. I'm not actually. You know what? I'll give it to him because I'll get it.
Do I just give it to him yourself? It's
Yeah,
kinda
I'm
weird
just gonna go.
If I
Yeah,
give it to
yeah.
him for you, that's kind of weird.
By the way, I'll also take my lenses.
All right, that's
and
fine.
the set. Yeah.
Don't worry about too much about it. I already had the blueprints done for this thing. It was just a manual process.
Forget about it.
But I'm not going to lie to anyone. I'm just going to say that it was your lens, and I'm not going to take your lens away. That was your payment. And the boss
Appreciate
will
it.
understand.
Awesome. And then we go over to
Don't
Fug.
drop it.
No,
Yeah,
no, of course.
Who
not.
do we give what to Fug?
No, fuck. No, he's a quartermaster. You give it
Okay.
to Garrick.
All right.
I was actually gonna compile those notes, Laszlo, and then just drop them off later.
Leave him
I
with Garrick
haven't.
or whatever. There's a slot on his desk that's got a little paper slit. You can just drop him in there.
You see, Leslie like gestured you. I got like a little note already. Like,
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't written mine up with the whole thing. I'll get to it before we leave, and I'll pass it over to Garrick. But if you have yours ready, and Varys, if you have yours as well, I'll take it and I'll put them all together.
Cool.
Just out of curiosity, everyone of your group is literate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I had to think about that. Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not going to get chicken scratch in the research division's bin
Well,
of
We have standards.
stick hit good or something like that. I don't know.
No, I would
text
never.
notes. I don't have.
Although I'm not gonna lie to you. The Azures, it hit pretty good.
I'm sure it did, but please try to put it into a scientific
hit
notation.
good. Big hit.
But you're not some random street urchin. You know what to talk about. Anyways,
I am a random street urchin, but I know what you mean.
right. But yeah, I just dropped those off at Garrick's desk, and you guys are. I heard you were going out.
Gotta get dragon's blood for some ritual for the Mordramoths. So yeah, that's
Dragon blood, huh?
Probably
Yeah.
kill a dragon.
If you can, save
Bring
a
you
little
back
bit.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not for me specifically, but for the whole of the research division.
Oh,
If we
yeah,
could
of
do
course.
some cool thing with like dragon blood plus diamond quartz and somehow make it work, I'm just saying, we probably get a big bonus.
Oh fuck yeah! Don't
Mostly you guys, because it's your blood. Not your blood specifically, you're bringing the blood.
I got you.
You know what I
got you, Bale. Yeah, don't worry, Bale. I got you.
All right.
But yeah, we'll definitely bring some goodies back.
I mean, I don't know how much blood a dragon has, but I'm sure the Mordremoths don't need all of it themselves.
At least
right?
one cup, you know? At least one cup.
I
A
think
cup?
they need like a jug.
A jug.
Yeah.
How big's the jug?
About the size of half a zen, maybe.
Like a flower vase?
About the size of zen, a little bit more, a little bit less. About half a zen.
Half a zen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good metric.
You're making fun of fucking imperial system.
No!
Huh?
No.
Half a dwarf. How many stone is that, British man?
How thick are you, Zen?
Is that the polite way of asking a woman her weight?
No.
How
You
thick
dare
are
you. How many oatmeals? You're not fat?
I'm a little rotund. I'm an old.
All right,
man.
good is a good thing. I would say you're probably about 10 stone, maybe 10, 11 stone, if you're like 4 foot something.
All right.
And if this is jugs, yeah.
Well, with that, I think that's probably the last bit of business with the Crystal Spark, unless you guys want to do anything else.
Oh, we gotta go. Fuck no, we gotta go to Fug. What are you talking about?
Fug. Right, you're gonna go to Fug.
Fug.
Fug Daril. Last name Ugak. I don't know if you knew that yet.
Fug in. This is me.
Fug is fugging.
You go to the quartermaster's warehouse. There you can see the lights have been kind of dimmed by the shutters being turned ever so slightly, giving this room a weird, almost noir-like vibe. You can see the silhouette of Thug traversing through the shelves, his head slightly crooked downwards as he writes down on his corkboard. As you approach, your footsteps echo in the warehouse, causing him to perk his goblin ears up and turning towards you. Putting on a sort of like professional facade, he straightens his posture and goes back to his other business. Yeah? What do you want?
Picking up my payment that I left with you.
Yeah, and how much was that?
10,000
million.
You trying to fuck with
gold,
me?
10k gold. I didn't.
Was it 30,000?
Trying to fuck with me?
30,000 Samir's worth of
small ones, yeah.
Small ones, yeah.
Alright, well I had your name on this thing. It's been sitting on that shelf the whole damn time. No one else is gonna pick them up. You know most people actually get the big ones, right?
Yeah, but I gotta make some stuff.
Alright, whatever floats your boat, kiddo.
Appreciate it.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
see you next payday.
Yes, sir. By the way, this is for your little one. It's a little toy just to keep his mind off of things. Heard of the bad news.
Who's been yapping their lips?
Just coffee talk.
Who's coffee?
Just you've never had coffee before?
Tired, boss.
I drink water and whiskey.
No.
Sometimes together.
No, you should really hang out with Zen a lot more. He's the whiskey connoisseur.
So are you?
Alright, well what am I supposed to do with this?
And I twist it around and I'm put it on the ground and it like does little movements and like chills out. It's like for your little one.
Snail.
He kind of clears his throat and stares at it for a minute before picking it up and like turning it over in his hands. It's a neat gimmick you got here, friend.
I used to be a toy maker back in my homeland, so.
And look at you now, doing things to kill people.
Yeah, life is a weird turn of events.
You
never thought
You didn't think of just settling down?
I did once. Hopefully she still has the same thought as I do. I don't know. It's been a while.
Tired from making mustard.
Didn't like my race
retired from making race car beds, did we? Okay.
Do you get to sleep in a race car bed?
I used to make race car beds for a living, and
I get to sleep with my wife.
Yes. Oh god! Don't turn into that whatever you do, Carlos.
But yeah, go ahead and I'll infuse it with some magic for the first time, and the second time he'll have to wind it up himself. And I store animate object in there. Is it animate object? Hold on. I think it's like, nope, it's tiny servant. I infused Tiny Servant in it for his due diligence, whatever he wants to use it.
I'm
Fuck.
sure he'll love it.
Most of the kids back in my homeland did. This is actually the brother of. There was a series that I did when I was back over there.
I don't need the whole story.
Yeah,
You buy it now for $4.99. Oh,
but Fug, it's a pleasure in seeing you that you're okay, and
Yeah, fine. Thanks, newbie. I'll see you
course.
around.
See you.
well, Carlos, I didn't know you used to be a toy maker. That's cool as shit.
Yeah, you asked me one time why I didn't put the best name of Butler as Charles, and the reason why is because the Al line is in the Hecafate, so Alfred is included in there. So
Okay,
this is the Ch line.
I like it. I like it.
With that all out of the way, we're going to be going towards the Sultan or the Morgemoths.
Mortimer
is-
first.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Let's go pick up the old coffee gal.
Coffee lady.
You find Dauntless at a cafe, whether or not you wanted to actually order anything or just idle there because no one's going to ask the princess
First
to
time
leave.
I may actually be able to drink a coffee and not be poisoned while it being thrown out of my hand. So I'm gonna treat myself to an espresso.
Yeah, I would have actually drank coffee.
Thankfully speaking, most people recognize your deeds very well, and the first couple of rounds are on the house. Anything afterwards, though, you do get kind of ridiculous after
Don't
like the
push
10th
your
free
luck.
cup.
Like
Well, I feel like I'd have a heart attack.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll just have one cup. Like
What, they didn't give him like 50 beer
I'm
nuts?
tweaking!
just like pass out on the floor.
I drank 17.
He's like the 100th cup. It's like
Guys,
it's
how
like
much
Fry.
is 499 golds worth of coffee?
Oh my god, you'd die.
No, you just turn it to Fry from that one
Yeah,
episode
yeah,
of
like
Futurama
100th
where he
cup,
drinks
yeah.
the 100th cup. You get
And I
fucking
just-
time stop powers. And then you die of heart attack.
Yeah.
Anyway, so if we're going to the Morgemoth first, you pick up Princess Hualong Dauntless person from the cafe. Having drank as much coffee as they're willing to drink, you then make your way towards... you're not directed to actually go to the Morgemoth estate. There's a smaller business that is owned by them that is actually just a different cafe.
Oh damn.
That's
So you
hilarious.
go from one cafe to another.
The
You are
second
going to be
espresso.
meeting with someone from your family, related by blood.
Oh, it's that bitch.
We get waved down in the street.
No, there was a runner that came to say that a person from your family has been asking you to meet for the purpose of a meeting of some kind.
Alright, I would let the rest of the guys know as soon as they come back to the cafe. I tell Laszlo to hold that coffee that he wanted to get and just get it at the next place.
Oh, okay.
This one is a higher class establishment. They have
Whoa.
fancy teacups and everything. The other one kind of gives you like a metal saucer that you need to drink out of. Although cultural differences aside, a cup with a handle versus one without a cup handle. Don't worry, you don't need to burn yourselves, but not Raridan.
This giant of a man is like houched on a little thing. Hello, son, daughter. I mean,
No, it is not your mama, but it is rather one of your... Let me see. Actually, no, it is actually your mom. I'm just going down the list of all the fucking Morgemoths. There's so many of these people.
stop
Why is
breathing.
there so many of them?
Fuck's sake.
The name generator kept spitting them out. I don't know what to do with them.
There's so many.
But in either case, you've been asked to go to a particular cafe. It's been essentially built by the Morgemoths for the Morgemoths, and they're the only customers in there are Morgemoths. And it's probably
rare.
about 3 times as big as the cafe you were just at, and
Dang.
probably about 1/60th of the population.
I get to drink in this place. Fucking thanks, princess. Jeez. Holy fuck.
As soon as you enter through the bead curtain, you're immediately greeted with a pleasant, almost overwhelming incense being burned. It is the kind that is used strictly for high-class establishments. Although you're not particularly well nuanced in what is a good stank and what isn't a good stank, it's kind of like me if you try to ask me what strain of marijuana something is. I don't know the fucking difference.
Weed.
I mean, you say that,
I
but
could probably tell the princess, right?
I mean, I've been digging in rubble for like the better part of how many days, so I don't think I would. I think I'd just be kind of covered in soot and not be able.
Oh,
to
you would have
smell
washed
very
up a
well.
little bit if you know we're going here, surely, right?
Well, I got
At least prestidigitated by Carlos, and I give you a bit of fragrance that you bought. You know,
You're smelling
you're
and
still a
looking
princess.
clean.
You're still a princess.
As you enter the establishment, there are several guards here. None of them are drinking any of the coffee, they are doing their duties. On a single table, in a basking pillar of moonlight, is your mama. By blood. Raridin Morjamoth is the sixth wife to Adrazig, resides in Annapolis, and has 4 children, and you are one of them. The other 3 are somewhere else. Sitting by herself, she sips coffee very daintily, occasionally putting it down and having some sort of finger snack that is left on the side, and all the while a burning incense is sat in the middle of the table. This pillar of light that is permeated by a series of skylights casts a very weird, almost like isolating effect, causing every table that is underneath a skylight to almost seem like its own little world. As you approach, there's nothing to sit on besides a few pillows. Cultural differences aside, we don't need chairs around here. They're very plush and lovely, made of the finest materials, presumably silk. You may sit down, stand up, or just, gawk in the corner like a weirdo if you want.
I walk over and sit down.
What position relative to your mother? It's a round table.
With her being at 12 o'clock, I would say 3 o'clock.
Alright. What do the rest of you people do?
I
attention,
would wave them like...
Are we allowed in here?
You're allowed.
I'm getting that fucking coffee, Zane.
Yeah, I'll get a coffee too.
You go over towards the barista, who is themselves not a Morjamoth family member, but someone who has been hired. They have a very, very interesting air about them. Almost like they have like not a snooty coffee kind of person, but someone who definitely has been working in this business for probably more than like 3 decades.
So are they a hipster?
Yes.
You kind of want to have the oat milk in
They
this
got
one.
they got dreadlocks.
Suspenders.
They got suspenders. They got that twirly mustache.
Some kind of weird tattoo.
They got a pointy beard.
Jesus, guys, you guys are just going off. How do you describe this guy yet?
You didn't need to. You said hipster. We just took it and ran with it.
Well, it's a coffee barista with a very, very well documented coffee history. They take you down the assortment on the menu. There are different flavors and notes that you can seek. And some of you don't have the refined palate to know what the fuck this motherfucker's talking about, so you just like slap your hand on the thing and say, "Give me a coffee."
I got this. What
Did you mean a venti?
I think you mean for Limlo. Gets my name wrong.
And for the record, it's a venti because it means 20 ounces.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's one of them as well. Oh, no.
Varys, I thought you were cool all the way up to...
Ever since you started talking about coffee.
The rest of you can shoot the shit over with the barista. They're actually, once they have their coffee, have your coffee prepared, they kind of recline, and seeing as you're the only customers, kind of just like squat in a chair nearby and just like chill out because there's someone else to attend.
Yeah.
Their patch is squatting on the chair.
That is a challenge, but it's not impossible.
Hey.
I'm trustworthy.
Love to trade. Oh, jeez.
Go look down that hole.
Hi, Mom.
I won't kick you in the ass, no. I won't hurt you.
As you sit down at the bar with the barista, you're all treated to a lovely coffee sampler, almost like a flight. And the rest of you can drink coffee until you have to piss yourself. Meanwhile, Dauntless is doing something that might cause him to piss himself, but not in the same context. You sit down and your mother's...
I fought a necromancer. I'm my tolerance.
I
for,
can't
like,
piss.
feeling is so low.
I have no piss to piss.
I ain't got any piss left, Mom.
You sit down at a adjacent angle to your mother. She is currently sipping coffee at a very, very slow pace and hasn't made eye contact with you or even looked away from her coffee for a solid almost 2 minutes as soon as you sit down. You wait in deathly silence until eventually she finishes her whole glass of, or not glass, it's a lot of coffee, whole, like a little cup, coffee cup of coffee, and puts it down very gingerly onto the saucer before pushing it away from her so that it's out of arm's length. She clears her throat and stares you dead in the face with a, not a angry look, but just like the mom look of, you know what you did.
Save the city? Hell yeah.
Raise a questioning eyebrow. Well, eye raise.
Hualong, you're looking disheveled.
I've dug through rubble for 3 days straight after fighting the literal undeath.
You didn't think to do something more fitting for a person of your standings and hire out some helping hands to do that for you? You don't need to present yourself as some hero of the people. The Morjamots are the city. Making yourself seem like you're some down-to-earth person is not as good for us as you might think it is. We help people by just distributing money and handing out jobs, not by literally digging people out of the rubble. You might think this is a noble intent that makes people like you, but there are other things you can do to help the city, besides getting your hands dirty. It's unbecoming of someone of your blood.
This is why I said you stole my plan, because I actually did have like a plan for this specific circumstances, and by having
Mom, you stole my plan!
No, by having the
Fuck
crystal
you, Mom.
spark, be all like, hey, we can use this to our advantage. So I'm just giving you warning. This is why I said this before.
And the rest of your companions, they may do what you wish. You can direct them into any business you please. Send them into the fire to retrieve a stone that's blazing hot for all I care, but don't do it yourself in public eyes. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I understand.
Very well. If you understand, then I hope that I won't be hearing of you digging through rubble in the future. You have other concerns, don't you?
On attempting to go retrieve the dragon blood, we were attacked, and which pushed us
I know.
back.
That business is long done by now. Shouldn't you be off?
We will be shortly.
Great. Get that as soon as possible. Everyone is getting a bit antsy, considering not only the siege, but your task has been put on hold for a number of days. Not to say that there weren't extenuating circumstances that caused you to stay within the city, but we would like you to get that as soon as possible.
Understood.
It's a very important ceremony to our family, as you know.
Yes.
That's business out of the way from the Morjamoth family side. Now I'm going to be speaking to you as your mother. I don't think you realize how much danger you're putting yourself into, and it's very concerning for all of us. You've had me worried sick for quite some time now, disappearing for almost a year and a half, and now when you come back to us, you're throwing yourselves into what is essentially the firing line. I don't know if you're selfish, or just acting stupid, or you just don't care about our legacy, but you are expected to stay alive as long as possible.
I have no intention of dying early.
I'm sure none of your friends or yourself have any intention of dying, but jumping in front of a charging bull and then saying, "I'm fine," as it gores you and your entrails fall out of your stomach, is not something that a mother wants to hear on a daily basis. We've also been receiving reports from your husband back over in Rutash. He's also getting worried. You haven't contacted him in almost a month.
I'll send word to him as soon as I can.
Well, we know that you're here, but he doesn't. So make sure that he's kept within the loop.
Mm-hmm.
Did you eat lunch yet?
I had coffee.
Something more substantial, dear? I'm not going to say you're a growing woman anymore or anything, but you need to eat.
Don't say
Coffee
gruel.
is not...
Don't say gruel.
I got this gruel right here. Oh,
That's
no.
some gruel this
No.
morning.
Not the gruel.
She waves her hand in a very, like, princess-like fashion, and then a whole tray of what appears to be some sort of, like, mutton and spices and those little non-bread things on the side on a platter get brought forth before she even puts her hand down. It passes by all of you guys at the bar. You just get a whiff of the smell as it passes by you, and then all the food is placed onto the mother's side of the table, and some of it onto your side of the table.
If I may say something.
I'm here to speak. And to listen.
I truly think the Sultan is dangerous if left alone.
Dangerous if left alone? Honey, the man...
Instigated the entire fight.
What do you mean?
So, what have you heard about this siege?
Where to begin? Most of it is coming through a third party. I didn't leave the estate, for obvious reasons. It's our most defensible position. We have an underground area that's, well, more fortified than any position in the city. It has magically enchanted metallic walls that are almost 6 feet thick. Anyways, besides me gloating about our estate, I was getting third-hand reports from civilians and people who deliver things to the estate. Undead, that's the easy part. The south wall and the east wall were relatively unharassed. The west and north side essentially fell within the first 10 to 15 minutes. A lot of people died. None of them were our family members. Gods bless their souls in the afterlife, I suppose, and all that. You folks were seen, and the rest of your friends, all of whom are currently yucking it up at the bar over there. And no more deaths were had. The necromancer was not killed. Something about a giant avatar of Horus? I would have liked to see that in person, but I'm okay with second-hand accounts. And most political officials were perfectly fine, unharmed, and maintained a position over at the guards barracks. Damage to property, etc., etc. Why? Am I missing something?
So, for clarification, as we were exiting the city, pirates crashed into the docks.
Pirates?
They had on them...
How fanciful.
They had on them the artifact that this specific undeath necromancer was looking for. And my retinue and I were told by the Sultan that he and his guard captain would parley with the necromancer to attempt to defuse the situation. They instantly started a fight and then hid in the guard barracks, letting undeath literally wash over the city. If it got up to our districts, there is nothing we could have done to stop literal zombies. And it would have been entirely on the fault of the Sultan. I think he is a dangerous man, and it could end poorly.
You don't mean dangerous in the sense of...
incompetent.
Right. Well, thank you for bringing this up to me, dear. This is going to be something I must ponder for quite a bit. I surmise your father will hear about this, and if you see a decapitated head on a spike in the next week or so, don't be surprised.
Understood. I do look out for the family in what ways I can.
I believe you, honey. Don't worry. You have your own unique way. You always have been a bit askew from our teachings, even before you left. I'm not saying you were a wild child, but you did things your own way. And for better or worse, you still had the family's best interests in mind. I'll bring this up to your father as soon as he's in a good mood. And to be honest, the Sultan himself doesn't really do much besides acting as a funny-hatted figurehead.
But hopefully he doesn't get us all killed in the meantime.
No, I'm sure we're going to go through a very rigorous screening process. The next person's going to need to have a brain on their head that works and has enough brain cells to clack together. In any case, go ahead, eat.
I eat kind of slowly.
The meal that you take is quite delectable and is filled with enough spices that if you were to say cough, it would almost make like a cloud as soon as your lungs pass it through. The rest of you can stare on. I don't think it would be culturally or appropriate for you to join the table. Like, hey, are you guys here for one more?
Hey, what's going on, little dude? You want a cup of...
Hey, sister, how you doing?
Well, you know,
Hey,
kind of
Donald,
fucking
she was
old.
kinda
Like,
Hey,
nice
Donald,
rack, like-
I wouldn't say that fuck your mom, but like she's pretty hot.
Hey, you ever heard that song,
Actually-
Stacy's Mom?
you have it going on.
Wow,
Jeez.
Long's mom? Is that the...
Yeah,
the
that's the
Frost
cover
Fairy?
right
It's the right
there.
number of syllables, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't really roll off the tongue as Stacy.
I mean, it's better than Daedalus's mom. That's like
Daedalus is... Oh, that's awful. That's awful.
How long's mom? Yeah,
Well,
but
at some point, I would have just like I'm eating like the second big meal of the day, so it's just like I'm sick
gotta
of
eat.
finger food.
I should have ate all that gruel.
What gruel? I don't remember any gruel.
I think it's assumed.
It's a
we do eat
default, like-
breakfast.
It's an assumed Daedalus thing.
I thought we put the kibosh on him making the gruel a long time ago. We like established that it was useless and he
Can't
shouldn't waste
take the
magic.
gruel out of man. Eh?
As soon as the meal is concluded, you and your mother have only eaten probably like 40% of the whole thing on this table, and most of it seems like it's going to be thrown away. You're not entirely sure what they're going to do with it, but the dishes are taken away. Once again, passing by the guys at the bar.
Are you
Could I-
gonna
could I get
finish
some of
the
that for
muscles?
later?
Can I get one of those cold sauce?
Take
Sorry,
it
what
away,
was I-
kid.
Sorry, can you
May,
repeat
may I
that?
bring some of that for later?
Bring it with you for later. Honey, what do you mean? Honey, this is our cafe. You can come here anytime you want.
Well, yeah, but at some point I mean, honestly, I would need to see if we're going back to get the blood today, so I wanted to bring some with me. Food, not blood.
Some of this food doesn't really take well on the road. It's unless you have like something that can hold a liquid. Unless you want to be holding a bowl the whole time you're on the wagon. It's sloshing about the whole time. It doesn't really seem like a good idea.
Fair point.
Well, if you've eaten your fill, that's what I called you here for. I just want to see that you're okay from a mother's perspective, and from a Morgemont family perspective, that you are keeping your nose in the right position, held up high and proud, but not sticking it into other people's business to whom you shouldn't be associating with. The city is still our charge, but you don't need to bring yourself down to that level. You might have noble intentions. I don't know where you learned these from. We didn't tell you that on your upbringing. You might have been spending too much time with the commoners out towards Rutash. Put a
yeah.
mental barrier between us and them. Emphasis on the us. Remember who you are. What you stand for. There's a lot riding on your shoulders, even if you can't see it. Even if you're not within the city, people know us all across the world.
Understood. Alright.
No need to apologize, dear. Just change your actions to make sure that your apology is worth it. I'm done here. I'll be back at the estate. I hope the next time that I see you, you'll have a nice jug of the dragon blood for the ceremony, and everyone can go back to their happy ways. Okay?
Yes. I'll have blood.
keep it inside your own body, dear. She pats you on the shoulder as she stands up and then walks out. An escort of guards behind her, almost completely engulfing her flanks so that you can't even like get a edge in if you want to stand that close to her. She exits the building, and the rest of you can do what you please. So you're not being kicked out of this cafe, as it is a Morjamoth-run estate, and you are in the princess's close-knit circle. If you want to order food, you can.
Yeah, I walk over to the bar. I was gonna try and get some for you guys, but I was told we can just ask for food here.
We're good. I'm not hungry. We can go. Save the time.
Yeah, we can go. Although we should probably stop by and get a pair of bracelets to change out for your husbando and yourself.
Your undead husband.
I fill you guys in on what I did with the whole Sultan thing, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, damn. Well,
Uh-oh.
Well, that guy don't like me anyway, so I don't go a fuck.
And maybe if we're lucky, we'll work fast and we won't have to worry about the Sultan trying to take Kalos' head off.
Hey, first of all, that motherfucker can't lay a finger on this bitch. And by
Again,
this bitch, I mean me.
Again, for clarity's
Everyone's
sake,
a bitch.
this was my plan. Like before the Crystal Spark thing, where it's like we could use this to our advantage. My first thought was, "Ooh, the city's not being sieged. We can use this to our advantage." So,
Well,
no,
I let the necromancer in. Oh my god.
Well, the last thing on the docket is you guys have been summoned to the Sultan's palace. It is adjacent.
Can't make it right now.
is it adjacent
Hell
to
no, I'm bleeding.
the Morjamoth estate, but has been dwarfed in size. It's smaller. I don't mean like it's made by dwarves. It is very close to the estate, and you can go there. There is a little bit of haste, and the courier who asked you and summoned you, he was a bit winded, as if he was just like summoned to this go, come now, go, and asked for your immediate audience at the estate of the Sultan.
no
The courier that comes by, it's like, does he seem mad? Your boss?
Not for me to say, sir. He was, quite beside himself in the sense of, staring angrily out the window and stamping his feet. I will say nothing more.
He's fine.
Your audience is requested at the immediate request of the Sultan of the city of Annapolis. To deny his audience is to spit in the face of the city itself, etc., etc. Give me a sec, fellas. Okay.
Well, seeing how we saved the city, I mean, I don't think we...
No, it's fine. As you can tell him that Hua Long and her retinue, on behalf of the Morjamoths, will be coming.
Okay. Well, you see,
Catch your breath.
Hey, man,
I
do
gotta
you
go
want some water?
No,
You
no,
good?
I'm good. I just gotta catch my breath. I got a couple other errands to run, people to talk to,
Pace
places
yourself.
to see.
Pace yourself.
My middle name is Pace. It's not really, though. Okay.
All right, jokester.
See you guys around, maybe. Well,
All right.
good tidings to you, princess.
And to Laszlo. And to
I give him a
Laszlo.
nod.
As soon as he scurries off, the first thing you see him do is sit down on a bench.
Good thinking.
So, the Sultan's Palace. At this time of day, because you did this dead last in the itinerary, it's about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You did most of everything else in the morning, having completed all of the city's main construction for the Phase 1. The Sultan's Palace, again, adjacent to the Morjamoth family estate. Smaller in size, but still guarded pretty well. The Sultan has his own personalized militia of very well tailored, armed, and armored guards. Their training is second to none within the city, and is probably would still lose to player characters in a fight. That's just
second to none, more like second to one.
He's like, yo, if you guys want to start a fight, it's cool.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying though, he's Diviculus. I mean, not Diviculus. What was Nick's character's Slaunch?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well,
Is that-
what level were we then? Not
I think
not very high.
I think you're like 3 or 4.
Yeah. Well, When
And he fought at level 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bold strategy.
It was a
How
bold
did that go?
strat. Not very well. He got impaled in the
His
strung out
corpse
on the
is
barracks.
displayed on the
garage.
barracks, yeah. Anyway, so you guys make your way over towards the Sultan's estate. You are expected, and you have no resistance on trying to get through the front gate. In fact, people actually bow and make way for you to enter the building itself. No words are exchanged, except for a good howdy doody from some of the guards. Well, they don't say howdy doody, but like, good day, ma'am.
Imagine. Howdy doody. I mean,
What up, my guy?
Oh, shit. I'm fired for sure.
Trying to tap me up.
What up?
No, they do not try to tap you up.
Oh, they realize halfway through and they're like, oh, I'm gonna die.
They hit their stanky leg.
Oh,
You
jeez.
enter the estate and you are allowed to sit into a small waiting room. The area here is cooled by a magical magical blue crystal that sits in the middle of the coffee table, almost like a miniature space cooler. Keeps the temperature feeling about like a nice cool 65 degrees Fahrenheit.
Huh. Kind of cool.
There is an assortment of small berries that have been plucked and washed and placed into a very ornate bowl. You guys literally just ate, so you don't have to partake if you don't want to. They look very plump and juicy, however.
Think if I eat any more, I will vomit.
And then I'll blow up.
Sometime later, after you've sat down for probably about 5 minutes of idling in this cool room, a butler enters the room from an opposite end that is not the entryway they came in from, holding a dish towel over one arm and his other hand folded behind his back. He looks like the guy that is on the Ask Jeeves main page, if anyone remembers that. You are asked to follow him.
Alright, lead the way.
Alright. You follow this butler behind until eventually you get to a very large chamber hall. It is much like a ornate version of the Jarl's Longhouse over in Solholm, but made of primarily stone, and does not have a constantly cooking entire cow or hog on a spit. Rather, it has a single table down the middle that is covered in an assortment of fine jewelry, silverware, eating utensils, and decorative centerpieces that make it look really bougie. All the while, there is a single throne at the far end of it, elevated on top of a series of 5 stairs. On top of that is, of course, the Sultan. His large turban wrapped around his head, and has a series of decorative jewelry pieces that have been embedded and wrapped around it. Not only that, he is sitting in a cross-legged position, with all of his fingers and most of his exposed skin decorated in fine metals and luscious pearls and diamonds. He sits there with his arms crossed and his legs crossed one over the other. As you enter this, your footsteps echo throughout the hall, causing this very echoey chamber effect. I'm going to put on my filter for this because it's appropriate.
Just a quick question. I had to step away real quick. Are we all in here, or just the princess?
All of you have been collectively asked. Anyone
Gotcha.
who the Sultan has witnessed during the fight with the with the necromancer has been summoned collectively.
Gotcha.
Although you kind of come as a package deal, so it's kind of, just ask one and to build it and they shall come.
I give him the chin bow, by the way.
You may save the niceties for later, Princess Hualong and company. You have been summoned by me, the Sultan, to make audience to discuss what happened during the siege of our city. I hope that all of you come here with reverence in your mind and respect for people who are in places of power. He stares directly at Kalos.
I directly stare at him.
Okay. Stand contest.
I don't know this.
Kalos does not bow down to authority.
I turn to Kalos. Kalos, remember what I told you in the cafe?
Can you repeat it one more time? I kind of forgot.
Oh, you weren't here. Wait, were you not here for that?
It probably wasn't. I had one of my aunts went to the hospital.
Okay.
So my mom was telling me.
All right, so essentially what I did was I told the Morge Moths, like, hey, this guy is dangerously incompetent, and he almost got all of you killed. And they were okay, we'll take care of that. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I did tell everyone that after I got done talking. So just so you know,
hold off.
This guy who is trying to threaten us currently, it's like, oh,
he's kind of a Nimrod.
He's kind of fucking dead.
Little poopy pant man.
You gonna shit your pants, maybe?
he probably will.
Poopy man.
And we run away.
So just like while we have to,
hold fire, Bucko. I say.
I gotta get back to the character. Angry man. Hold on.
Pee poo poo. Angry man.
Kalos is ready to draw his flaring knife.
Well, don't do that.
As a representative of the city and the head sultan of this fine city, I am not one to turn my head away from someone so clearly undermining my authority. We already discussed with that creature, that thing that you spoke so candidly with, that we would fight to the last. That parlay went as well as one could imagine it. There was no other outcome. That creature only seeks death. You even heard it from its own disgusting, toothless mouth. That it only seeks to kill for the purpose of gaining power over some unseen threat that you all seem to just completely buy into without a moment's notice. You didn't argue. In fact, you actually acquiesced to his requests. Do you understand how ridiculous it is that this item that so many people have died for, more than, according to our reports, 25% of the population was killed in this attack? Not only that, the destruction and property damage amounts to several millions of Samir worth of property damage. All for this disgusting book that you eventually gave back to him without so much as a second fight, besides clearing out some of his tiny minions? I don't think that any of this should be overlooked just because everything is fine for now. Have you to say anything in your defense, lest we bring this to a court where I am the judge?
I speak up.
Yeah, he opens the floor.
You're a little.
You were given a chance for us to join.
Let's just call him a bitch.
You are a bitch. Case
Let Kalos up. Shush.
Yeah, let Kalos throw us all, like,
Let
into the
him
fire.
cook, as the kids say.
Let him cook.
Okay, do we want me to handle that or just
No. Before you guys even speak, you were given the chance for us to join you in the parlay. We let you know what he was looking for. You turned us away. We had to fix your problems. You could have stopped all of your people, your 25% of people dying, if you let us into the parlay. You turned us away. You caused this destruction. We came in and cleaned up your mess. Now, there's nothing for us to go by. Do you want to bring us to a judge? Do you want us to be there with you in front of all those people and let them know that you were cowering underneath a simple hiding spot? Do you really want the people to know that you were cowering behind walls? Do you want your people to realize how much of a coward you are? I do not stand for any of these, for any of you, for you. I stand for the people. The people died because of you. the people are dead and are corpses in an army because you turned us away in the parlay in the beginning. And from that, what that creature let us know, all that parlay was banging on your chest and banging at your chest like a human monkey. Because my walls will not fall. My walls will not take any damage. Look at your walls now. What are they?
Let's see. Does anyone else want to talk shit?
I don't know. I'm gonna just look at the floor. Oh fuck!
It's very well polished.
And
Yeah.
and as soon as I'm done, I take a step back and because I would have presumed I stepped up and then just take that small step back.
Mhm. You can see now that well, let me model this on the webcam. Hold on, let me see. You can see that now the Sultan has leaned back in his chair, and he is now gripping the edges of his chair, like, with the fucking... He's absolutely seething in his seat.
No.
Like, you can almost see, like, his fingers gripping into the armrest of his chair, and his fingers are, like, trembling because he's squeezing it so hard. His face is mildly turning red, as if he's, like, doing that thing where kids hold their breath until their head...
He's gonna shit himself. Watch out!
Alright, well, after Callus is done with his thing, and as the Sultan is
Livid.
beet red,
Cope, seethe.
Seething. Yeah. L plus ratio. Didn't ask. That's what Callus said.
Callus, I can't believe you would say these things, honestly speaking. I mean, he's right. The $5 million that both my family and the Crystal Spark will have to fund for the rebuilding of the city.
Oh.
I mean, I can't believe that would happen. I can't believe we would have to do that, whereas, I mean, obviously the Sultan would not pitch into this. And I've already spoken with my family and told them how he was inside his walls doing very little while the necromancer threat was marching their way towards our walls, the Mordremoth walls. I can't imagine they would be happy about that. Nor the Crystal Spark with all their weapons and money and influence. I think the two largest factions that are not you in this city, that I can't believe they're going to have to deal with this. And honestly, painting a target on the Mordremoths because your parlay did not go very well, they can't even believe it either. And it's just like I told them already about all of this, and they're well aware of all of this. And now I'm making eye contact with the Sultan.
They know the most stuff. Words. I didn't say that.
Choose between either you each making a roll or one person with advantage. Obviously, the people who just spoke are the people I'm talking about. Make an intimidation check.
You can go ahead and get that advantage, boy.
Okay.
Me and Varys are just gonna cry a little bit.
Because I've rested at this point, I have my flashes of genius, and I'll give you a +5.
This is not a flash of genius.
You just see everyone else who wasn't in the conversation just doing the fucking when people are breakdancing and the people in the crowd around are just going like, oh.
So I have advantage and +5 and my +8.
Ferris is basically just sitting there. He's doing the thing that, like, when your boss does when they ask you, "Can you stay an hour later for work after?"
Who was hitting home? Andrew's your boss.
I mean, I've had other bosses, of course.
Am I getting paid overtime?
Ooh, is this gonna help me?
23 to intimidate the Sultan.
Uh-oh. It's good.
As previously described, he was seething in his chair, his fingers twitching with anticipation. One of his knees is bobbing up and down as if he's holding an immense amount of pressure in his leg. He begins to sit upright, as if he's about to do some shit, but then sits himself back down as if someone just hold you back, boy.
Hold me back, hold me back.
He sits down promptly and then goes from seething in his chair to slouching to almost just collapsing inwards like someone who is drunk at a party. His face goes downwards and meets the rest of his palms as he begins to cry into his hands.
Got him.
Got him.
In between sobs, he tries to get out a couple of words, but it's drowned out by a series of blubbering noises and the sniffle that you do when you're crying too much. You guys know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
And then the necromancer, and then
And then that Iron Man guy just fucking pulled me out, like,
he grabbed me by the nape of my neck.
And then he
Kinda-
hit me, and then he grabbed me by the collar, and he said he called me a bitch.
many times, not just once.
He called me the B word.
Channeling the
Motherfucker
fucking
ain't a B
Eric
word,
Carrington.
kid.
Yeah, Mom ain't gonna save you here.
All right, to confirm the timeline of things, this is after the 6 days of repairing the city.
Yes, this is.
We're in the good graces of the people now.
Most of the only one that was during their construction was the first one, the crystal spark stuff.
Yeah.
They would have called you out when you guys were like doing your construction, but everything else is post.
I think this is very tactful. I sort of I whisper over to Cal. Let's just let this one cook now. Let's just see.
The Sultan finally manages to somewhat reconvene his emotions. He takes out a handkerchief from his pocket and blows into it before tossing it behind his throne. Well, wait, filter. Hold on a second.
I hate you guys.
Fuck you.
You're mean. Get out of my room.
I will not be spoken down to like this. I am the Sultan of Anupolis, and I have held this position for 2 decades. You, a bunch of random people, waltz into my city.
And a Morgemoth.
I don't care who you are right now. Just shut up for a second.
Well, I'll write a note of that, Princess. Okay. I'm told to shut up.
Like, I've been told to, like, swing around the name, so I'm swinging around.
I will not be talked down to like this, like I'm a young boy. You are not my parents, and although you hold great political standings in this, you are not your father. You are just some spawn of his. Get out of here.
Do you want a shovel while you're at it? Jesus.
Get out of here.
Alright.
He begins to like almost pretend to like he motions to stand up out of his chair, but then you see his legs wobble, and then he has to like forcibly sit down as if he's like about to like just collapse forward if he had to do so.
Alright, I
At
walk
that
over
immediate
towards him.
outburst, the doors in the back that you guys entered through, one of them opens very slowly, but creaks enough that you guys can hear it as the guard captain and a small entourage of about 4 people besides him enters the room. As soon as you see this, the Sultan also perks up and realizes that he has people besides you guys who have so thoroughly talked mean to him. Oh wait, I saw the filter on.
Yeah.
It's good though, it's good.
Whatever. The DM's in here too.
Hello. Woo.
As soon as the guard captain walks in, the Sultan like looks up as if like he's just been his mom picked him up from detention or something, and he's like his face lightens up like, hey, guard captain, arrest these folk. Do it now. The Sultan, with an accusatory finger, begins waving it over you, and then eventually he starts like pointing really vigorously at Kalos. Just like that one there. The guard captain walks over to you guys, parallel so that you're standing side by side. The entourage standing side by side as well. He looks at you guys, looks at Kalos, gives a nod, and then looks to the Sultan.
Sultan Demeti, you have been seen by the Council of the Morgemoth family and by the public to be guilty of treason to the city of Anupolis. You will stand no trial, and your execution is this evening.
Oh.
If I may.
Princess, this has already been deemed a final result by your father. I ask that you please do not try to intervene.
I just say, oh shit!
What is his method of execution, if I may?
according to your father's decree, the Sultan, under the crimes of treason to the people and the city of Anupolis itself, is to be publicly stoned.
Oh.
Beast.
Anyone who is of age and is considered an adult may attend. You get 2 rocks each.
Is there a limit on the size of the rock?
They will be
And you
provided.
bring your own. Oh.
I'll bring my own rock.
Okay, hold on. His life is forfeit, correct?
Correct, Princess.
I look around at my feet. Are there like bricks at all?
Uh,
Let's get this started now.
No,
it is a polished marble floor. It is completely smooth, and for you to remove it would require probably either a pickaxe or magic.
Wish I had the GB rock with me now.
Oh, come on.
He is without sin. Cast the first stone.
Oh my!
I have a lot of sins though.
Heavy is the hand.
I just wanted first rock.
Pebble.
If it is at all possible, if his life is forfeit, would it be acceptable for him to give his life to one of the temples in town and help rebuild the town that he has failed?
I don't think that's for the guard captain to decide, Princess.
Well, I think your father has made the old choice on that.
My
Show
apologies,
power,
Princess, but these are the rules handed down from your father himself. I am not going to try to intervene on your behalf. You are very well liked by the people, and I'm sure they would actually prefer that you were actually there to cast the first stone. That is my opinion, however. Attend if you wish, or not. They usually don't live past the 5th stone. And everything else is just kicking a dead horse. Or rather, throwing a rock at a dead man.
What's the reaction of this guy? Like...
The Sultan himself also does have other political standings, and for him to maintain his vigil here in the city, be it alive and even not in a position of power, he can still pull strings behind the back of the Morgemoth family and the city of Anupolis and its people. Therefore, he is not permitted to live, lest he commit some sort of coup.
I'll take some wind out of my
While all this is being conversed, what does if we look to where the Sultan is? What's
What did you think was going to happen?
Well, he was crying before, but now he's actually trying to run away.
Now he is shaded and pissed.
Unfortunately, though, the hall itself is shaped like this eraser, and you guys are at the tip here, and for him to try to run past you guys and all of the guards to the back door.
He tries to do like a slalom, like a little extra 2-step. But...
or like,
where am I gonna go? Left, right? Well,
yeah, it's like an amateur football player, American football player. I mean, trying to get past a professional line of huge dudes.
Well, I won't lie. That last part was me freewheeling, so I didn't have a plan for that necessarily.
In any case, the first person to try and intercept him is actually going to be the captain, unless otherwise one of you guys wants to help out.
Krios actually tackles him down.
Do the thing where you can just stick your leg out before he trips. Let me go ahead and have the do a contested roll for the Sultan, who is going to be technically he's on defense. Oh, that's pretty good. Versus the guard captain, who actually, the slippery little bugger, actually slips underneath the Loxodon's arm, just underneath the crook of his left armpit. Followed by, Krios, you need to now do the same.
He would get his strength is pretty good. 30-20.
Let's see. Let me roll for the Sultan. This is technically a new one, so I can't take my old roll. 16 plus 2 is 19. Sorry, 16 plus 2 is 18. So as soon as he slips underneath the Loxodon's arm, he kind of like turns back and almost gives like a "you'll never catch me alive" coppers kind of thing before fucking getting fucking clotheslined by
Sideways.
Theos.
By a giant metal cat.
Ow.
You hear a resounding clang of forehead hitting metallic surface that echoes throughout the hallway, and now the guy like falls backwards and is now prone on his back. His arms and legs are immediately apprehended by one each of the Loxodon's captain. I'm not the captain himself, the other guys in the entourage, and they kind of just lift him up the same way you would when you're trying to butcher a hog. You just get one leg each and just carting him
Quarter
out.
him? Fuck no.
Well, they don't quarter him right then and there. He's got stoning to do.
Pebbles throwing his name on it.
The guard captain looks at you guys as the Sultan is carried out like a stuck pig.
As, Captain of the Guard, I find it necessary to apologize for my initial meeting during the siege. I was under strict orders from the Sultan to maintain vigil at the barracks, and while that is not a very good excuse for a man in my position, I was somewhat hands tied. I hope that my participation in the fight sufficed to somewhat apologize, and my delivery of his sentence here before you, I didn't actually think you'd be here, good timing, would have been, hopefully appropriate justice. As one person who is at home on the battlefield to several others, I extend my apologies to cowering behind the walls, and thank you for your assistance in saving my city from the attack.
It was a stressful day.
I extend the hand out and say, I'm sorry if I called you a bitch. The heat of
It
the
was
moment.
honestly the spurs that I needed to get myself into gear.
Because I'm not a bitch, yeah. Good.
Well, if there's any other ass kicking that you need us to do,
I thought you were going to
we're
say,
glad to
Hopefully
do
is
it.
anyone
anytime
else I need to
soon.
call a bitch?
Hopefully not anytime soon. We can presumably go back to a peaceful existence with that book now no longer within our city bounds, and this man that is more associated with Flat Rat that we call a Sultan to be brought to justice. To whom I will be serving under as the new Sultan is yet to be seen, and is going to be elected by the people, as is tradition, and more Jamoth family influence. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. One column is bigger than the other.
90 to 1.
But again, thank you for everything, and you folks are always welcome within my city walls. If at any time anyone gives you trouble when trying to enter the city, or any of the upper districts, just, tell them you know me.
And to clarify, what is your name?
Oh, my apologies. In all this ruckus, I don't think I've ever formally introduced myself. But he's not. Oh, wait, filter off. Hold on, wait.
He is wearing his full, it's not quite battle attire, it's more like the ceremonial stuff that soldiers would wear during like award ceremonies or like flag ceremonies. It's well decorated and colorful. Of course, it has the city colors of purple and gold. Or not city colors, the unofficial. Of purple and gold. He removes a very large hat that has an impressive plumage from some sort of peacock-like creature, feathered in the right-hand side of the cap, gives tip of the cap, and then bows ever so slightly, his trunk almost touching the floor.
My name is Guard Captain Mahali.
Muhammad Ali. Is it Muhali?
Mahali. Anyone gives you trouble, be it of my men distributed throughout the city, or at any of the gates, also my men, technically speaking, if they give you any trouble, within reason, I surmise that you don't do anything stupid with my name to fling around, but if they give you any trouble that is well beneath your standing, as I actually don't know any of your names.
Oh, well, let me introduce myself first. Khalil Sarvos, at your service. But
We
we
all have that name, yeah.
But we entirely are the League. This fine gentleman over here, and I point to Laszlo, and Princess. You obviously know her name. The younger looking elf is Varys, and then this guy over here is Zen.
It's a pleasure to formally meet your acquaintance as the guard captain. For a final time before I depart, thank you for your service. If you will be attending the execution later, then, stones will be provided. You don't need to bring your own.
Anyone got like enlarged reduce?
I actually do, yeah.
Alright, cool. Biggest pebble we got.
His execution is at 7 p.m.
Oh, wow. Alright.
The Sultan has already been escorted away. You can hear his screams echoing down from the rest of the hallway, screaming about something about, like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. You know,
It's that goddamn Iron Man!
It was that guy!
He set me up!
So, with that business taken care of, those were the main three things to get out of the way. The Sultan, the Morgemouth family, and the Crystal Spark family. And with that, you guys can finally go on your dragon hunting journey.
Woo! We go out, there is a pirate.
There's like a couple of pirates. Like, oh, we're sorry.
All this happened because I rolled a 3 on the fucking chart. Like,
Way to go.
Well,
we...
I mean, no, this
Butterfly
is
effect.
It's just the Sultan's fault. If I'm like,
yeah,
like if you want to blame,
I mean, in the
no, very directly, this is his fault because like it would be one thing if we were pushing the issue like through the parlay. Like if the parlay came back and it's just like, oh, he literally just wants the book, give him the book, and we insisted against it. But like this thing kicked off with them like completely botching the parlay and not allowing us to be there, and then it's just like, oh, this is shit itself.
What's done is done, and the League has cemented a very nice place in the hearts of the civilians of the Anupolis city, and many of the upper-class people, such as your new friend Mahali, the guard captain. In any case, we are going to end today's session here, and then we can go finish off Dauntless's thing with the blood, you know, like we were supposed to do a couple of sessions ago.
nice. That was a good session. No one died, apart from the Sultan, but and it's
No
only
one
5%,
died.
25% of the populace. But
Cue the
player
montage
characters.
of the Sultan being
5
stoned.
sessions. I'm pretty sure. Like,
Yeah, what's the
'cause it
biggest
was-
rock we can get if we're gonna like glaze over that? Like,
Started
Most
with the
of them-
Loxodons.
The biggest rocks are, most of them are actually taken from the rubble of the city itself, so
I saved this pebble.
cruel irony of it, most of them are about the size of this here tankard that I'm holding.
Would I have been able to have spotted a larger piece of rubble that we can enlarge further? And
Well,
you
if you're
Dauntless
just
can
gonna-
use that catapult spell with something and just fucking, you know, the first stone with style, and there's a bigger stone.
If the princess does want to be the one who casts the first stone, then by all means, use any magic you want, but don't be like surprised if one of the civilians is like, hey, that's kind of OD, dude.
Like nothing left of it.
It's also
like a
out
splat.
of character for me to fucking stop.
Okay.
Woo, fucking Gallagher watermelon.
Like I said, I got some pretty fucking nasty spells, so if I want to.
Well, see, the thing is
He
that
didn't do
we
anything
can,
to me. Like,
we can be even more fucked up. We can revive him, kill him again,
Oh, you're
revive
back,
him.
it's fine, welcome.
Oh, man.
Wow, wow,
Oh,
Exactly.
another stone.
oh, dude. Encase him in a wall of stone and just fucking
Guys,
and
that's kinda
phantasmally kill him.
mean.
Yeah. Well, he was mean to Callus. So.
Well, he was a bitch, so.
Yeah.
Everyone in this campaign is at risk of being called a bitch.
Yep.
No